And we're live. There we go. Say hi to the world, Andy.
Well, hello, world.
What's going on, guys? Wait, let me get different glasses because these glasses are. I keep glasses everywhere. I go to the Dollar Tree. I buy like 20 or 30 pairs at a time, and I just leave them everywhere. So that's. So we're waiting on Austin and his crew, and they're going to be manning the live over here while we do stuff over there. Let's see. Uncle Squirrel is blaming squirrels already. It's a little early to blame squirrels.
Yeah, they got nuts.
Katie Best, good morning, Katie. How are you? Katie's from my old coffee. I used to have coffee houses. Yeah, Katie is the veteran of a couple of them.
I'm glad you survived, Katie.
She did survive. Harley Hawk, what's happening? Matt, J. Russell Finch, all my regulars popping in here now. Josh Morris, morning. How you doing? Cash the Stampede. Yeah, buddy. Okay, so how's everything look here? Does the sound okay? This is gonna be a long day. So the goal here. Okay, so anybody who's wondering, the cam came Wednesday. Yeah, the cam showed back up on Wednesday, so it was like a 48-hour turnaround. Like I was impressed by that. The cam is in the motor. I checked, double checked, triple checked every dimension, and literally measured every lobe to make sure that they were all tapered. So it's in, it's good, it's happy, and now we just need to assemble the heads. All of the stuff that's got to go under the block, in the block, on the block, over the block, around the block, and then we're going to paint it. And that's how we'll end up at the end of today. Tomorrow, it goes in the car, and we fire it up, break in the cam, and then it leaves. It drives out that door. I hope.
Yes.
What are the chances? Right?
100%.
100%? Okay. If Andy says it's 100%, then that's it. It's done. It's a done deal. Good morning, Bryce. Okay, Harley Hawk says it's looking good. Let's see. Alan F. Stop Pictures. What's happening? Made Muscle. J217. Okay. Hey, Tony, quick question. What's your opinion on poly lower control bushings with stock strut rods? I'm hearing a lot of backlash. I don't use poly bushings, man. It's just not my thing. I mean, I'm sure somebody can answer your question there, but I'm a stock bushing guy. I don't screw around with stuff like that. Factory designed it that way, and that's good enough for me. All right. So, like I said, we're waiting for. What are we waiting for? We're not waiting for anything. Waiting for me?
Water might be less than that. Introduce Mark.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mark, come over. So this is Andy's buddy Mark. He's come to help out with the festivities here.
I lost a bet.
But give him a break. He's the Air Force.
Yeah. And he's gonna.
He's retired Air Force.
He's gonna hold off on the cursing for how long?
15 minutes. You give me 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and he can start talking like himself. Iceman 2K, will you scribe the balancer for timing purposes? Before we button up the top of the motor, we're going to top dead center everything and make sure that it's exactly right. So then when we put the timing mark, when we put the timing damper on, we'll know at that point if it's... Actually, that's what I'm going to do as soon as... I'm not worried about those yet. So I'll show you. We'll do the whole thing in a minute. So Peter Johnson is still having problems with the moose.
Get rid of the moose.
Did you ever see that meme with Melania? with the moose and squirrel. Chaz Monte Carlo 72 is having coffee. I need coffee. I need more coffee. I need much more coffee. Yeah, I made a giant mistake by coming here and not stop and pick up coffee. Then I got the guys at the motorcycle shop who's going to be pissed at me because I was supposed to pick up parts, and they watched me drive by. So they're like, "Where's this son of a bitch? We got his parts sitting here." I picked up another motorcycle yesterday, guys. I'm building a Harley Davidson dirt bike. Raymond Guzman, you love the show. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Deb Thyssen. Oh, hey, Deb. How are you? Tony, I drove to the Mojave Desert to Gene Winfield's in my wagon. Nice, nice. You're in New Mexico on your way home. Well, don't be watching this on an interstate. You'll crash and die. Speedway, racetrack, man. Racetrack has got the best. Well, it's kind of like a war between them, between Speedway and racetrack. You know, who's got the best coffee? And like, you know, I'm a racetrack guy. Ned Bach is saying hello from Croatia.
Nice.
Yes. How are things in Croatia? How many Hemi cars you got in Croatia, man? Danny Boyd, one of my buddies had an HD dirt bike back in high school. It was always funny to see girls say, "You have a Harley?" Well, no, I mean, I'm legitimate. I'm building a Sportster dirt bike. Yeah, oh yeah, SX 250s were awesome. But no, I'm building an actual Ironhead Sportster dirt bike. Oh, all right. Uncle Kathy jumped in there, says the camera angle looks good. New City Carpet, you canceled all your plans to watch this today. Nice.
Oh, damn. That's high expectations.
That is. You see the pressure that we're under?
We have pressure now.
Allie Mack. How's it going, Allie? You're from the Highlands near Loch Ness.
Wow.
Do you believe this? Okay, we got Croatia. We got have you seen the monster?
Yeah. In the water.
We're doing, actually, I got Steve Magnanti is going to be with us live Sunday night, Halloween night, and we're going to talk about everything but cars. We're going to talk about the unified field of weirdness that includes all of that stuff.
That's great.
John Lennon is that really John Lennon? Hi, Tony. I'm from Macedon, New York. Yeah, but that doesn't even. I mean, we got Croatia and Ireland here.
Well, New York's even weirder.
Allie Mack is not yet. I have fished there many times. It's real though, right? It's real. Yeah. Danny Boyd, tell the Oldsmobile story. No, not tonight. Not today.
Hey, lazy on the Oldsmobiles.
Nino's Garage from Central Wisconsin checking in. Yeah, Harley Hawk, man. You know what? I tell you what, bro. I watched On Any Sunday one too many times, right? And it's like, I was just talking about this on the live the other night, right? I absolutely do not have the skill to like do flat track racing or anything serious like that, right? It's just I don't have it. I'm not, you know, because you got to be an athlete. I'm not an athlete. I'm not built for that sort of thing. But it's like I still want to at least hear it, feel it, scare myself with it. Does that make any sense? So I'm going to put this thing together. And evidently, the guy Billy Lane used to do the biker build-off stuff. He got out of prison and he's in Colombia now, and evidently he's organizing this vintage bike flat track racing and shit like that. So I'm going to hook up with him and see what's going on with that. So, but yeah, hopefully I won't cripple myself too badly. Rusty Water, what do you think of Kona say? Who can even pronounce that? How can I know about the free valve technology if I can't even pronounce the name of the company that produces it? I think it's neat, but it's out of my universe. Does that make any sense? It doesn't have any application in my world. But yeah, I do think it's neat. Clinton Wilson, good morning from Savannah, Tennessee. How's it going, Clint? And he's a mop bucket aficionado. Chris Lowe, you picked the perfect day to house sit. Doc Fisher, what's happening? From Kakalaki. Good morning, Zero. What's happening? Ari, what's happening, man? Okay, so we've got our mods here. So I'm holding down the fort right now until somebody comes over to take over this section of this thing that we're doing. The People's Republic of Pennsylvania. Yeah, I know. Dude, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, man. You guys got to do something about all that crazy stuff that goes up there. Cooch, I'll answer. We're going to talk about all that stuff next Sunday night. We're going to have Steve on here, and it's like anything goes. You know, the unified field of weirdness, and all of that is incorporated in that. F-stop picture is Tony. What are your feelings on resto mods? I hate resto mods. I just, there's very few things that I really don't. And resto mods is one of those things. I look at resto mods and I just shake my head. No, just no. Oh man, Ari and Zero are both moderating from their cars. Pay attention to the road, guys. Yep. The police state of Australia. Yeah, you guys got like a lot of really weird stuff going on. Jive Hive Jeff, resto mods are like plastic surgery for old women. You win the internet for today, man. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah. I'm sure that chant will break out a couple of times before the day is over. Let's see. Brandon is your hero. Madbach 83, I've been watching you since the first post. You're an old school I respect and love. Thank you, man. I was born in 1983, but I have a feeling I'm old school at heart. I respect you. There's a lot of old school people. Old school has nothing to do with your age. You know what I mean? You could be old school. You could be. I meet 16, 17-year-old kids on this thing that are old school. Old school is a state of mind. It's not. You could. Let me tell you something. You could build a ricer. You could have something that's completely modern tech, import the whole bit, and be utterly old school. And that's what people don't seem to get. Old school isn't just you're working with a car. Old school is a mindset, man. Rusty Water, you need to get to Stockholm, Sweden. Yeah, good chance of that. Drag Main constantly. I'm going to send Andy actually to Sweden with the GTX.
To Sweden?
Why not?
Well, Norway's my home.
Hanson's Universe, currently working on restoring a Norwegian DBS bike from the early 60s. Wow. Built like tanks and handle like one too. Neat. The Swedes really do the street race thing. Yeah. The Swedes all through like the Nordic, regions there, and very into like the American hot rod / drag race scene, like all aspects of it. Sean O'Brien, thank you, brother, man. Our first super chat of the day. I just picked up a fresh head for your i6 engine. Going to be porting and all that. What mindset or tip you have not to mention in a video yet? I mean, I at one time or another, I've covered it all. But I mean, honestly, Sean, man, just don't overdo it. Just line of sight, you know what I mean? Just look for the imperfections, line of sight porting, go slow, take it easy. It's not a race. You know what I mean? The biggest problem people have with their porting heads is they don't realize when you first pick up the grinder and you start porting that head, you're like, oh, it'll take me an hour or two. Bro, it's going to take you a whole day. It's going to take you maybe a whole weekend. It doesn't make any difference. Take your time. It's not a race, and you'll have beautiful results. John S. had a buddy talking at Petronics yesterday for almost stock 440 off my original dual board distributor. Kill this. I can't. I mean, people are just they're setting they got it in their mind that that's a better system, and for some people, it's a better system. If you're allergic to setting points and stuff like that, then yeah, you know what I mean. I can I can't change somebody's mindset. I'm a points guy. I would rather have something I could service on the side of the road. Boo Mopar, hi from the west coast of Sweden. What's going on, brother? BZ Customs, thank you, sir. For someone doing a winter rebuild, engine rebuild with it, and with the state of parts, do I have to look for crazy old guy with NOS? Yes. Get as much NOS stuff as you possibly can. Andy, who's obviously extremely freaking wealthy, found as many NOS parts as he possibly could for this thing. This has got tons of NOS stuff going into it because you cannot trust anything that's out there today. Danny Boyd, I'd rather try OEM Mopar electronic ignition than Petronics, and I'm with you on that. But beware, if you're gonna go with OEM Chrysler electronic stuff, find the old stuff because the new, you buy these kits, and I had one brand new. The distributor was dead right out of the box. So distributors, control units, all that stuff, man. If you're gonna convert to electronic using the factory stuff, find the old stuff. Chris Greenaway. Tony, thanks for this, and a special thanks to Andy for allowing us to join this build. Most of us will not get the opportunity to build a Hemi, but this Andy constructed this whole thing, this whole idea, the whole bit.
I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, you did. I mean, I was just minding my own business, and you're like, "Hey, can I park a car in your shop for 6 months?"
Can I
And
still
I'm like,
my car free
"Can you babysit my car?" Bonzi Drummer, good morning, brother. Just changed a 69 satellite to electronic ignition yesterday. Changed plugs too. Made a hell of a difference. If you felt a difference, it's because you had a malfunctioning distributor. Joe Brennan says, Andy, you seem like a truly awesome dude.
I appreciate that.
Iceman 2K10. Does a street driven and raced 426 Hemi get any benefit from port work? Usually not. They covered it pretty well right from the factory. There's not much you could do. The only thing I've ever done with them, and honestly, is really for street type of use, a street race type of use, is just clean up the top of the exhaust port right where it comes out of the head. J. Russell Finch, what lifters are we using? We are using a set of vintage. Where are they?
What's that?
Where are the lifters? Thank you, sir. We are using a set of vintage TRW. Note the old package, right? Bonsai Drummer. Did I mispronounce your name? I'm sorry. So yeah, so here we go. We got a brand new vintage lifter, and it's
like it phosphated on the end.
Oh yeah,
unbelievable.
Truly things of beauty.
Who knows what TRW stands for?
Oh God, I did.
Yeah.
Who knows what's
I mean, I know what it stands for.
Of course you do. You know everything. Come on. What does TRW stand for, guys?
And what did they make for the military?
Chris Greenaway, why did Ford underrate the 428? I watched the dyno. I don't know. Now it's feral Mahol.
Yeah. Shit.
Going to be a sweet running engine. It should be, yeah. Jive Hive Jeff, time for me to wrench with my son. Nice. We'll have you on in the background. You all have a great day. You have a great day, brother man. Brian Kaufman says tactical reconnaissance wing.
No.
Okay.
Ooh. The first word is Tamo.
What's the first word?
Like Tamo?
Thompson Ramo Woolridge Inc.
Yes.
Is that it?
I think yes.
My God, first I've heard of that.
Woolrich. You know, more important, what did they make in the 50s for the U.S. government?
Okay, so what did they do in the 50s for the government?
That I would care about. That I would have carried around.
Oh, let's narrow it down a little bit.
Bulletproof something.
No. Something you wouldn't expect. Yes, what rifle? Yes, the M14. Correct.
Oh, okay.
All right.
How much is the compression in the engine? It appears to have replacement aftermarket pistons. The compression should be around 10.5 to 1. They're terribly rubbing wheels. Let's see. BS Customs. Oh, yeah, the M14, the rifle that took Americans decades to make and took the Italians like 2 years. That's because the Italians are ahead. We're sleepers, man. Some would say, some would argue that the Roman Empire never actually ended. New City Carpenter, are you concerned with octane requirements? Not really.
93. We got 93 for it.
Andrew Wilson, hey Tony, it's me again, the 20-year-old with the 66 Coronet. I've always got the front suspension. Oh, you just got the front suspension back together again today. Excellent. Keep making steps forward, bro. Otto, which assembly lube and gasket sealant will be used? I use yellow weather stripping adhesive. Andy brought tack.
How about Ultra Black?
And Ultra Black.
And Ultra Copper for the exhaust.
It's probably not too good of an idea, but
that's what your friend Ray suggested.
That's what Ray suggested. Well, I yield to Ray.
I yield to Ray.
I yield to Ray. Ray, but it was Ray Barton. In case you hear Ray brought up during the course of. In California, gas is $8 a gallon.
I don't doubt it.
93
Austin, you just. Good morning, everyone. I'll be headed to the shop soon. I'm just a millennial, so I oversleep frequently. Bro, you do realize it right now, like we're kind of screwed because you're not here. I'm only doing this right now here because you're not here. I'm supposed to be there working on the engine. You guessing Old Timer, the cam is back and it's in. It's been checked and double checked and triple checked. It's all in there. BS Customs, hey Tony, if you want a replacement millennial, I can be down there in about 8 hours. We'll probably still be going. 87 octane is hovering around 307, 319 here. Yeah, same here. Same here. I just filled up at like 306, I think it was. Gas is right at 325 here. 285 in Florida. Iceman, did you do the green from number 6 as well? Yes, I did. I always do that. I'll set up number 1, then I'll rotate the motor. I'll rotate the cam 360 degrees, and then I do the same on number 6, just to make sure that the cam is straight. And yes, I checked each and every lobe on this engine for taper, on this camshaft for taper, and it's got taper. Metzler's Classic says he loves the fact he's using a flight suit as overalls.
No. Oh, this is
This is
mechanic
overalls for overalls. This overalls, man. This is not a flight suit. This is a working man's uniform. Thank you.
Obviously not a pilot.
Old Jetfire, what's happening, man? Do you know this guy, Old Jetfire? He was the one with
Oh, the
the
one you did with the
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I met him at the show.
saying we should set the camera up high and do a time lapse video later. Well, that's not a bad idea. This right now, just we'll move the camera around to different places as we go. BS Custom says you're just working on your Ghostbusters cosplay.
Nice.
Did I hear that Doc from Street Outlaws got busted by the EPA?
For what?
Probably tunes. No, I hadn't heard that. Hanson's Universe says, here where I live, you need clothes designed for the Antarctic. But move. Get the hell out of there. Did No Name Cam come correct on the goof? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And they got the cam back to me much quicker than I anticipated.
Unbelievable, actually.
But there was a gotcha, right? And somebody was screwing around me because when they shipped the thing back, they shipped it in this. I don't even know where it is right now.
Oh, the tube?
The tube. Did I tell you about this?
No.
Somebody wanted to play with me, right? Somebody wanted to get even. So they shipped the cam back in this tube, okay? And they wrapped the cam in this stuff, okay? And then somehow or another, they forced it into the tube in such a way that it was absolutely locked in place. And it took me a good, I'm going to say, 10 minutes. Look, I can't even get this stuff. Here, try to pull it out of there.
Oh, yeah. No,
Right?
there's no way.
It
There's no way.
took me a good 10 minutes to extract the cam from this thing. What they used to fill it is still in there, and it won't come out. It can't come out. So yeah, somebody was like, teach Uncle Tony a lesson. But they did a great job. I commend Comp Cams for getting it here in time, and everything looks good. That does not mean you should not check every single freaking thing you get from them. Chuck Strozzo, good morning. Cash to St. P, that's hilarious. Yeah, well, that's what you get. You make a video, they let's see. Rick S., why is my 4-blade slant 6 fan making a whistling noise above idle? The higher the RPM, I have no noise. I have no idea.
One of the blades has a nick in it.
Yeah, I mean, you sure it's not? You sure it's not the belt squealing in there? Jonathan Biggs, they just sent a different cam. It's
No.
entirely possible.
No, it's serial number.
What's that?
I believe it was serial number. I don't believe so. They said they had no cam cores and they couldn't regrind a new one.
Rick S., you're sure it's not the belt? And then I don't know, man. I don't know. Desert Ranch Girl says it's a great day to build a Hemi.
Yes, it is. Beautiful day.
Alan F. Stop Pictures, what is the anticipated horsepower output for the engine Andy is building? Billions and billions of horsepower. Just it's going to just tear the car apart if it doesn't kill us first.
Whatever the stock.
James Sheets, I just joined the live stream. What are the specs of the cam? Here. Hello. Okay, screenshot that, and there's your specs. Let's see. Andy from Germany. How you doing, Andy?
Deutschland, wie geht es heute?
Francis Antonio, container shipping costs have gone from 5,000 average to 75,000. I know, I've heard. Well, we're screwed big time, but let's just keep building cars. Just keep moving forward. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the noise.
Then it was parts. They're already here.
Yeah. Andy LaCroix, oh, Tony, all four shucks. Andy, Austin, rather. Austin, why are you typing? Why are you should be, oh, fuck. All right. Just, fuck. Fuck my life.
Oh, I can't muster that.
This is not an easy thing to do.
No, looks difficult.
After a while, you'll get the hang of it. Like you see me doing it, like, you know.
Well, you just tell me you turn around and watch me.
Yeah.
You can monitor.
Monitor. You guys don't get racket.
You want to monitor?
No, I'd have you monitor and you point at me and tell me what you think.
Who's gonna monitor? Tony gonna monitor?
Dependable Auto Truck. Good morning from Alabama. Do I have any further plans for the 440 Charger? Yeah, we're gonna do some. I got to do some frame work on that. Chris Freemaster, don't worry about us, Tony. Just go to work on the engine. We'll be okay. Well, yeah, that's easy to say, except that we're you know, I've got this right now. There's almost 400 people on here, and they ask questions and they want to know. They're curious what's going on. The whole point of this is to have an interactive thing.
Yeah, that's right. We'll go with that. Start going on the front of the motor.
Shit. Let me see here. David Query, how many millennials does it take to do the job of one man? That is a damn good question. I don't know. Austin Mason, didn't you say that the rear passenger side of the front on the Charger? It's the driver's side, and it's kinked pretty severely. So that's the next thing we're going to do with that car. And then I got to rebuild the trans because it just runs away in high gear. First the second shift is okay, and then let's see. Donald Whitster, Uncle T, answer your email. I don't do the email. Kathy does the email. I have no. I don't even know the password to the freaking account. Donald, what's the email in reference to? Doug Young, did you guys take exhaust samples before you disassembled the engine? That is the craziest question I believe I've ever been asked, and I've been asked some pretty crazy questions.
Different motor. We're gonna do sub-assemblies here.
Okay, so you're gonna start putting, yeah.
Water
Okay, so they're doing sub assemblies. Oh Jesus! Did Mopar produce engine bigger than 440? No. I should start selling exhaust samples as merch. Hey Andy, what's happening, brother man? Andy, Andy and I are doing a show on his channel next Friday night, but I don't know the time. So next Friday night, Unity Motorsports Garage, join us over there.
You're doing these carburetors.
Uh,
30 foot-pounds for the pump block and water pump.
Donald, I sent you pics. I know they're Dodge, but what year? Okay. I just have to wait for Kathy. Like I said, I have no idea the Facebook, the Instagram, or email. I am completely oblivious to anything that happens on any of those fronts, man. All I do is this. DD Speed Shop Saturday morning. What's happening? DD Speed Shop, one of the coolest channels, the coolest people on YouTube. DD Speed Shop. If you guys don't know them, go over there and just subscribe. Don't even ask questions. Don't ask questions. Just go subscribe. How many cups of coffee so far? Not enough, brother man. I had one. Right, and like I'm stressed here. Okay. Steve Gale, love the channel. Watching from Australia. DD Speed Shop is an awesome channel. Yeah, it is. Chris Pearl, yes, the camshaft is sorted out. All right. Mark, do you want to, because by the time we actually get dug into this thing.
What, you want me to be friendly? That's
Yeah,
very much
okay.
not my nature.
No, yeah, don't be friendly. They don't need friendliness. So just
So
listen,
I'll be
Mark
turning
has
you.
never done this before.
Never.
Like this is
Absolutely
he's
never.
doing a whole YouTube experience, right? All right. So whatever you if somebody wants you to move the camera, but make sure you don't move that wire.
Don't touch the wire.
Keep this, keep that on there. And just if people have questions, just call out the questions and we'll. Guys, it's going to take them a few minutes just to become acclimated. This is, if you've never done this, this is a very, it's a weird thing, you know. All right. Let's get this stuff out of the way here.
Pinky in the brain.
Priorities.
Uncle
Got it.
Mark. I haven't been called Uncle Mark since my niece called me that like a week ago.
There you go.
Oh, you're on now.
Have any parts been soaked in oil?
No.
You rock this. Thanks, Andy. I know I'll suck. I'll try not to suck too hard.
There's a joke in there.
Well, if you're going to suck, do it spectacular. You know what I mean?
No,
Like-
because then I'll hit
like,
that
if you gotta
wire and knock
go
us
down in
off.
flames, right?
Any tricks to the block like O-rings?
No.
No.
No. Standard freshen up.
Be decent, people. You can be mean to me. I don't care. You're not going to hurt my feeling.
Did you ever see? Did you ever
Wear
see
your
that-
official UTG hat. I don't have a official UTG hat.
Oh, we're gonna have to get
I
you
don't
one.
have one.
There you go.
I'm the noob. And I did lose a bet with Andy. Oh, cool. All right.
So
Wait a minute, hold
dusty,
on.
but I don't think it's ever been worn.
That's okay. It's got a little, make it a little bit bigger.
All right. Put some
Brace the suck. You bet. I've been embracing it for a long time. There you go. How's that?
You took the,
Do this. Gotta flip it around. Got a little sun thing. Don't break. Air Force weapons malfunction. Yeah, well. Any port done? Port work done to the heads?
Huh?
I don't think we've done any port work.
We have not, but they have been.
They've been ported though before.
It looks like they're old circle track heads, like NASCAR type of heads.
Yep. What happened to the old Hemi block? Oh, I can answer that one. That one's in Andy's garage. So if you want to buy it, you can.
I have plans for that.
Yeah. Oh, you got plans now? Okay. So he's got plans, but I'm sure if you give him a good price, he will sell it to you in a heartbeat. His old plans will be new plans. What did I do in the military? Oh God. Ooh. I was supposed to fly, and then that got cut because I was in major cuts throughout the military. So we went from 750,000 people down to about 340,000. Did the engineering thing for a little bit, and then believe it or not, they said, "Hey, we want you to be a meteorologist." I went, all right, let me try that out. So did that for a little while, and then hopped around a bunch of jobs. I was a jack of all trades and masters of none, but I had a really good time. Met a lot of really great people. Met some knuckleheads, but overall, it's a great experience. So, what's my vehicle? Well, so it's kind of funny you should say that. I actually wanted to get a wrenching one because I used to do it with my brother, and these are his coveralls that he gave me that we'd wrenched together. And I started getting into retirement mode and started looking at new cars. And when I bought my truck, and it's a Dodge, they actually had a Dodge Challenger with Scat Pack in it, 392, ungodly amount of horsepower, and thought about it and went in and priced one out. And I got a call back from the manager, and the manager said, "Hey, you might want to come down here." So they actually had a 1320 edition, which is the quarter mile track edition, which has some demon aspects to it. And I ended up getting that one. So no, I'm not going to wrench on it. So I just marked the, I really don't want to do the weather. It's kind of like baseball. You can bat a 111 and still make it into the Hall of Fame. I still don't want to do that. Well, meeting knuckleheads is inevitable. Yes, it is. I mean, it's life. It is. Largely outsourced these days. No, there's still going to be a need for Air Force weather. We still jump in with special forces. We still are attached forward. Army requires us. They really do. They actually do need us. It's, when the weather sucks, it can grind a brigade to a halt. So weather balloon floating psychopath. Wait a minute. Is that me? I've actually floated weather balloons before. It's actually kind of fun.
He likes the helium.
Oh. See, there's probably a bunch of inside jokes that Tony knows about. And I had no clue.
I have no idea. What are they saying?
They called me a psychopath. You got a mean audience. I'm gonna cry.
Generally mean that you are a psychopath.
Special Recon, and they've changed the names a couple times. Do Mopar guys love AMC muscle cars? My mom had a 69 SST with the 390. That's got to be for the general audience, because Tony, I don't think you're going to answer that one.
Why? What?
Need military weather. Pop my stress card. I don't have a stress card. I never had a stress card. I usually create stress cards for people. So BS Customs. So, believe it or not, I actually started growing a beard in retirement and grew my hair out. I didn't much care for it because I'm sitting here playing with my beard, and I'm actually needing shampoo. And I said, screw that. I shaved it off, and then it'll come back, and then I'll shave it off. So I'm kind of in this phase where I have no idea what I want to do. Psychopath. This isn't what the rest of us. Is a psychopath? So Greg McDonald's, is it psychopath or is it sociopath? What's the difference? 3510 violation. My God, we got an old schooler. I think it's 6329 of whatever, or 362903. I think
Mark,
is what the what.
You should sit to the side.
What to the side?
To the side.
See,
The
well,
block
if
is the important thing.
if your peeps were taking care of you, they would say, get that dude out of the way so we can watch him look. Actually, they're looking at Andy's butt. Beards are hassle. Yeah, Dan, I agree with you. And plus, it makes me like a really old. That crap comes in white. Samuel from Australia. Hey, good day, mate. I'm sorry your country's going to a wreck. I always wanted to visit there. Now I don't. Man, you got people all over the place. So, Chris Greenway, do you want to know what my favorite car is from the era? Are you talking about from that era? So, yes, the cam situation for Warlock, the cam situation did get taken care of. It is obviously in the engine right now. My scariest place I served in the military, the Pentagon. Afghanistan was better than the Pentagon. And as a matter of fact, I remember writing in a climate assessment survey that I would rather do convoy duty than being at the Pentagon. And I got my wish. So no kidding, about 6 months later, I got orders to go to Afghanistan for a year. And it was a lot better than being at the Pentagon. I had a blast.
Because the Air Force enjoys deployments.
Hey, some of us do, Andy. We're not all alike, Andy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna work electric.
Pentagon workout facility. Yeah, but you still have to pay for it. I mean, come on, man. Yeah, see, so if you go to a normal military base, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, doesn't matter. You don't have to pay. If you go to the Pentagon, you have to pay to get in the gym. So why not just go off post and go to the gym? Oh, question from Uncle Tony.
Yeah.
Are there any plans for a tweaked FMJ body?
No.
That would be a big no. You didn't hear it.
Harmonic balancer next, Tony, or
So, Alan, F-stop pictures. Did I get along with the Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan? I got along with everybody. I worked alongside Kiwi, an Aussie, a couple of Brits. Believe it or not, there were no Canadians in my section. They were in a different section. But yeah, we all got along. We're in the same crap together.
We got the little pickup too.
Yeah. Ready.
Oh, so Mike Collins, Crystal City, Virginia is actually kind of a fun place. Kind of. It's just the damn Pentagon. Mark, what's my favorite car, muscle car? So he said it again, Chris. I'm assuming you're talking to me. So my favorite muscle car, believe it or not, would be a 69 Camaro. And don't know why. My brother had a 70 Camaro. I just love that body style.
You don't have that.
And yeah, I went to the dark side. So yeah, I'm a Mopar guy now. So. Did you have to get a real job after the military? Retire on the taxpayers. So you can either. I don't have any children. I don't have a wife that I have to put through Botox or anything like that. So I can live off of my retirement. And you're welcome for 31 years of freedom. Yep, got some Camaro fans. Hey, sorry, Tony, you got some Camaro fans.
Oh no.
Any non-American cars? Okay, so I'll share this with you. So when I was going truck hunting, I test drove all of the damn trucks, just because I wanted a new truck. And believe it or not, the Nissan pickup truck was in the top 3. Yeah, Toyota has gotten too big for their britches. I'm sure their stuff is good, but I actually liked how the Nissans drive. And for Germany, I like the old Volkswagens, not the new Volkswagens. It's very fun to wrench on an old Volkswagen. Yep, air cooled. You got that right, Dan. So Cooter Hedrick said thanks for the tip on the throttle link. Location, Uncle Tony, my Ram Charger had been running at 3/4 throttle. Oh, man. People are chatting too fast. Hey, Tony, I'm screwing this up. I can't read too fast. I come from public education, folks. You just...
Let's see.
No. Mopar, no car. No, they're debating. Hey,
Yeah,
I just throw some stuff out there, brother, and I just make them fight amongst each other.
Attack or
These guys have the best galleries in the military. You have some good artwork.
we got choice of gaskets.
Thanks, Willie King. He probably doesn't know what it's like to be away from your family for basically 5 out of 7 years.
This intersection right here is
pretty 3.5 liter Mitsubishi. For the Desert Ranch Girl, I don't know if I saw something on YouTube. There was somebody that stuck an ungodly motor in a VW Bug, and then actually started whipping a lot of people on the drag strip. So that was on YouTube because I watch drag races all the time. That's Bogo Bar. Are you guys done yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
About took us fired up.
You should have got them damn heads done. We should have done them last night, Andy. But you wanted to go to bed. Does Uncle Tony watch SRC YouTube channel?
I've seen. I'm familiar with it, but I've never really watched them.
Okay. Didn't hear as
Seem like
familiar.
nice people.
Hasn't really followed.
Yeah, the intersections are important. Just make sure you run into it. You know what I'm saying? This is a nice seal.
Yes.
plum crazy purple Challenger. So Pentastar, they've actually changed it to Hellraisin, and that's the color of my Challenger. It's actually kind of cool.
Do we need any?
Plus, I like the name. Kadena Air Force Base, man. I was there from 80 to 83.
I didn't put any.
So, Paul Cabazola has wished you guys luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Greetings from Sweden.
Greetings.
Tony, what do you suggest for the Big Ten Valley Pan intake gaskets on the 70s Fords?
Say that again.
That's it. What do you suggest for the Big Ten Valley Pan intake gaskets on the 70s Fords? That's from BS Customs. Oh, he's stumped.
I can't even.
Oh. And did Uncle Tony use silicone under the oil pan gasket?
Yeah, what I do is I put sealer on one side.
Yep.
Just to keep the gasket from moving.
One side and natural on the other. Brian Jeff says you guys need to put some music on.
Then we wouldn't hear people.
Yeah, then we can't hear people talk. Another Let's Go branding from Nothing Nothing. Hell yes. Yeah, we can't play music. Won't be able to hear anything.
Copyright infringements.
Doug Young says you need to make a USO trip to Gitmo and rinse on some Gitmo beaters.
Actually was in the office that handled Gitmo.
Yep, and he was in the office that did handle Gitmo. Oh yeah, throttle watch. That's a good point. That's a really good point. You throw some copyrighted music on any of your YouTube videos, you're gonna get banned. Actually, just take it down.
Way down.
And if they just built a new courtroom for wheels. Well, I can't see popular conspiracy. And that includes the geriatric
Oh yeah.
hospital. Yeah. But there are too many geriatric terrorists out there, are there?
Just what we have.
Even the ones in office.
Taking me a second to fill this oil pan.
So you're going for that one. What do we do with the other one?
And a little warped. The tree roller.
Yeah. That's the second one they sent me too.
What thickness are the head gaskets and what brand? From Man of
They're
Constant Sorrows.
chromatics, and I have no idea what the
Chromatics.
thickness is on them. They are, right?
Yeah. Thanks.
Does AT205 sealer actually work as well as Scotty Kilmer says it does?
27,000.
Oh, thickness of the gasket, 27,000.
on there? On this side?
No, just separate. This way, in the event you do have to take the pan down. Right.
All right, here you go, Tony. The formula. Do you need a draw through carburetor specifically on a blower? Could you use a regular carburetor?
Regular carburetor.
Regular carburetor.
A handful of oil chemicals.
Hey, Brian Just says, hey, you geriatrics should explain what you're doing back there.
We're installing an oil pan.
There you go. That was cool. Love it.
Some of these
Yeah.
are longer than others.
John Shackelford, you're 100% correct.
Oh, the long ones go here. The long ones go here.
These are the longest.
So Doc Fisher thinks that you just spent your retirement. Actually, he hasn't spent it yet. He's working on that. There's another project that's in his head.
Have I spent my retirement? I haven't retired yet.
Not retired yet. So Uncle Tony to have to go. Oh, so at zero has to go.
The longer ones go into the ends.
Okay.
I have-
At zero has to go.
Oh, on
Tony.
my hand? Oh, yeah. Right? No. This one.
This new guys will work.
Wait a minute. Geriatrics.
You just picked up on the geriatrics? Yes.
Slow. I just had my hearing test done though.
So they were right.
Hearing, what's that?
Why don't you use weather strip instead of silicone to hold gasket?
I like the weather strip, but
Tony likes it.
it doesn't let go, ever.
The wire brush. Tony, what kind of manual transmission do you prefer for Dodge trucks and cars? I'm hating the torque flight life.
Oh, say that again?
What kind of manual transmission do you prefer for Dodge cars and trucks?
Oh, I'm an 833 guy.
833. Oh, what's for lunch? There was something about grilling something and beer. The last part might have been my creation.
I mean, there's a torque spec for everything, right?
Do the dancer girls come out? It would get banned.
But when you're with this winner's tray, you got to go on it twice, because you'll see after you get them, it settles for a minute and then it fucking.
Whoa. All right. Frank Katsenis has a question. How do you tune the Plan Z Dart with an MSD box? You said that if you had an MSD box, it would not let you see the true plug reading.
I don't use MSD boxes. I've never used MSD boxes. There's no force on Earth or in the cosmos that could make me consider using an MSD box.
Do you want to use an MSD box?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, for Chooch, how many beers? Well, you have to go for consumption rate. If anybody's been doing a time hack, let's say 3 hours, 6 beers an hour, 18 beers, plus or minus a case. Yeah, Dan Boyd, you got a good point. Usually there's a comfort zone there, but when you go past the comfort zone and you don't remember what you did the next day, you probably got a problem.
From counselor?
What was the torque setting? Was it 8 foot-pounds or 80? I don't remember.
So
Truck 575 says, good morning to you, Uncle Tony.
Good morning. I'm going to drop some prelude into.
Charcoal or propane. I saw a charcoal grill over to the corner, but I also saw a propane grill somewhere as well. So,
No, it's charcoal.
okay, charcoal. Do low power guys use Kingsford charcoal? I don't know. Tony,
Hey,
do you use Kingsford charcoal?
I mean, yeah.
Whatever the hell's on
We're not
sale.
opposed to it.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not
opposed
right,
to it.
exactly. I'm not against that.
Light it up with some gasoline or some
Always
old
do.
cleaning fluid.
Where's the dry shift?
Right about your belt buckle level for the oil pump.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
Are you gonna redo the O-rings or no?
We have new O-rings. I haven't. We've done this kit. O-rings.
Well, the big O-ring.
Stay wrenching. Oi, oi, oi.
That goes
Must be an
under
Aussie.
the cover. I would say that I would leave this pump alone.
I replaced that. There's one in here. I think that
We have to get. Well, that's not may not fit.
might be too fast.
Yeah.
We can-
Hey, so Bob bitching. Cam did come back. Kind of missed it at the beginning. They had a big story about the cam, but it is in, and it's getting sealed up.
Yeah, the gasket that goes on here is a little thin.
Yeah.
Using a speeder to torque down the pan bolts. That was a comment.
I was just snugging them up.
Just a snuggie. Tony, is it wise to pack oil pump with Vaseline?
I just used assembly lube.
Assembly
You don't have
lube.
to pack it. Just get some in there, like on these. You see, there's that cavity right there, and you can actually see the gears, the rotor in there. So you just want to give a squeeze of this stuff, or any assembly lube. Doesn't matter. You use Motor Honey, Lucas, anything like that, STP. Just get it in there and rotate it a couple of times. So this way you got vacuum as soon as the motor rotates. Okay, you have to guess it. When you do an internal pump, when you do a pump that's bolted to the main cap, like on a small block or a Chevy or anything like that, you never use a gasket on those. So the actual oil is its own gasket. But whenever you do an external pump like this, you got to use a gasket.
O-ring lubed enough.
Yeah.
So for BS Customs, so yes, I do. Yes, I do. And actually, they still produce that aircraft. Who gets the Hemi orange spray paint honors?
Oh, you guys do.
I do?
Yeah.
Apparently I do. And then Tony will be back here having a conversation with you guys.
You're looking for the torque spec on the oil pump bolts? 45.
Ooh, the Bronco over the Super Tucano. Ooh, that's for that mission, I'm still gonna go V10. It's always good to have two engines. Any pilot will tell you that. I'm not a pilot, but I understand air power application very well.
Okay. Do you have a half-inch socket so we can bring down the oil pan bolts all the way?
Eugene Bryant, let's go, Brandon. Is that a standard oil pan?
Yes.
6-quart. Yeah.
6-quart. Yeah. Andy wanted to go as original as feasible. So Tony got a comment from MRH. Tony, I built a 66 Rambler with a 343 back in the 80s just to be different. Your channel has opened my eyes to what I miss regarding Mo Power. I'm looking for a project. Ooh.
We got
Man,
a lot of
I
that going on.
Got one right now, baby.
So 15 foot-pounds is the torque.
Which?
Uncle Tony, do you even have metric sockets?
Yes.
He does.
We worked on the ad.
Yeah.
Well, I converted the Miata as all Chrysler now.
Can we get a closer look at what they're doing?
Oh, by the way, that 15 on these,
Do you really want them?
that's not going to seal them.
You really want to look a close-in view of putting the oil pan on?
30 for oil pump attachment bolts.
What?
It's 30. Yeah, it's 30 foot-pounds.
They
For
were
that
right
and for the water pump.
Which means they should be closer to 40, 45. But don't stress it. Do you remember how everything was finger tight?
Oh, yeah.
Right. That's strict adherence to what. Yeah.
Java lime. That's right. Back it off until it ping, or wait till it pings, then back it off a quarter. And then hope you don't have to take it apart again, ever. Ooh, A1E Sky Raider.
Love the Sky Raider.
Yeah, it's a nice aircraft, but there are much better modern airframes that can do that mission. But it was great in its time. When is the pizza showing up? No, Gary, I think we're gonna end up grilling out today for lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I never bothered talking.
Did you, Tony? Did you put the delivery guy in action? Somebody's talking about the pizza delivery, and you got the delivery guy doing work. Did you jack with a pizza delivery dude?
I did that once. We were doing it live, and yeah, I made the pizza delivery guy do some work.
Better gave him a good tip.
So at this point, right?
No, for BS Customs, I have not heard of that, so I'll look that up whenever I get some time off when Andy doesn't need help of me working on his projects. How important is it? Oh man, Warlock, well, you go deep. So I guess it goes back to how are you going to fight your wars? You're going to fight your wars with a ground component. If you're going to fight your wars with a ground component, it's probably good to have something low and slow overheads of the people that are on the ground. So I would say A10 is very important.
People might want to know what we're doing here.
Where the hell is Austin? Yeah, well, so I'm kind of Austin right now.
Got his big fat head in
He does have his head in the way. But he's
No,
wearing a UTG
it's
hat,
a-
so it's okay. It's good advertising.
No, I was over here, and then you told me to
Do you
come
know
down
what
here,
Super Chats?
and then hold on. Is that better?
No. You're doing great. You're doing great.
He has no idea what super chat.
Okay,
Super chats.
super chat. If you
I had
see-
no idea that this was the first time I ever did this
Okay.
shit. Oh,
if you see a colored thing pop up, like it'll be green or yellow or orange, right? That has a dollar amount on it. That's called a super chat.
okay.
So let me know when. That means somebody's
Where's it
actually-
pop up at?
right there in the.
It'll be
Yeah.
a colored.
No, I mean like in here.
Yeah, that means that somebody's actually paying to like
Okay.
get their comment.
So if
ready.
somebody
So-
super chatted in the
He's
last
blown
like
off.
15
Right,
minutes,
you don't want to blow off the super chat people. They're the ones that keep.
I wasn't blowing you off. I didn't know what the hell that is.
Forgive him. He is-
So what Andy's doing
Can I
right
s-
now is filling the oil filter. And
Yes, I am.
yes, you are. And
Can
we do that so that the thing has instant oil pressure.
Can you drink on YouTube?
What's that?
Can you drink while you're doing this? Like on the thing?
Probably. can.
Because if I'm not wrenching, I might as well be drinking.
That's alcohol is verboten around fucking anything mechanical around here.
Exactly. So if you're called off the mechanical part.
Oh no, you'll be back on.
So if they want to know what we're using here,
Oh.
that'll be what it runs first.
Oh. There you go. That's what type of oil. Lucas. There you go. Back to you.
And of course,
And they will do a run through oil and then change it with good oil. Got to have a wrench in one hand and you got to have a Bud Light in the other.
Okay, I'm seeing a situation that I'm not crazy about here. We have much safer.
And he's gotten older.
You see what's going on here?
Yes, it is a thing.
How important is the break-in oil? So, Frank, me personally,
how much
it's
oil do
very,
you put
very, very, very important.
They could.
And you,
take it off.
if you would have seen the work we were doing, the prep work,
It's,
there's going to be
it's
some
gonna be empty.
metal shavings. There's going to be crap
You filled it up,
in your engine.
and you
just
wait 10
suck it up
seconds,
and
you
get
go fill it
another
again.
change of
Oh, wait
oil
10 seconds,
and another
you go
oil
fill it
filter
again. Wait 10
because
seconds,
you need
go
to
fill
filter
it
all that
again.
crap out.
It's being absorbed.
Oh,
That's my personal opinion. So, your personal opinion, Andy, on the break-in oil. How important is it?
extremely on a flat topic, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, pretty much.
Yeah, I made a cherry mistake there.
Oil's cheap, engines are not. Tony, what lifters are you dropping in that mill? Hopefully, some NOS units
Yeah.
have that.
NOS here.
NOS.
There's one right there, Mark.
Oh,
So when you pre-fill an oil
do we
filter,
have to ask what TRW is again? There you go.
when you pre-fill an oil filter, it'll take almost a whole quart, but you have to pour it in, then wait, pour it in, then wait. And the reason we're putting the filter on here now is just a precaution so that any debris or whatnot doesn't get into the filter housing over here.
What do you want next?
Break-in oil is
Is
not
damper.
detergent. That is correct. It just helps flow all the junk into the oil filter, catch it. That's why you have to change your oil filter.
We need to,
As well
ascertain
as the
the
oil.
filing marks.
Do not run the break-in oil filter.
What's that?
No, it just what? You're not talking here, Andy. Get to work.
I asked
We're
what you
behind
were-
the freaking times
I asked
here.
what you were
Go, go,
blabbing
go.
about, Zoomy. I asked what you were running your suck about.
You don't need to be. This is not your station. That is your station.
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
I use that one all the time.
Who was the guy beat up? Dan Rather or something?
Yeah.
Uh,
No, it wasn't Dan Rather. It was
Peter Jennings. I thought it was like Dan.
no, it wasn't a big name. I forgot the guy's name. He was like he flipped out.
Yeah.
And he was on air, and I remember when it happened. What's the frequency, Kenneth? What's the frequency? So whenever I ask Kathy, I'll check up at the house. It's always like, what's the frequency, Dad?
So here's one to you, Andy. Are you going to repaint the GTX?
No.
No. Be a
That
sleeper
thing,
car.
It'll get sprayed with a semi-flat clear.
So
Okay,
just
so
keeping it au natural.
the damper.
I have an install tool, so let's use it.
Well, not use anything yet. Okay. Okay.
What brand filter?
Napa Gold.
Napa Gold.
Look like it's just coming up.
And for Peter Kovacs, it's a little more than the patina. That's actually the original paint. Believe it or not.
Oh, the patina is everything except the original paint.
Well, he said preserve the patina,
Oh,
but you
okay.
got the patina and the original paint. So there you go. That's why I said it's not just that. Stay in your damn lane, Andy. You're building a damn motor.
Not bad. I'll go
And when
qualify.
Austin relieves me, I could do some serious damage here.
All right. Put 2 bolts in the flywheel.
2 bolts.
Yeah.
Why?
Just
Yeah, I got
throw
you.
them in a little bit.
We're gonna counterweight it.
No, we're gonna
break it
actually roll it back from this, so I don't have to. I'll show you. Are we having fun yet?
What octane gas are you going to run this on?
93.
93.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm making sure that the damper, the timing mark, the TDC mark on the damper is correct to the tab. So we're going to rotate the motor back and forth until we get top dead center on number 1 here, and then make sure it all aligns. I set it up beforehand at TDC, and it appears that the mark is off by about 2 degrees. So now I'm going to double check it.
I'm gonna roll it back. What would you like to?
Go that way.
So American Defender, I'm assuming you're back to your cam question. Yes, the cam came in. The cam is in.
Keep going. One more. Okay, right there. I'll just stay there. Go. One more. One more. Right there. Okay. Now lock it so I can't. Remember, I'm going to loosen it.
Yeah. We're gonna loosen.
So, right, so you got to be going counter to that. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay, so right now that's a split overlap as we're going to be able to get. Yeah.
Hey, Eddie, you're going to like this one. So where's the dial indicator? For Pentastar, if you were here last night,
Hold on.
you would have actually chuckled as much as I did. because we actually had a dial indicator on it.
Weird.
We got 2 of them around here.
Explain to them that the dial indicator cannot split the overlap.
There you go. Hopefully you heard that. Dial indicator cannot
Dial
split the
indicator can
overlap.
tell you top dead center, but it can't tell you the center mark between. So you've got about 3 degrees, three crankshaft degrees of dwell, where the crankshaft is rotating like this, but the piston isn't moving. So the dial indicator will tell you where top dead center is, but it won't tell you where the middle of dwell is. And you need to know the middle of dwell in order to line the marks up. So let's do this one more time.
Push you off.
Oh man, we got the debate of Fran versus Napa.
Oh. Yeah, I'm going to go pass. I'm going to go pass, and then you're going to come back. Yeah. Come on. Oh. Okay. That's got to be the split. All right. So
Lock it.
Oh, super chat. Wobbles.
Super chat.
super chat.
Okay. So I can honestly say I did not see that one
Yeah, that's
up until now. So I didn't screw anything up.
What's the super chat say?
Huh?
What does it say?
Says, well, he had a big comment.
Oh,
Comment as well. I have to go up and not close this shit out.
It doesn't just.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Don't fuck it up.
Here.
Here.
Let's call this.
Install.
Here, Tony, get to it. Go up. It's not too far up.
Okay. Wobbles, thank you, Wobbles. Since last super chat, I got a built 350 and T56 into my 83 Camaro, formerly 305 Auto. UTG videos kept the dream alive and answered my many problems. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback, man. Thank you, and I appreciate the super chat. Okay, let's see. TDC for an instrument that needs to be checked and rechecked. I did. That's the third. That was the third time. Third time, it's bang on. So I consider it. We're good.
All right, so you gotta get back to work.
Let people know we're actually using a harmonic balancer installed.
It's crazy.
All
That's just absolutely crazy. Make sure you don't
Where's Hunter? Tony. I have
Where's
no idea.
Hunter?
Yeah,
I'm probably shacked up in a hotel room with a cheap hooker. Some blow.
there you go. I don't know Hunter, but God bless him. How many celebratory donuts are you going to do when the engine is running? You got to burn them crappy tires off because they are crappy.
Okay, so this was a race.
I don't know if we're just going to
Okay.
burn the tires till they
So
blow or
here's
do donuts. I have no idea.
30.
I think we'll just start crying for happiness.
I don't know how they have that gradiated. I'll tell you in a second.
Mark, what's my favorite 70s vehicle? Man, that's a tough one. You know, I really like the body style of the Monte Carlo. I'll just throw that out there and let that mix up.
Didn't you have a 70s panel wagon with shag carpet and a free
Hey,
candy sign out
shh,
front?
shh, shh. That got taken away.
So that's
Or was it impounded?
10 degrees. Right there. Okay.
72 Roadrunner is very nice.
10.
And old school Ford pickup trucks, even
30.
Chevy pickup
Well,
trucks.
actually, so let's put it at 28. Hang on.
Yep, 71 Monte Carlo, 71, 72, 73. I mean, the body style was beautiful.
Okay, so there's 10. That's 20. That's a 30.
Yep.
Well, that's 40. So there's 35. Okay.
So I'm going to make a mark.
We have a mark.
What sealant did you use on the timing cover, Andy?
We used ultra black,
Ultra black
a really thin coat.
and very thin coat.
So this is 30. And this is 35. This is 40.
Yeah, you had mark 30, 30, 40.
Been marked already. All right. All right. So we're gonna have to make another mark. We're gonna run off of that middle one. That's the one that we want our total. We want our total just this side. 34 should be right. So we want to mark just to this side of the center. Little.
What does Uncle Tony think of the Hemi piston? Is it in the best position design, or is it the best piston design ever? Uncle Tony. Got to wait. He's a little
That's all.
engaged.
You know that's.
So, Uncle Tony,
Yeah.
would you say that the Hemi piston style is the best ever?
Would I say that what?
The Hemi piston style is the best ever?
No, it's fucking terrible.
Oh.
Which is
ouch.
why you don't see it anymore. It doesn't really exist.
Ooh, yeah, and I think Wheelie King 71 just kind of said it all. Hemi pistons suck.
There's no quench. That's the problem with these engines. That's why big block Chevys make more normal aspirated horsepower than, I mean, a solid built 396 will run head to head with a solid built 426 Hemi. And because the 426 Hemi has no freaking quench. It's very, very slow chamber.
Any sealant?
I don't generally use anything.
Look at that. The right tool for the right job.
That's crazy, man. It's like living in the future. All right.
Anybody want to know about Alice Chalmers tractors?
Hey, I wasn't going to go there, so
Everybody comments on my
All right,
normally.
Alice Chalmers. Why don't we have a story time, Andy?
I like the comment. Alice Chalmers is the Mopar of the tractor industry.
The Mopar.
I'm very troubled by this sand here.
Yeah.
Because when we go to put,
We can't put the heads on with
No.
this.
so we need
We need to
something to fortify it with.
ice. Yeah.
Length wood.
So you got a bunch of yeses
I've got some
on your. You can't drop the tractor crap and then walk away.
Sorry.
Why don't you share them a story?
I spent my life on Alice Chalmers
Yeah, share them a story about a month and a half, 2 months ago.
and still run them. No.
You don't want to share a story? Okay.
Picking up the tractor.
All right, so we have an issue here right now with the motor stand. I don't know if you guys can see, but we have a severe droop happening right now, and we can't go any further adding any more weight to this thing until we can get the front of the motor supported somehow. So I'm looking around for a piece of wood or something we can put under the oil pan to support the weight.
Chris, 77 Firebird formula. It's a beautiful car. It's one of them little dream cars when you're a kid growing up and you actually see it. I like it. But then again, I am a Camaro guy, and Firebird is kind of the Camaro clone with other features. So
Oh yeah, well this will work. No, this won't work. This is just a hair too long.
jumper in the sweaty fat guy. You're
Yeah,
mean.
see?
You're almost. I like you.
We're gonna put it under the sump. It's good if we're gonna support it from here.
Oh, we could maybe go.
Yeah. Look at that. There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work. Got a hammer?
Oh, of course.
Oh, wait.
Need a motivator?
No, we got it perfect. Okay, so no, we need to get it.
Wheelie King 71. I totally agree with you.
Here, what if this? I think what if we put both?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna try to get out of this picture just in case something happens. And
So we're gonna need to lift. Okay.
so, Chooch, I think it's one Italian and one Scandinavian. Oh, it's a timing cover and Alice Chalmers orange.
But we're both New Yorkers.
So Jeffrey Van Vorst is commenting on your engineering work.
Pretty fucking snazzy, right?
He says it's a train wreck waiting to happen. Those are my words, but I kind of threw that in there.
Well, ask our friend exactly how he would do it better than this. We got to keep the motor from rotating.
It's
So
not on a hole. Well,
They're impressed with your carpentry skills.
there's no hole to put a bolt in to keep it from rotating. Unless maybe they're here.
oh yeah. That's
If
not
I
gonna
do
work.
that.
No, that's not gonna work. All right, so we need both of you guys on the front of this.
You need me on?
Yeah.
Hang on.
You sure?
Sure.
Yeah.
I am instructable.
No.
Yeah.
Usually you go.
I didn't think so.
You go
You got to come up probably 2 inches and then come back. No, it ain't happening. Both of you.
What are we doing?
Well,
Just lift and push.
I'm trying to go that way.
Trying to go up there.
But you gotta watch your fingers here. You get cut off. That 2x4 is gone. You can put it on the side.
Right.
There you go. Okay. All right. Actually,
No,
you got
we
to
lost-
out
we
to
lost
the
it.
hair. That's all right. That's okay. Come out about a quarter of an inch.
You gotta go this way, quarter of an inch.
A little more. Okay, I'll work it with a screwdriver. That's good.
Good?
Yeah.
Now we gotta put this back underneath.
Don't put that on until I put a bolt on it. Hang on.
Just motivated a little.
Put it on your back. My back's jacked up. Everybody's caring for our medical needs. We got preparation H on the way.
Sag on that thing is extreme, man. This stand is giving up. All right, now we can do this. You gotta come from behind.
So for Dematis, was it an LT1 1LE?
Bingo.
So got a comment, Tony. Austin Garrett should hold up the Hemi for their punishment.
Say that again.
Austin Garrett should hold up the Hemi for their punishment
Right.
for not being here. That's a good punishment. Thank you.
Much better than new.
We should patent it.
That belongs in the Smithsonian.
Chris, $5,800 for all matching numbers. That's a good deal.
It'd be funny if this thing just dropped. Live.
Well, that's why I'm making sure that I'm making myself as small as possible
All right.
so
So
everybody
let's
can
drop-
see it.
Let's drop that in now.
Need some lubage.
Yes.
Lubage.
I'm trying to get a position we want to put that in.
Yeah.
Where's the distributor? You have the water? Wait. Because this isn't doing me any good. Hang on. Where's that other distributor?
Right on the box on the
Okay. So, number 1 on the cap. This should be phased the same way, I believe. Yeah, so just throw.
Hey, Eugene, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
So we're gonna go with the factory distributor placement, right?
Yep.
Okay. So.
What head bolts are you using?
using the stock
I think they're the stockers.
Mopar head bolt.
Stock Mopar head bolts.
What's going on?
Well, hello. More people. Austin's here.
Austin. Oh, okay. So I can step away from this.
Well, I mean,
I gotta go.
Hey, Uncle Kathy.
3 coffees, one of them already has the creamer stuff in it.
Hey.
Left.
oh,
Listen, Dylan, all right, I gotta run.
okay.
Hey, good to see you.
Hey, Austin. Austin's here. Your audience awaits you, Austin.
No, thank you. I got to put the book in coffee. She rocked. Not at the moment. You go take over where.
Yep.
Now, whatever you do, don't
got it,
move
man.
The wire is under the mic. Don't move the wire under the mic. Don't touch the mic.
Okay.
Okay, and then because it'll go out.
All right.
I get to watch.
What's up, guys?
Hello, Austin.
What's up?
How are you?
Good to see
There, actually. Hey,
Nice to meet
hey, nice to meet
That's
you. Hopefully, I didn't screw things up too bad.
No. Can't it be any worse than I would? All right. Well, I'm finally here.
Mark probably blew off every super chat there was.
No,
John is
no, I
on the
can
way.
honestly say
at some
I did
point.
not see that big algorithm.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna do my best to maintain this chat while I'm here. Tony's over there looking at the book right now, and Andy's working on the engine. Let's see. Yeah, I got plenty of Mountain Dew there, Dan. Oh goodness, stock up on that. Porkiest chop of the pork chops. You know it. You know it.
Look in the book. There's Tony's book.
Actually, it's not a 6-pack of Mountain Dew anymore, Adam. It's a 4-pack. You know, had to drink a little bit on the way here. Let's see. What's up, Wayne? How's it going? Are there any super chats? I can't really tell. Were there a couple?
Two
Or?
came in, one during my time, one during Tony's time.
Oh, okay. Turn around. What do I think of that bit of timber? Oh, the wood. I didn't notice. Andy, what is?
You got to do what you got to do.
The Hemi is so heavy that the engine stand couldn't handle it.
It couldn't handle it. Was it just trying to tip over? Oh,
No.
jeez.
I was leaning.
Oh, it was leaning.
Leaning
Oh, that's
in.
great.
Tower of pizzazz.
Bob says, I see Little Red Riding Hood was in the shop for a second. Yeah, that's my fiance, Sabrina. Come say hey. So she's here today, tolerating this madness. She just doesn't like being on camera, but she'll accidentally be on a few times and not realize it. Old's Jetfire asks how much that engine weighs assembled. I don't know how much it weighs assembled. Tony would probably know that off the top of his head, but he's looking at a book right now. John says he thought I was gay. I'm not gay. Yeah, Doug Young says Carmen San Diego. Yeah, that's what she gets a lot with that coat. But she loves that coat. Let's
You
see.
have to drop it a couple of times to get it.
I'll get out of the way. You see the wood here? That's an ingenious solution. It's actually probably okay. I've done worse.
Screwdriver.
Rob's Classic says he can't have a build without 2x4s.
Hey, this is masterful carpentry.
Yeah, that's ingenious right there. That's engineering. And actually,
It's much better than new.
someone asked a question that you might know off the top of your head. How much does this Hemi weigh when it's fully assembled?
700 fucking pounds.
That's a hair under a Sportster. You know, that's a heavy engine.
The 15-minute.
Sports is 503. Mine is my 83 is 503 pounds.
I might be thinking of a Dyna then, because my
Might
dad,
be,
yeah,
the weight of a laden swallow.
a laden swallow. That don't sound right. Chuck U. Farley says, "I thought Uncle Tony was still on the witness protection program." No.
Uncle Tony isn't, but his real
Yeah.
name is John. His real name is Richard Fitzwell.
Richard. That's a good one. Oh, if I was on time, I would have seen the wood being applied. Yeah, I overslept a little bit. You know, Sabrina was actually on time to my
You
house.
were
I told her
watching
to-
the Saturday morning cartoons.
No, I woke up and then I was like, "Oh God, it's 9:15. I don't know when Tony's starting the thing." And then I look at my phone and it's like, "Oh, it started 15 minutes ago." And I'm like, "Oh well, I'm gonna get it." So, but,
You were like, wait, Reptor is gonna crash into the next dimension.
yeah. So, but
Hair shy of you.
oh, hey.
That's okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
they
see. We got a
always
super
are.
chat. Let's see if it's something
Oh, well.
I can answer. Oh, it's just a comment. FF says Uncle Tony's woodworking 101.
Thermostat housing.
Thank you for the $5, by the way.
They're just 5.
A gallon of gas in Tennessee at the moment, Andy. I think
one of them.
it was like what, $3.19 a gallon in Donaldson in Nashville.
Distributor,
What is it in
a
Portland?
wire,
309.
309. So it's a little bit cheaper in the rural area where Sabrina lives, but near my house in Donaldson, outside of Nashville, it's about $3.19 a gallon.
And Harrisonburg.
And Hendersonville, if you know anything about Middle Tennessee, Davidson County area.
Look in the book. Mark.
Let's see here. That shirt he's wearing is fitting for today. You talking about Andy's shirt? Yeah. Oh yeah, everybody's wearing that shirt. I'm not. Actually, Sabrina is wearing the same shirt as me. That was not on purpose, but it just kind of worked out that way.
yeah, they like to dress alike.
Chopper Carson asked if we actually got the replacement cam in time. Yeah, we did. I watched when I was watching a little bit earlier. It was in like a mail tube, like one of those.
Sorry,
Oh,
don't
they
fire
screwed me.
one.
Yeah.
They were playing games with that.
They were. Oh, this. Yeah, that's like one of those things that you put in the bank deposit, like that shoots up the
Well,
tube.
feel inside. That's
What is this?
Yeah, try to get another cam was wedged into that.
What is? They filled it with this foam.
Like an elephant's
It's like
suppository.
packing foam. That's like great stuff, and like they press fit it. Like that thing is not coming out. That's like, jeez, I must have put that in with a press. So let's see, yeah, 320 on the Eastern Shore in Maryland. Yeah, it's that seems to be kind of the average. Would you want a chair or
Right by.
go dig up a chair
Maybe
somewhere? That
underneath
way
the
you
rocker
ain't
shelf.
got to sit all day, or you ain't got to stand all day.
I'm standing.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me know if you want this chair. I'll give you the chair.
I was thinking, hand me that lifter that's by your finger.
Right here. This one. Oh, that's the new old stock lifter.
They are indeed.
That's cool.
These boxes will go up on eBay in a minute.
The boxes. And he dropped it.
Oh, we'll throw it out.
Yeah, it's done. Throw it away.
That's why I've got extra.
Yeah, they're telling me to give you the chair,
How many?
but then I would have to stand, and that's just
What do you pay for?
too much. It's too much. Yeah, don't complain about careful packaging. I agree, but what it makes it so difficult to get it out, you know.
It was beyond careful packaging. It's
Yeah.
careful packaging, and then is what they think.
Yeah, this is it's bubble wrap in the tube is careful packaging. This right here, this is like a pool noodle crammed into a keyhole. Like it is literally that tight. And it came apart trying to get it out, so it was a little bit too tight. Is that Doug Young asked if dropping the lifter is the garage equivalent of dropping the soap?
Thankfully, I think it hit this cardboard here.
Oh, that's so good. It didn't technically hit the ground.
Hey, this is where I'm going to ask for a 66 or 67 Dana 60.
For what?
Or a 68.
Oh, move over a little so you can see. Well, I mean, if you want to see Tony's legs, I mean, that's kind of, I'm trying to not be in the way of the engine as best as I can. but- yeah, they wanted me to move so they could see, but I'm really only blocking up like
Well,
your
One
legs.
longer.
No, that's okay. How do we position? How do we?
Austin,
Here,
can
let's
you move?
slide.
Austin can move.
Let's go closer to the camera.
You can move this way.
Oh, well,
is that
now
better?
there we go.
Is that better, guys? Yeah,
Is that better?
that looks better.
Okay.
Mhm.
Jason Fitch says chivalry ain't dead, but it is on life support. We can pull that plug any day.
And they're in the water.
No, just kidding. You are right though.
Yeah, this one's got a deep hole.
Ronald Gower asked if Tony wore flares back in the day.
So just for future reference, if there is a cam failure, take note. It was a timestamp on this. 1 hour 54. At 1:54, we are individually lubing each lifter and installing it. So
I think it'll be okay.
they didn't do this, they didn't do that, right?
Yeah, I was
Just
surprised.
in case, just on an off chance.
The lifter problem, when I have my cam for my poly put in, I don't know what lifters Bruce Toth uses, but I was, I guess, very lucky that mine didn't go cupped or anything. It didn't get eaten up. But
Maybe you like to pour the oil in.
add 1 cup of sugar to your gas tank to increase horsepower and fuel economy by 40%. That's about as good as advice as telling people that throwing batteries into the ocean is a safe and legal thrill. It's not. Yeah, that's right. I'd have to look at my books for that, but I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Dan Murphy says, Tony, name each lifter, and you don't have your Masonic robe on either. So we got to name each lifter.
We are doing a special handshake with this, don't we?
Say what?
We're doing a special handshake.
Oh, yeah.
This one is Hiram.
Hiram, the
Yeah.
lifter?
Hiram the lifter.
Okay. We just name one Levi. Name the next one Levi.
Levi?
Levi the lifter. Left of Most asks, will Tony ever be building a street strip fox body?
No.
No. Didn't you say you had a few?
Well, I had the one that started it all.
Oh yeah. Oh, you had the
I had
definitive
the Genesis Fox body. Yes.
We can build the Revelation fox body. Just end it all right there.
There's a whole bucket over there with bolts in it. They should be able to find it. There's a lot more trust over by there.
Okay. There you go. All the lifters are in, each individually lubed. And yes, I checked all of the lifter boards ahead of time, and dry the lifters all fall in. So
Got it. Lederhosen dude asks, if you flip the piston rods, should you also put the lifters upstairs down? Yeah, upside. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lock it up.
You see, when you flip the pistons, you actually put the piston next to the crank. That's what flipping is. The
now,
rod
if
comes
if
out the
you can
top.
if you get the lifters in sideways,
Yeah, that's even better.
yeah.
You might need a press for that.
What is that for?
You flip the pistons. You have the connecting rod coming out towards the cylinder head. That's what people are talking about.
No, there's no cam.
Tech tip from a non-tech person.
All right.
428 Eliminator says throwing batteries in the ocean helps balance the pH of the world. Yeah, we're doing our part. Chuck them in. Just chuck them right in. Totally safe and legal thrill. Yeah, take engine advice from Peach Fuzz. If you take any engine advice from me, that is your problem. It's take it from Tony. Don't take it from me.
Well, if you ask me questions, you have to give me a few minutes because I need to go look it up before I can actually answer.
Yeah,
Wikipedia and all.
yeah. Google, YouTube.
That's
You
all I
know.
do. I remember all I do. People think I see. This is an act. This is an act. I memorize all this stuff. I go. I watch a lot of like Engine Masters, and I memorize what they do, and then I
Just
I
repeat it.
Google whatever subject that we're working on, and I memorize that, and it looks pretty convincing, actually.
See, what the thing is that you guys aren't realizing is that this GTX is a holographic projection, and Andy is a robot. So
Actually, he's a complete figment of my imagination.
we don't exist. Actually, you are currently in a dream, and please wake up. Let's see.
You look very uncomfortable. You're just standing
That's I
there.
offered her the chair. I did. She
Well,
don't
here's
want it.
this chair.
There's a chair here. You want to come?
And look,
Yeah.
here, look at this. Let me put the fucking cardboard under your feet so that you have a cushy.
Yeah, it's cushion.
I mean, I
It's
can
like
put the
it's like a
purse back up.
Rolls Royce.
The
Huh?
rest
Put
of
the
that
purse
break
back
in.
up.
You can put it on the table. It's fine.
I don't want it to be in the way.
They're not using that table yet. If it is, I'll move it.
Okay.
You're not in the way.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
So,
This is some Metal Gear Solid shit right here. I love Metal Gear Solid.
Did I have my back to you when you were breaking it?
You are all just a
Wait,
figment of
wait,
my
before-
imagination. Thank you, Greg.
Hang
I'm
on,
glad that
before
you realized
before you go
that.
there, we didn't put the oil pump distributor in. So push rod.
Did
oil
Ashy,
pump
yeah,
distributor.
Necro Yeti asks, did Ashy Garrett make it back from the World Championship of Dice yet?
Alan,
We're still currently trying to resurrect Garrett. So, you know, he kind of got a little smoky over the weekend, and hopefully he'll be resurrected soon.
I told you they had good night last night.
No. This was last week when Garrett burst into a pile of ash. Actually, burst into flames and burned down. So he's a pile of ash now. Yeah,
I'm sure there's a longer story.
there is. Yeah. Eric Conway asks, I may have missed it, but who is the female talking in the background? Uncle Crystal? No, that's Sabrina. That's my fiance. She looks like Carmen Sandiego right now, but this is her.
Andy,
She was
use on-
gracious
on the
enough to
tip
come
that
down with me.
goes into the motor. Use
Uncle
this on the-
Sabrina. Wayne Buzzle asks if my Fury originally came with fender skirts for the rear. Yes, it did. When I got it, they were gone, but I took the car back to the
Just
to
face
the
of it
original
that touches the
owner.
cam.
I guess what, a year ago is when we took it.
Mhm.
Yeah, and she gave me a picture of the car from 1981, and it still had the fender skirts on it. So it did have them, but at some point they got taken off and got lost.
Red sealer, are you good?
No.
There you go, folks.
Sabrina the teenage uncle. She's gotten that joke a lot. Not the uncle part, but she's gotten that a lot.
Teenage witch.
The teen, yeah. Say what?
That one.
Say what?
So you need,
Yeah.
Yep.
I used to watch that show when I was a kid.
And I do have a
Yeah.
cat, so I do get that quite often.
You don't have a black cat though.
She does have black in her.
But
screwdriver?
and she doesn't
Small
talk,
screwdriver?
so
Well, you call her dumb. all
she
the
is
time.
dumb.
She's not dumb.
She is dumb.
Shut up.
Oh, Gray asks, Sabrina just wants to see where all your, in parentheses, I mean her, money has been going.
And now we need a
Don't let her know.
squirt of that.
Cover your ears. No, she loves that we're doing this with the car and all that. She loves seeing the car make progress. So
It's fun.
yeah, she just doesn't come down to the shop very often because she's working or she has to stay at home or whatever. So
without the fuel pump on it.
let's see. I'm trying my best to keep up with the chat, guys. Sorry.
We can take it.
Well,
Peter Kovacs asks, who sheds first blood on the build?
on it.
No, I just
Well,
did
they're
it.
discussing something right now, but I'll let you know.
Got a guest on there?
Eric Conway says, glad she likes cars. Yeah, I am too. So she loves the Plymouth, and
We have
eventually I'm going to get you a Dart. It'll be a total bomb.
Morning Schmutz.
Where is it? Speaker?
Randy Brown says, hello from Missouri.
What's going on, man?
He's got us on the big TV.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sorry we're taking up your whole wall.
How is the view here? You guys, is
Yeah,
this
is everything still good?
okay?
Are you
I'm
taking
asking
up the
them.
shot?
I'm asking them.
Oh.
Is
You like to watch the view? Is that what you said?
No, trying to make sure that the
Yeah, watch
you like to watch The View. It's my favorite show of all time.
No, I just want to make sure that this is an okay.
They're saying it looks good. It looks really
You had
good.
everything from okay to we want the camera right on what you were doing.
Well, that we can't do
Joseph,
because the camera's
Come
fixed.
on.
At least while I was sitting in that chair.
I'm not going to be able to respond to that. As seen on Junkyard Digs, happiness is one woman and many cars. Well, so far I've got 3. So
So,
I don't count yours.
No.
Yeah.
what does this come out of?
One has been in the body shop since August.
Yeah.
The other one is broken in front of my house.
Oh yeah.
And the other one is parked right outside. So
So definitely one.
no, I don't have 3 women, Joe. No, that wouldn't fly very far, I don't think. I mean, right?
I would say bye.
Oh man. I'm talking about 3 cars.
Yeah.
I still have my first car, actually. I promise it's nothing thrilling. It's an 89 F-150 4x4 with a 5-speed. Austin Mason says, you need to get her a car and have her build it on the channel. I've had her change her own oil before. I told her how to do that, but I don't know if she wants to go mess around with all the other stuff. You remember when we were putting the Plymouth engine together and getting it in the car? You want to do that? You don't? No, too much.
I couldn't keep my nose
Yeah, you know
down.
you're gonna have to learn how to take care of a carburetor at some point, because you're just gonna end up with a '60s dart, and I'm just gonna be like, figure it out. Here's a book. Have fun. How about the Hemi? What are y'all doing right now on the Hemi?
I am putting a fuel pump on.
I'm doing the thermostat housing.
But
That's
actually,
really good
the
looking.
head's more important. We gotta.
Is that a brand new production fuel pump, or is that new old stock too?
Hang on, I'm not,
On the motor.
I'm
Oh,
not
it's on it?
liking the way the whole feels.
Uh-oh. It's got a bit of a tight hole. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, I said something about my F-150, and
Bolt is not right.
Peter says my F-150 is an 88 4x4 big 6.5 speed. Rust is all that's holding her together. Yeah, mine's a good old 300 straight 6 too. I loved it so much that when I managed to kill it somehow, I put another one in it. So it's got probably 5,000 miles on it, but then the frame broke, and just recently had it re-welded and fixed properly, and now it won't start because it sat for about 5 years. So trying to figure that out.
Chase them.
No.
Could the camera be moved closer to the engine? I don't think it can. Right now it's sitting on a stack of
The bolt, it's not a
drawers
chaser,
and
the-
stuff, and there's a big gap here in between them, and they're using that gap for the table with parts on it. So I don't know if it can be moved closer.
I mean, it went in at least its diameter before it got. And it's not getting any tighter, like as if it's rust rack. It's just an odd feel.
Left of most says I've overheated 300 straight 6s
That
up
would not
so
be
much that
coming
they got
out.
locked up
Tap
tight.
through
Give
the
it
fucking hole.
give it an hour. It ran just fine. Yeah, mine blew a head gasket. I took it out in the snow. It was doing donuts and just over revved it so long. You know, having fun. It was years and years ago, and it was still running. But I just decided I've been wanting to get a new engine for it, so went ahead and did it. Johnny Miller sent a $5 super chat.
Thank you, Johnny.
He said, hey, Tony, got an Olds 330 CI high compression stock. Got a 750 double pumper I'm building. What jets should I start with for the base tune?
Oh, I'm sorry. Read that one more time.
He said that he's got an Olds 330 high compression. Let me scroll back up.
Old 330 high compression.
Yeah, stock got a 750 double pumper I'm building. What jets should I start with for the base tune?
No way to know. You got to do a plug read.
Yeah,
It's impossible to know that before you.
before you get in it, before you try it with what's in it. I guess that's what I did.
Tell me, watch. We did a whole bunch of videos on reading plugs and fuel distribution and all of that. So go back and watch those videos. We did them on Slant 6, but it applies across the board.
Eric Conway says maybe you can help UT and your buddy and have Sabrina read the chats. Well, she doesn't want to be on camera that long, so. But you looked up as soon as I said that. You're like, no. Yeah, I mean, you look good on camera, yeah, but it's okay. Whenever John gets here, he's currently with his family right now, and he'll be coming out afterwards. then he'll take over for a little bit, I imagine.
All right, so I think we've gone as far as we can go. Don't put the time in the water pump cup on it yet.
Let's see.
But we need to put those heads together. Okay.
Michael Haas says that wobbly motor propped up on an unsecured 2x4 is giving me anxiety. It's not going nowhere.
Do you have a better solution?
We could get the engine hoist and just wrap it around the dampener,
And then we got to dance.
and then we gotta move around it the whole time.
I'm gonna put the rest of this, just pour it in.
Yeah, just pour it over the top of the layers.
Hey, baby. You see that big yellow torch on the workbench over there? This way. See it?
Yeah.
Could you get it for me?
Oh,
See what? I know, I'm making it work. Billy Bob Holcomb asks if there's a speed wrench somewhere in the shop.
Yes.
Talking about one of those gear wrenches? If so, I haven't seen them. See what? Oh, okay, that one. Yeah.
Still complaining about.
It was the closest source of flame.
I don't know, Mark might be a flamer. All right, heads.
Roll up your cigarettes, right? Am I doing? No, I'm not, Francis.
Okay, put on.
Yeah, Brian just asked if there was a Bic. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, this could have been made by Bic, I guess. This was the closest source of flame around here. What's up, Ed Zero? Ed Zero's here.
He was here before.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
He just hadn't said anything yet. Okay, well, I guess I
Well,
should
he,
have
well,
been
he,
here.
he was here and he left and he came back.
Oh, okay.
All right,
He's
so
at work.
this is mine, right?
I guess so.
There's another coffee in the canner. If you want.
You want the coffee?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
so-
have
so
it. Yeah, go
nobody else
get
is
you
gonna
coffee.
drink it,
Yeah. Kathy brought it. Go get coffee.
okay.
You like it more than I would.
You don't drink coffee.
I do drink coffee. I'm just awake.
You like one?
Well, I'm not gonna take it
Yeah,
and
let me
I'll
jump
offer
in
it to
there
you.
for a minute.
Say what?
Let me
Yeah.
jump in there. Aye. So Andy now is going to start assembling the heads. So we're going to take a couple of minutes while he's doing that. We got everything basically. It's got to go into the short block and the short block. So none of you has a Zippo. I have these Chinese Dollar Tree. You forward them for $1, right?
I'm gonna see where John's at.
Hey Tony, is there a difference between push button 727s and non-push button 27s? Internally, not so much, but yeah, the valve body is completely different. The case is completely different. And then of course, most of the push buttons have a different output shaft. So because they use the ball and trunnion type from 1964 and down. 65 is the only push button. 65 is the only cable shift. There's no push button, but it's still the same. It's still the same push button case and all that and valve body. But 65 is the only slip joint cable transmission. So, Tessa Hybert, Tony, what is the strangest method you've used to light a cigarette? I have, you name it. Okay. The strangest method I ever used to light a cigarette was on an electric train set. Okay. So what I did was, it was one of the big Lionel jammies. So I put a small, like a nail between the third rail and the thing. And I put some of that scenery on top of it and turned up the transformer until the nail glowed. And I was able to get a cigarette light off of that. but I'm sure there are others I can't think of right now. Nitro Cycles sent $5. Thank you, Nitro Cycles. You're awesome. Thank you. Let's see. Use your butt hairs to light up. Okay. This is why I love the general public. You guys are just awesome. Dan Murphy, how are the heads set up for this motor? These heads, I only really started looking at them this morning here. These heads appear to be old Circle Track heads. They've had some experience. They haven't been ported. All the ports are the same, and the chambers haven't been messed with. But they have an intense kind of valve job going there, and they have all of the markings indicating that they were set up by somebody. So at one time or another, these were on a race car. What kind of race car? I don't know.
What do you put on the valve stems? Assembly lube or
Just oil. Just oil. So they're assembling the heads right now without the center spring, right? So these are triple springs. So they're removing the center for the cam break in, and then after the cam break in, which will be tomorrow, we'll pull the heads back apart again and swap them out.
we're just pulling the center spring out.
Kenny Wooden should have sent the heads to the machine shop.
Yeah.
What exactly were they going to do, Kenny?
Charge you $700.
Gabriel DeMarco. Hi, Tony. A chance of getting David Rizard on your channel again. Very good chance of getting David on the channel again. Gary White, what would happen if you left the center spring in for the break-in? Nothing would definitely happen, but there is a possibility of overheating the lifter, getting it too hot and not getting a proper break-in, a proper wear pattern on it. The first 15, 20 minutes that the engine is running, it's essential that the lifter be able to spin freely to establish the wear pattern. Okay, that's where the lifter and the lobe meet to each other. And if you've got a lot of spring pressure, it'll inhibit that spinning. And you don't want to do that. So that's why you want to put it together. You want to break in the cam with minimal spring pressure. And then if you put it together a stock engine, like, let's say you're doing like a 340, right? Let's say for the sake of argument, or 440, whatever it is, and you're using a stock type of spring, you don't have to worry about this. These things were a little over the top as far as the spring pressure goes. So actually, I think this too much, but that's besides the point. This will ensure that we get the proper rotation on the lifter and we get the proper fingerprint, that mating between the lifter and the lobe. Mo Pardon, thanks for bringing this live to all of us. Well, bro, thanks for being here. Taco flavored kisses.
I watch South Park.
Okay. Wet tobacco sucks. Gotcha. Thanks for explaining. Oh, anytime, brother. Check the guides. Regrind the valves. The guide. Okay. The guides are not the best, right? They seem a little on the loose side. As far as the valve job goes, it's fresh. The valve job is beautiful.
Tony, you got a trick for these valves?
You push them over your thumb. God bless.
Bless you.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah, that's all right. You just.
What's Kathy doing today?
She's got the grandkids.
Oh.
Cam Journal Saga, what happened? They turned the cam down. They got it to me in more than enough time. I checked every single lobe, proper taper and all of that. They're all good. So we shouldn't have any problems at all. Kenny, they're not that bad. They're not that bad. Matt Horvath. Hey, Tony, I brought my first real Mopar today. What did you buy, man? What kind of Mopar did you buy? Man in constant sorrow. Uncle Tony says, is it old mechanics tell that you should soak the head bolts in vegetable oil? I never heard of that. I give them a squirt of whatever light oil is laying around, WD-40 or PB Blast or anything like that. I just give them just a quick squirt, and then. So what I'll do is I'll take the bolt, give it a squirt. I have a paper towel in my hand, and I wipe the excess off, and then drop it in. Horsepower predictions. Oh, more horsepower than has ever been made by anybody ever.
3,000.
No, are you kidding me? 3,000.
6,000.
No, I've done that. I've done 6,000 horsepower. That's nothing.
What about 11,000?
Current top fuel cars are at 11,000. I think we could probably double that.
We're
Let's
squeezing
double
at
that.
at least 26.
Kenny Widnan, if I spent that much money on an engine, I would not cheap out on the heads. Take that up with Andy.
If you want to send some money to me, I'd be happy to send this shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Kenny, Andy says send money.
I mean, I don't have a lot of technical knowledge, but I'll do what you tell me.
Tinkering with these. Okay. Appreciate it.
Ian Sloan, I just bought a Corvair Turb. How much longer do I have to live? I don't know. I got my Magic 8 Ball is out in the. I got my Magic 8 Ball in the Jeep, and Kathy's got the Jeep, so I can't give you any psychic answers at the moment.
How many do you want?
Hey UT, how much do 68 to 70 Roadrunners go for? Decent examples are a decent car is in the $20,000 range. You could pick up project cars. I see them. I just saw a 70 listed for like $5,000, but it's rusty everywhere.
Do you want caramel or half and half? Okay.
Oh, the caramel is good.
Caramel?
Yeah,
You want
that's
caramel?
what I'm drinking right now.
I can try it.
Ronald Gower, will we see the GTX on the drag strip? I don't know.
Probably not.
Andy says probably not.
Here you go.
Hey, Austin Mason, is this a 426 or what? Yes, it is. How good are thermal quads for horsepower and gas mileage? Pretty good.
We'll show Tony that you're taking the center.
You get some 485 horsepower. That sounds about reasonable.
Do you think anybody back when these cars were new bought them just to putt around?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, a lot of them were bought just to putt around.
Really?
Because people with more money than they knew what to do with, and they would just buy the most expensive model of whatever it was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not realizing that they were getting something that was a constant maintenance pig.
Yeah.
And would only run good for a short period of time. And that's why you got so many of these cars.
Valve spring, that's the center spring.
Oh. Yeah, it's got the damper. So you see, that's a valve spring that's going in there. You got the damper or the center spring. Yep. So it's going together with just the outer, right? And then there's this jammy right here, which adds. I don't even know how much it adds. It's really not that much, but this is the procedure. So that's it. This would be like pretty much the equivalent of a regular standard street Hemi spring, and then this is like this makes it much gooder, right? See, like that. Oh, okay.
When do you put the lash caps on, Tony? Before the spring?
After
Keepers?
No. There's the lash cap is the last thing to go on. And the locks have to be cut for lash caps.
They are.
Okay. Eric Conway wants to know what type of driving is Andy going to do with this GTX?
Off-roading.
Well, it's gonna have 26,000 horsepower, so
It is going to be my daily driver.
Techno City, are you going to put a two-step on it? No.
wouldn't you need a turtle for two skip? Isn't that what that is?
Danny Boyd, you all are going to pull the heads to change the springs.
No.
I did not think it was possible to change valve springs on a Hemi, in the engine, but Andy sourced a tool that somebody fabricated that actually works that you can do it without. So we're going to try it.
I've heard that you can fill the cylinder with compressed air.
Yeah, that's not a problem,
Yeah.
right? You can use compressed air, you can use
I've
rope.
never-
The problem is grabbing the valve
Oh
to
yeah.
compress it.
Yeah.
Well, somebody made a tool that grabs up underneath the rocker shaft, and you can use it on both the intake and the exhaust.
Yeah.
Two different sides of the same tool.
Oh okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I've never done it. I've never done any of that, so I just heard.
Yeah.
Pentastar, why don't you just run it without the third spring, and call it a day? I would, but he's going by the recommendation made by the cam manufacturer. So Mr. Blutarski, the cam maker would never steer you wrong. It was actually the engineer, who's a friend of ours, who actually did the grind on the cam. So it was he was going by his recommendations.
I'm glad they got it back to you so quick.
So am I.
That must have been super priority to them.
Trashman in front of us. If the spring can't snap back quick enough, it throws off the compression, exhaust, and power. Yes, that's the truth. But it's not a radical cam. It's a flat tappet cam. It doesn't have those crazy ramps so it's overkill. In my opinion, it's overkill. But it is what it is. Eric Conway, I saw the reignited YouTube channel use the compressed air tool. It's not a matter of holding the valves up. It's actually getting the valve. It's compressing the spring on a Hemi. Hemis are very difficult to work with in terms of that. So it's a matter of compressing the spring while the head is still on the engine instead of using a C-clip type of spring compressor. Hopefully the drop lifter doesn't explode. Yeah, I hope it doesn't explode while we're working on it.
Which one is that, Levi or Hiram?
I don't even know. J. Russell Finch, how do you install the cam dot to dot? Well, this cam was ground 4 degrees advanced. So dot to dot, and I checked it and then double checked it and then checked it 1 and checked it at number 6 also. So dot to dot on this cam is 4 degrees advanced, and it's accurate. Nathaniel Menzies, love seeing the progress. Thank you, Nathaniel. I appreciate that. Fast Stang 85. Tony, I'm picking up a 79 Granada today with a 256. I'm going to look into doing a budget build like your slant. Nice. Unity, Andy, what's happening, Andy? Love this, showing just how much time goes into an engine build rather than seeing these shows go from start to finish in 30 minutes. It takes time. Okay, I would be the third hand in there right now. So, what the hell is this? Okay. Um, let's see. Andy, what time is the show next Friday night for anybody who wants to join us there? And this is Andy from Unity Motorsports Garage. Michael, let's ring. Shop looks good, Tony. Great content. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Domantis, loving your channel. Thank you for the never-ending knowledge you're providing us all. My pleasure, man. Thank you for watching. 420 Eliminator. What's the worst that could happen if the lifter explodes? Alec Baldwin, hold my beer. You know, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, right?
It's too soon. Nothing's too soon for the internet.
Cole Nation, I'm at work watching the engine build. Great content. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. Cody Normand, you're a great help to me, sir. Thank you for the content. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Douglas Shriver says this is the greatest show ever on YouTube. He's working on his 71 Scamp. Okay, I don't know. This one's going over my head. This is probably a military question. Thumper, the sweaty fat guy, wants to know, what does Rule 34 look like with a Hemi?
Oh, no.
That went right over my head, man. Right over my head. I have no idea.
Rule 34 of the internet is if there is a porn of it, if there can be a porn of it, it already exists.
Oh. You know, there must be.
Rule 34.
Yeah.
Tony, you want to check these four before I do?
Yeah.
You just green light them because they're awesome.
Say what?
You just green light them because they're awesome.
Uh-huh.
These are yeah, no, it's okay.
Los Arcos Gourmet Paletas. You want some fancy popsicles.
We had that on Friday.
They'll not hold in place. But you don't put those in there because they're going to fall off.
It's Spanish. Paletas.
Mhm.
It's Spanish for
They're very
popsicle.
good.
If it doesn't want to come off, leave it off. But as a rule, we put them on there.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Super chat.
Yeah. Eric Conway says, love watching these type of assembly videos with UT and the guys. Thumbs up. Thank you.
We love doing them.
Do you want me to take back over?
Yeah, you want?
Okay.
I just figured
All right, guys, I'm back. Not a fountain of technical knowledge, but I'm here.
But you're cute.
Thank you. Let's see here. Let me try to catch up. What's up, Demantis?
You smoke excessive.
Need a smoke? You want a menthol?
I'll grab one in a little bit.
Okay.
I'm looking for my tobacco. I got two open ones. Oh,
One right there.
Mr. Master Den says, adorable man.
Two right there.
so one of those. Oh,
I didn't see it. There's one over there, Tony.
oh, thank you.
428 Illuminator says, I'm learning, and that's what counts. Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know nothing about putting together a Hemi. I mean, we did the poly. So, but that's pretty much where my knowledge ends, is my own car. So, oh, Unity Motorsports Garage sent $4.26. Saying 426 Hemi for the win. Thank you, Andy.
Andy, what time is the show next Friday night?
I'll let you know if he heard you. Fast Staying 85. Is Garrett still dead, or was he resurrected today? Well, we don't know. You know, it might work. You know, we kind of stuffed his ashes in the closet, and Sabrina says that he's dead, but we'll see. We'll check up. We'll check up on him. Austin Mason said, "Did you decide a 360 and a 727 for the junkyard jet? And where are we with that?" Yes, the 360 Magnum is on a stand right now. We're still we're gonna hone it and hopefully start working on it soon. Right now, our biggest concern is getting wheels on the car so that we can roll it in the shop because it's gonna start getting cold. So
They asked about Garrett.
say what?
They asked about Garrett.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Nail Gun,
No.
the whitest kids you know?
Oh, I love the Wise Kids, but it's been a while since I've seen
You
that.
never seen Nail Gun?
It's been a while, if I have.
He shoots his brother in the head with the nail gun.
Yeah.
He dies and he goes to hell.
Oh.
And I just thought of Garrett.
Oh
You have to see it.
yeah, no, I've seen Wise Kids, it's hilarious.
Yeah,
but
I mean you have to see
it's
that
been a
particular
while.
one. Nail
While
Gun.
since I've seen that one. But no, the Jet is still getting in a 833 4-speed. So I wanted to go 727, but I also wanted a small block. So Garrett and I compromised because he wanted a big block. So it's like, okay, well, we'll do 360
I
and
got
an
this for you.
833.
After the second time you go to the track, it'll be an automatic.
Yeah, I wanted an automatic,
Well,
but
it's because you're going to break everything
you're gonna break everything. Yeah,
And then the second time when you break everything again,
yeah. We
To be
fully expect it to
I
break.
have no choice but to put an automatic in it.
I fully expect it to break. I think Garrett's expectations are a little bit higher than the reality, but it's going to be fun either way. We don't really care if it breaks. We're just going to fix it. Let me catch up on the chat here. Sorry, guys. Let me see.
There's donuts, guys.
You want a donut?
I'm looking at.
You're looking at them on the internet?
No, I'm looking.
That's all you do is look at clickbait. That is a disgusting looking gelatin. Let me see that. Let me see that. See, this is what my fiance is looking at right now. Is gelatin. I don't know. Some gelatin
so I
thing.
clicked on one thing that was ice cream. Then it took me to this. It's everything that's in Harrisville that I never go to.
Oh,
So gelatin.
So
See you
they
later.
have a ice cream place called like Spanish, and they do stuff like this, Tony.
Oh, Mopar Man 1978. Yes, I
So
did.
that's,
I've actually
taco,
found that scatter
and they're
shield
very
and the
good.
I
plate.
just put on a.
Right now, we really need the scatter shield. The
Have you
whole
noticed?
Lakewood
I'm
setup
like,
itself.
that's
It's
pregnant?
part number 15320. I found a
Yeah.
couple of them, but they don't
But
really
I had
you come
my
across them all
did
that
that
often.
yesterday,
So
and I got the cookies and
But
cream. It had a
we're gonna
little Oreo
figure that out
milk.
as we go.
and then you
If we
put
really
that
needed
color on top
to,
of it.
we could put the regular
So
bell
good.
housing on it just to get it moving. But
Oh.
eventually, it would need a scatter shield.
What?
I'm talking to them,
Oh,
not about gelatin.
What happened on those special?
Mopar Man's 1978 was talking about a comment he left about trying to find a scatter shield for the 833. I found one.
You need one.
Yeah, I know we need one.
Yeah.
I found one. But we just got to pick it up. Let's see here. Joe Brandon says scatter shield gelatin. I'm pretty sure Jello won't hold up. You know? Let's see. Let me roll back through some of these comments real quick. Want to stay as up to date as possible. But Uncle Tony should make a cookbook. I'm pretty sure it would be like 10W30 and flipped pistons to make some kind of pot roast or something.
I'm actually a pretty good cook.
Yeah?
I had a restaurant for a while.
Oh yeah, you did.
yeah.
Yeah. You can cook. Never had his cooking, but I believe
roast
it.
coffee. I make pizza.
Yeah.
I make calzones, zeppelis.
Is this just a stereotype?
Yeah.
It is.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am a walking, talking stereotype. Literally, every single Italian stereotype there that exists.
do you do the
all of it? Have you ever, come on.
forget about it?
I am every single Italian stereotype that ever existed.
I'm French, so yeah, whatever stereotypes. I don't surrender very
just
easily.
surrender. You just
No,
give
I
up.
do not. I do not. You see that car? We ain't given up yet. Yet. And you're German. We don't want to go onto that stereotype. Talking about my fiance. Let's see here. Let me catch up with the comments. Uncle Tony's Diner. I'd go there. Would you go to Uncle Tony's Diner?
Mhm.
I would.
Be good food.
Yeah.
after the economic collapse is complete, I do plan on opening another one.
Complete. You make that sound like it's your plan
It is.
to cause it or just adapt to it.
Oh, to adapt. I'm already pre-adapted. The rest of you guys got to catch up.
It's okay. My car still has points, so if a nuclear bomb goes off in the air, I'm good. That wasn't the reason I kept it points, but I'm okay. I bought a French rifle, super cheap, never fired, only dropped once. That's awesome.
That's a joke.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I'm well aware. But then again, I have bought rifles that were never fired, and they weren't dropped. I don't think Russians really dropped them. You know,
They threw them in the air.
they
When got
threw
shot.
them. Yeah. Let's see. I would 101% go to Uncle Tony's Diner, where they squirt gas to clean the dishes and use WD-40 as cooking oil.
No, we had delicious food. Okay, 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so guys, next Friday night, this coming Friday, right? 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, you know, do the math. Unity Motorsports Garage will be on there with Andy talking about whatever Andy wants to talk about. So make sure you mark that down. And if you haven't subscribed to Unity Motorsports Garage, well, you're a loser. Okay? It's that simple.
You are.
If you want to be part of the cool crowd, which, I mean, obviously, we're all cool and we're all subscribed to Unity Motorsports Garage.
Somebody asked if Turd Ferguson was watching. Turd Ferguson is my mother. So I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what she's doing.
That is the weirdest thing that's anybody.
It's Saturday Night Live.
I know
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
But Turd Ferguson.
Yeah,
is
Turd
my
Ferguson.
mother.
Yeah, Turd.
But
Yeah, I've
he's
never said
serious.
that. That's probably the first time that sentence has
Yeah,
ever
but
been
you've
said.
got like 400 people that don't understand what you're saying.
No, that's what I was trying to explain. When
Oh.
she was in that chat, her name on there is, yeah, that's my mother. I don't know if she's watching. Matt Horvath wanted me to tell you that he just bought a 58 Imperial Crown.
Congratulations. All right, here's a trivia question. How many branches of the military does it take to install a valve spring on a Hemi?
Oh. It's a joint op, is what it is. French or strange blokes. Yeah, I was born here, though, so
They make great toast, though.
I do like French toast. And Monte Cristo sandwiches, obviously I like those.
Have you noticed I've lost some weight?
No.
Yeah.
I have not.
I have. I've laid off. I have no bread. I haven't had bread in like 2 weeks.
I can't do that. We just ate Maggiano's last night and had like 3 dishes of bread, like just straight
Yeah,
bread. It's
but-
good bread, you know.
Well, I know that, but bread is what makes you fat.
But it's great. You know, I love bread. You like bread.
I don't eat it.
How do you
that
not get
often.
fat?
Well, I don't eat during the day because I work with kids.
You just eat the kid.
No. I work with 2-year-olds.
Let's see.
They drive me up the
Danny
wall.
Boyd says 2 to install the springs and 12 more to pick the fly shit out of the pepper. That's
Space Force would have got this done in 10 minutes.
oh yeah, they just, you know, railgun cannon it from
Right.
space. Have to Thrash Metal and Fun Rip says have to send a request form for signature from the Pentagon for each nut. Like, yeah, seems about right. Emery H says that he can tell that you lost weight. He said you lost weight. I wait for the loss. So that's his dieting plan, I guess. Just wait for it to happen. Me too. It works sometimes.
No, just cut out the bread. Just don't eat any bread, anything made from wheat. Just don't eat anything made from wheat for a little while, and it just, you know.
Uncle Tony's dieting tips, everyone.
Or at the gym.
I did that. The carnivore diet.
Yeah, that paleo.
No,
and that
beyond
one is-
paleo.
No.
Paleo is for little girls. I did the carnivore diet.
Oh, when
You
don't
ate
eat meat?
live
All
animals.
you eat is meat.
Oh,
That's it. You only eat meat and only drink water.
okay.
Eureka 7 Wave
I lost
asks.
30 pounds in 30 days. I went from 200 to 170
I
in
wonder
30
how
days.
that works for breakfast.
Meat.
I'll
But
get
I
to
would
it.
like. Well, I generally eat one meal a day.
Okay.
So
But on that carnivore diet, you're always hungry. You're always famished. And I would eat like a whole pound of honey roast turkey
Mhm.
early, and then like an hour later, I'd have like, ham and just
Yep.
all through the day. You just got to keep eating. You spend a fortune
Yeah.
because it's all
You need
meat.
to suspend them.
Yeah.
Eureka 7 Wave asks if you've ever rebuilt an engine in a parking lot.
Of course.
I was gonna say, actually Garrett did too. He rebuilt one at in the parking lot of my old work over the course of like 2 days.
Back when I was racing, I can't think of a place that I didn't rebuild an engine. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you name it, we've rebuilt. I rebuilt an engine in the trailer going down the highway.
That seems dangerous.
When you got to do it,
You gotta do what you gotta do.
You're racing Saturday night in one place, and you're racing Sunday morning in the next place. And
Yeah.
the only time you've got to go through the whole thing
Is in the
is
trailer. On the way there.
on the way there.
Whew. I'm not that stable. Let's see here. Tony isn't the typical Jersey Guinea stereotype, no leather vest.
That's the Gugine stereotype. I'm the stereotype from before that.
Don Corleone.
I'm the original Italian stereotype. I'm not the Jersey Shore one.
This one.
Even my people disown them. None.
Nobody
Walker's
wants
not here.
wants that.
Oh yeah, not even close yet.
Remember
Studs.
when Jersey Shore was like big, everybody tried to act like them. At least a lot of people I know.
Not even a comment.
Don't know why. Abel D asks, what percentage of parts in this build are NOS versus aftermarket?
The valve train is aftermarket. The rotating assembly is aftermarket. The rest is pretty NOS.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a good like 90%.
All the small parts are NOS. All of the big parts are aftermarket.
It's a pretty good solid like 90%. I did my poly with new old stock parts. I mean, you remember, baby, like when we were trying to get the parts for the poly, like it took so long because we were trying to get the right parts.
Right,
Yeah. So that's what I do with mine too, and I'm pretty sure that's why it's as reliable as it is. It's not fast. It's not super built or anything, but it runs great. I drive it every day right now. So
You could put a little front seal on here, but I don't know.
ever rebuild an engine in a Florida Walmart parking lot? I've been to Panama City Beach, okay, and there's a Walmart there that has a liquor store in the like parking lot area. I don't think I'd want to build an engine there. I don't think I want to do that. Tony probably would though. Uncle Tony is going to make us a deal we can't refuse on his merchandise. Did you hear that, Tony? Oh, you're busy. Chooch said Uncle Tony is going to make us a deal we can't refuse on his merchandise.
I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
That was good. That was actually really good. Joe Brennan says, building an engine in my own garage is terrifying enough. I'm right there with you. All right, let's scroll back through some that I may have missed. Let's see here. Do my best to keep up with them.
I have a stud. And then probably the first drawer of the toolbox.
Austin Mason asks if we're going to have a live video for that engine build as well. Are we going high compression pistons and what cam for the junkyard jet? I don't know. I don't think we'll be doing a live for the engine build because we still got parts to order. Like we
we could possibly
We
we
could.
could do a live, but
Yeah.
it's not going to be probably until midwinter before they've got everything together where they're going to actually put the engine together.
yeah. As far as
Well, we could all be dead by then. I mean,
Garrett will be.
Garrett will definitely be dead by
Yeah,
then.
he'll be dead by then.
Yeah.
But as far as pistons, I know we're doing forged. We're doing forged flat tops. Just haven't ordered them yet. They're quite pricey.
Yeah, I'll lock them down.
So we're probably going to order those in December. Right now, like I said, our primary focus is getting wheels on the car so that we can roll it in here before it gets cold and we can start working on the
Not
interior.
too much,
Because
but
we
lock
got
'em
the
down.
interior all, the
You don't wanna
outside all
distort it.
taken care of, primed and all that. But
Yeah.
there's some rust we're going to patch in the interior and we're going to line it so that it won't rust again. All right, let me go back to where we were. Oh, and as far as cam, we have no idea yet. We have to discuss that.
Lumpy.
Lumpy. Well, you were talking about a tight LSA, weren't you?
No, you want spread.
Oh, spread LSA?
Nitrous.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I got it backwards. That's like a 112.
Yeah,
Yeah.
112 is probably about right.
Yeah, I just got it backwards.
Yeah, you throw like a 108, 107, like that, and then you're just blowing
Yeah,
the
they
nitrous
just-
right out the exhaust.
Yeah, that's like Garrett's car. Like he has his stock LA 360 with like a 107 LSA, and it sounds cool.
Yeah, but you got to advance it like 8 degrees.
Oh,
to
yeah,
really
yeah.
Power.
It don't warm up for nothing. It barely wants to start for nothing.
Okay.
That
One
that
solar
that
head.
charger will be getting an engine rebuild too.
This is this back.
Now, why do you say that?
Use a Hughes cam. We haven't decided yet. We'll we
I
have the
maybe
lifters,
I didn't.
obviously. We got rollers, so
Head 1 goes on bank 1, which is this one.
Joseph
You
Giannini
want
Giannini
like,
says nothing like rebuilding an
plan or
engine in a tent. Yep.
Could, it's a pretty, I mean, no, don't, because then it goes down and slow the walls. Everything's got a nice light.
Necro Yeti said, "Listen, if you just took my advice about the gasoline squirt bottle, a lighter, and the chant, you'd have Garrett back in a couple of hours. Though he might look a little more funny and try to kill you. Like Toxic Avenger?
No.
I hope so. That'd be cool.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
See you, Zero.
Yeah, it's been working, only going one way. You see the-
Anyone, John S. says, anyone had a Mopar Performance oil filter weep lately? Had to use one in place of a Wix because they were out of stock. Picked up a leak. I use Mopar oil filters. I've never had a problem with them. I can't say I've run into that. Let's see here. Glenn Daniels says, good luck this weekend from Langley, British Columbia in Canada. Thank you. Mike Batista asks if the Magnum heads are fully ported yet. They're not yet. We've been working on the K-frame and stuff, but this weekend, tomorrow, if we have time, John might finish porting that one head, and then we'll start on the next.
The other head gaskets over here.
So we're not completely done with the heads yet, but we're making progress. Billy Bob Holcomb says in his neighborhood he can't even have the garage door open if he's not standing there. Get a mannequin. That's what I would do. You know, John lives in a neighborhood with an HOA, and we frequently work on cars there. And we just don't care. they are so useless, it doesn't even matter. Let's see here.
Well, I mean, see, you could, this could go in either way. They're not marked up, right?
Jerry Poe says, I thought I saw Carmen Sandiego talking to you, Austin, when I first started watching. We're talking about you, Sabrina. Said that he thought that he saw you talking to me when he first started watching. Yeah, it's my fiance. So if anybody saw the video where me and Tony were in the junkyard and looking for the Magnum that we ended up picking up, there were a few people that were talking about, man, that girl in the junkyard was giving you those come here eyes, you know? And I was like, I found those comments responded. It was like, yeah, I hope so. That was my fiance. She was carrying Kathy's stuff that day. Also, those look like diabetes.
Oh.
That looks so unhealthy. She's showing me these donuts. Let me see.
Mm.
Let me see. So this is what she looks at online. This is. I don't know how she stays as skinny as she does. You just look at it, and I guess it's like a vicarious feeling, you know. Oh, Nathaniel Menezes. I'm probably butchering that. I'm sorry. Sent us $1.99. Asks if the 5.9 uses 16 spark plugs like a 5.7 Hemi. Thank you for the super chat. And I don't know. Tony might know.
Yes.
Nathaniel asks if the 5.9 uses 16 spark plugs like a 5.7 Hemi.
5.9.
Yeah, 360.
No, the
There's
360. No, the Magnum motor? No,
No.
it's same as the 318.
I don't know if there was a different 360. I know the LA doesn't. I know the Magnum
Oh,
doesn't.
we're talking about the Hemi, the 5.9.
I imagine. I don't know.
As far as I know, all of them, all of the late Hemis use a dual plug.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All the Hemis use a dual plug. But the 360 Magnums and LAs do not. They don't. They just have one spark plug. True says Uncle Sabrina is Carmen Sandiego's alias. That's why we can never find her. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Did you ever watch Carmen Sandiego?
Mm-mm.
No? You would get that joke more if you did, because you got the fedora, you got the red trench coat. It looks good. It wasn't on purpose.
So these get. Yeah. So those get huge.
Bob Ganshaw, HOA, extra government. No thanks. Yeah, you're 100% right, and it's totally useless. The HOAs are hilariously. I will never live in an HOA neighborhood after seeing what John has had to put up with his.
Yeah,
You can't even plant certain trees in a little garden in your front yard. I'm sorry, I've been sitting in front of the engine a little bit.
That's much more fun.
I forget about the angle of the camera. I don't mean to block y'all out. But no, I can't stand HOAs. I will never. I don't think I could ever. I own too many cars already. I don't think we could live in an HOA because we got 4 cars counting yours.
You know.
And then I'm going to buy you a 60s Dart like that one.
No.
And then we'll have 5. And then I'll buy another car. And then I'll probably just create my own Garrett network like he has. You know, just leave them across Middle Tennessee. Don't ever let me do that.
No, you won't.
Mopar Mitch asks what color we plan on painting the junkyard jet. Well, if we painted it with any kind of solid, shiny color, 1, we would be scared of it because it'd be way too nice. And 2, you would see every single dent in that thing that we did not take out. We did not take any dents out of it. We just wanted to keep it from rusting. So it'll probably stay primer for a good long time. But we did paint the hood black because that's free horsepower. So... But it will probably stay primer until we feel like doing the body work. But that'll be a bit down the road because right now we just want to get it to run and drive. And hopefully, and that's actually going pretty well so far. So let's see. Okay. KB asks for a quick update for those that are just joining.
Okay, quick update. In terms of
Of what y'all are doing.
Oh, okay. So the whole bottom is together. Oil pan's on and oil filter's on and full. Everything's all good there. Cam is in, and now we're putting the heads on. They're putting that one head together, and I'm just snugging down this inner row over here. But before you do any assembly on the rocker shaft side of a Hemi, there are these 4 studs. It's unique to the Hemi. So there are these 4 studs that stick down into the valley. And they go in at a bit of an angle, like they're not straight. They're off by about 2 degrees, I believe it is. So as you tighten them down, it actually sucks the head closer to the deck. So these have to be sucked down before you do the rest of.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Cement Surfer asked or said, Austin, just video your hobby.
What was
Well,
the screen name?
This is kind of cement. Let's see.
Oh.
What is it? Not that.
Cement.
Cement.
I thought you were talking about.
Yeah,
the skill
no, no,
for a
no,
minute.
no. I just said that. I realized how bad that sounded after I said it. No, cement surfer. He didn't put the E in, you know. So, but this video, your hobby. Well, this is part of it. I mean,
I got all kind of different ones. Tony.
You have, let me see your selection of 916.
Magnus Wester says in Sweden
Oh,
it's
shit.
$6.10 a
I'm
gallon.
tracking
I don't know what the
everywhere.
exchange rate is on the krone. Is that the Swedish one? Swedish? No, it's maybe Danish. One of those. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but I imagine that's more expensive than the dollar. I don't know. That cling clang is UT breaking dishes in the background. He'll break them in the foreground too. Would be cool if the live was on a phone like last time so we could see that. I couldn't imagine trying to hold a phone everywhere while everybody's moving around. I don't know about the logistics of that, but they do. So
I can't take me anywhere.
This is a nice. This actually gets enough.
Okay.
embrace the suck. You're right, Mike.
Too push.
Sid Durock says, don't think you need body work to best world records 1 quarter run. I think we're far from that. I'll be happy, just to see it run down a strip at least once, even if it blows up, just because, we did that. So even if it blows up, we'll be happy. Chris still says, when the kids arrive, the cars are gone. That is a very good reason why me and you built the Plymouth beforehand. Because we both didn't want it to go anywhere when we had a kid. We don't have a kid yet. But
This will work for this.
I mean, barely.
You okay?
but still.
In that tool roll, look in the tool roll.
let's see here. I think I saw another question about the jet. Junkyard jet on a 200 shot of nitrous. It should move pretty good. It will. And that nitrous system that Travis donated to us, just amazing. Can flow a lot more. It can flow a lot more than that. But it has the small jets in it right now, the small ones that are 150. So we're going to try with that first.
No, this is perfect. There we go.
Eric Conway says Garrett kind of reminds me of Lurch on the Addams Family.
Right.
I see it. I see it. Yeah, Mike Batista. So even if it blows up, we did it. That's exactly our philosophy. Even if it blows up, it got to a point where it could blow up, and that's enough achievement for me. Marion asks if they'll be firing it up today. No, the cam break-in will be tomorrow. This is assembly.
This is assembly
Austin.
and heavy drinking tonight.
Yeah, assembly and heavy drinking tonight.
That's not true.
No, it's not true. Joseph Giannini says, Austin, why get her a 70s dart? I was thinking more like a 60s dart or like a 71. Didn't you like the 71?
I
The
don't
dart?
remember.
You don't remember?
What's the khaki dart?
Yeah, the dart out there. Yeah, the red dart.
Man, I like that, yeah.
Yeah,
Which one do you like, the red one or the orange one?
the orange one's cleaner.
You know, I don't remember off the top of my head. My brain is
69
fried
Charger
from working
just
at
for you.
children screaming in my ears. It is.
You're gonna end up with a dart of some vintage someday, and you're not even gonna want it. You're just gonna show up and be like, "What's this car doing here?" I'm like, "What? Your car? It's your car. Get your car out of the driveway."
Just make it where I can drive it and I can.
Yeah, you can drive it.
The seat has to be comfy.
Does it? Oh,
Well,
you're
if
asking
I'm-
too much. You're asking too much. I can't make. I can't do a comfy
I
seat.
can't do the Plymouth because I'm like,
Well, that's a big old car. That was the biggest car they made in '65. Was that car?
okay, because I
Yeah.
can't see over the steering
Well, it's
wheel.
because that seat is terrible and
I know.
sunk and falling apart. I see it.
I don't want the seat to be sunken.
Well, if it had new seats, it would be fine. Anyway, we're
What
talking.
accent
We're
do you
getting
have?
off there.
What?
What accent do you have?
Me?
Yeah.
I have a speech impediment.
Speech impediment.
Some kind of accent.
Her accent is speech impediment.
Gibberish.
Gibberish. Let's see here. But anyway, that got off on a tangent. But anyway,
Yeah, I got a few minutes.
okay.
Let me jump in there.
All right, Tony's back.
You're supposed to introduce me.
Oh,
Welcome.
here's Tony.
What is going on, guys? Let's see. Let me catch up here. That's a nice Hemi. Yes, it is. Andy says, talking to you, Austin, here's a tip with old nitrous kits. Flow the nitrous through the nozzles to make sure they aren't clogged, which can cause a big meltdown before the intake goes on. I'm thinking these guys are going to take, one of them is going to take a ride out to you before this whole thing is over and let you go through their system.
Yeah, because I know nothing about nitrous. None of us do. So, like, this is totally new to us. Travis actually said that the guy that donated the intake said that if we need any help with it, he knows that intake and system like the back of his hand because he used it a lot.
Oh, okay.
So either one, whatever is convenient, whoever wants to do it.
Bill Ferretti, what's happening, Bill Ferretti? Let's see. Why is the block not painted? Because we're not there yet. It's got to go together first, and then it'll get painted. Why no copper coat on the heads? Because Cometic doesn't recommend you use copper coat on them. I asked that myself, and
I asked it.
and he asked it, and he asked it to the people at Cometic, and it says don't use copper coat on it. So that's why we did not use copper coat on it.
Dry installation is recommended.
If we're using a steel shim gasket, you know, the one that I'm familiar, I've never used Cometics on these. This is my first experience with them. So yeah, normally on a steel shim gasket, you would copper coat it, but they say to put them on dry.
They have some kind of coating on it already.
They have some kind of coating. Sid Durach, panini for lunch today or prosciutto? No, man.
Lunch sounds good.
I don't think that's how it's. That's not how you. That's how you say it. That's not how you spell it. Did you just fart as you walked past?
No. That was the cardboard. It was the cardboard. I wouldn't do that. I mean, yeah.
Mike Batista, I copper coat all my head gaskets. Well, then you need to call up Cometic and tell them that they're fucking wrong. Bob Hope, I'd like to send you a book. No, please don't send me anything. I love the idea that you want to send me things, but please don't send me anything. Thank you, though. Coffee and 6 for lunch. Yes. Todd Iannuzzi, did you use the Keith Black method? Yes. Michael Welch, did you have the cam problem fixed? Yes. Yes. Cam is, I literally checked every cylinder, literally checked every lobe. Brandon Reed, been using it 30 years, works great every time. I don't know what Brandon Reed is talking about. I have to go back. Oh. Yeah, Brandon, I use copper coat too. I'm no stranger to copper coat. In fact, there's like 4 half-empty cans of copper coat sitting on my shelf over there. But Cometic, the people who make the fucking gaskets themselves, say don't use it.
It supposedly has the coating on it.
Jason White, much respect. Thanks for all the knowledge. Thank you for using it. I hate to drop dead and have anything left in my head. What would Ed Pink say? Artichoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would say artichoke.
Artichokes.
Yeah.
What's the context?
There is none. He asked what Ed Pink would say. And I believe Ed Pink would say artichoke.
Artichoke.
He could also say anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Oh, okay, I see where you're going.
See what I'm saying?
What do you say?
Right. He might say shingles. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ed Pink could say a lot of things. Mike Batista, I've had issues with small block Ford head gaskets, so they get copper coat spray every time. Okay.
I didn't do that on the Plymouth.
Has he had issues with Cometic gaskets?
Yes. Have you had issues with Cometic gaskets? He'd say, hold my rod. Ed Pink is such a nice guy. He's like literally just. Mopar Man 78. Tony, if I decide to put factory steel shim gaskets back on my Slant 6, besides spraying it with copper coat, do I need to add anything around the water ports on it? No, don't add anything to them. Just copper coat. Olds Jeff Fire. I used those gaskets on an Olds 455. Cometic said not to use copper in any machine. And my machine guy said he does it anyway. I decided not to use any and had zero problem. I go with the manufacturer of the product. You know what I'm saying? When the product said, the manufacturer says do or don't do something, that you listen to the manufacturer. You know, not every part is created the same way. And these Cometic gaskets are completely different than anything I'm accustomed to. Tax fraud. Uncle Tony, I was wondering if there was really an option to have Daytona stuff installed on a 70 Charger, because I know there was one and the owner claims it's from the factory. Supposedly there were three. I don't know, it was not an option. You could not optionally put Daytona stuff on a Charger. But supposedly 3 of them were built and accounted for. But I don't know, man. That's you know.
That seems like something somebody would say to somebody that may not know any better. Try to sell.
That's possible. That's possible.
Like, it's a Charger with the Daytona option. It's like,
Can you? I can send you pictures because I'm not really sure. You're going to send me pictures of a 70 Charger with Daytona stuff on it, which means nothing to me. Bill Fioretti. Cometic layered head gaskets are designed to migrate through heat cycles. No copper or high tech. Okay, so they're actually designed to move around, which is what the copper coat would prevent them from doing. What kind of tobacco are you smoking? Bugler.
always.
Ken Hatta. If it's tobacco, I haven't smoked any other stuff since the 70s. Early 80s. Chris Roberts, you're a grumpy old fart today. That's because I'm in shop mode. I'm not in like making video mode.
That is true. There are 2 modes.
There's 2 different me's. You know what I'm saying? There's like making video Tony, and then there's like I gotta get shit done in the shop Tony, and we're completely 2 different people.
And then there's hanging out Tony.
Hanging out Tony's he different.
Yeah.
He only shows up once in a while.
Yeah. This is work Tony. I'm like this pretty much all the time.
Tax fraud. I also know what a 74 Charger U code sunroof is. Nice. Let's see. Joe Brennan, I thought we were talking about copper coat on an exhaust flange on a head gasket. Now, well, no, you use them on head. Listen, Jesus, you have 3 types of head gaskets. Okay, there's a composite gasket, like a Felpro. You take it out of the package, it's blue. Okay, it's composite. It has that coating on either side and a steel shim in the center. Okay, no copper coat on that. Do not use copper coat on that. All right. It actually, as soon as it gets hot, that blue stuff grabs onto the metal. It takes the place of copper coat. Then you have a steel shim head gasket. A steel shim head gasket is bare. There's nothing to it. It has no coating on either side. Nothing. Zero. Nada. Zip. You spray those with copper coat. The copper coat keeps, God bless you. The copper coat keeps it from moving around. Okay. It's the copper coat is like think of it as a glue. Okay, it's like a tack, right? And then you have these Cometic gaskets, and these Cometic gaskets are a composite, but they're a different type of composite. It's a 3-layer gasket, and they say not to use it. Mike Batista, I'll still use copper coat on full pro Bruce. Mike, do you own stock in Permatex that you got to copper coat everything? No, you don't use copper coat on a full pro blues. That is just, bro, that's dumb. It's just dumb. Why would you use copper coat? Oh, Jesus, these people make the internet very hard to do.
Well, that sounded like something.
You don't use copper coat on a composite gasket.
I wouldn't know that, honestly.
Tony, do you copper coat copper gaskets? Actually, yeah, I do.
No, I thought you iron coat them. Slag. It took a second for that to click.
Mike, you never had a problem. All right, I'm not listening. All I'm saying is that there's no reason to do it. You know, most of the things I do, right, they have a reason. And if there's no reason to do it, I generally don't do it. So does that make any sense? Ken Hader, he copper coats the copper coat. Yeah, there you go.
But do you copper coat the copper coat?
Mark needs, do you coat battery terminals or leave bare? I have like 4 batteries. I have 18 cars and trucks, and I have 4 batteries, and they're always I'm always moving them from one to the other, to the other, to the other. And the reason I do it is because some cars I have sit for a year or 2 at a time. So to keep a battery in them is pointless. It would be dead, and my life would be a sea of like battery tenders. So I have 4 batteries that just get swapped from car to car to car, and so I don't bother, doing any of that because it's like always swapping them from car to car. Mike Batista is still on the copper coat. All right, listen, I tell you what, I have changed my entire philosophy. I am going to copper coat every fucking thing I come across for the rest of my life. Yeah, actually, you know what? Here, Mike.
Copper coat your children. Copper coat the floor. Copper coat the pistons. I don't even know what copper coat is, actually. What is copper coat?
Just a spray.
Oh, it's a spray. Oh, okay. Oh, spray copper. Okay. I've never known what it was for.
That and tan.
Okay. Dylan Butinsky sent 99 cents. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
If
you don't have a wind compressor,
It looks like that.
Michael Logston, what do you think about reusing metal shim gaskets? I do it all the time. As long as the gasket doesn't have any defects, in other words, like, as long as you don't see it's not etched, excuse me, or anything like that. Yeah, I reuse them. Well, okay, now wait. Let's define this. If I take a 50-year-old engine apart and it has steel shim head gaskets, I don't reuse them. If, on the other hand, I build an engine for myself and it has steel shim head gaskets on it, in other words, they started out in my hands new, then I will reuse them. I've never had a problem. And yes, I copper coat them.
This thing is beautiful.
Copper coat a horn relay.
Copper coat a horn relay.
Greg McDonald, do all the rocker arms on the big 426 Hemi angle the same direction, or do some go in the opposite direction? All 4 intakes face. Wow, here. So let me set these up so that they're all.
It's kind of like a poly.
Yeah. Well, poly is this, but on one rocker shift.
Yeah.
So
The rockers are different.
There you go. Does that answer your question? Okay.
You see, the rockers are a different style on the poly, but they're Canada as well.
Well, they're much shorter.
Yeah. Well, they also don't have this nice, contour blocky.
Right. Let's see. Wheelie King says we should copper coat the lifters. Maybe that's the missing ingredient. Maybe the world needs to start copper coating its lifters.
Copper coat the crankshaft.
Steve Earle made a song called Copper Coat Head.
Copper coat road.
Copper Coat Head, man. Led Zeppelin. It is hereby declared that this engine shall be named Vesuvius. Oh, I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't pull a Vesuvius on us.
We could just call it Copperhead. It's the Copperhead 426.
Flip the pistons. Can't do that on a Hemi. Piston slot makes power. Yeah, but there is no offset on these aftermarket pistons. They're stock, or should I say they're centered. What year am I made? 1962. I was born May 15th, 1962, which is the exact date that the first 413 Max wedge came off the assembly line.
Oh, that's cool.
So me and the modern muscle car, or I should say the classic muscle car era, came into existence on the very same day.
Too bad it wasn't April 13th.
What?
4/13.
Yeah. Sid Durach, do you think the GTX will outrun your 240 slant? It's a 225 slant. No, probably not.
Really?
Well, I mean, yeah, there'd be a pretty distinct difference.
I wouldn't have guessed that. But then again, I'm not.
You haven't seen the car run right.
I haven't.
I mean,
I don't know. I am ignorant.
it wouldn't even be close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have probably 4 cars on it before the top
I
of
know
first
that.
gear.
I know that car's fast. But everybody talks about the Hemi like being the big bad.
Charlotte, what's going on? No, I mean, everything is relative. Everything is relative. It's still a 4,000-pound car with a 425 horsepower motor, as opposed to a 2,000-pound car with a 275 horsepower.
Yeah.
So there's a distinct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Plus, all of the rolling things in that car. The transmission takes less horsepower to turn. The rear end takes less horsepower to turn. Everything is smaller and lighter in there, so there's less parasitic loss and resistance.
Is that one a 904?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jager 2881. What are you shooting for? Maximum RPM on the Hemi? A zillion RPM.
Enough to fire up Frankie Valli from the dead.
Probably looking at about 6,500 RPM.
6,500 horse.
Chris Roberts, you are so old. Yeah, but I made it this far, man. Fubar put the link to our merch. If you guys want to buy some of this fancy, extravagant, exquisite Uncle Tony Garage merchandise, hats, shirts, right? Pork Chop is modeling our classic shirt, right? Are you wearing the same one?
Yeah, she's wearing one.
Look, we even have a beautiful girl who's going to look at this.
What?
Oh, there you go. His and hers. Okay.
She's scared to be on camera.
Okay. Eric Conway says, we're not old, we're just seasoned. I'm pretty freaking old, man. Mopar Man says, you can't polish a turd, but you can copper coat it. No truer words have ever been spoken.
I figure that JB Weld is a good alternative to piston rings.
Right, JB Weld. Yeah.
Just cram it on in. It'll seal.
Sid Durach, you've got to make a vid of a GTX run with Handy at the wheel. Who's Handy?
And
Oh, Andy. Yeah, well, I'm sure he's got a GoPro. He's got like all sorts of stuff.
I do not.
you don't?
Shh.
I don't have a cat here.
I mean, Andy says that he has a GoPro, guys. You just said it.
Ken Hedges says actually they'd polish a turret in Mythbusters or something. Well, I imagine that you actually could if you compress the thing tight enough. Then yeah, I'm sure you could polish it. Mike Batista, old cell phones work best as brake pads only if you copper coat them first.
No,
You got to copper coat the rotors, then you could use the old cell phones and they work great.
They have to be like the old Nokia brick phones that fall to the floor when you drop them. They absorb heat the best.
My social security number is 2. Yeah.
Well, hello there, George Washington. How are you today?
Charlotte Quinn and Tony, Leno says he has to get to 7,500 RPM out of his Hemi automatic or it won't shift. Well, tell me what adjust the throttle rod, the transmission rod.
Does Jay Leno work on his own vehicles?
I have no idea.
He seems to know a lot.
Yeah, he actually has UTG.
Otto 1303 says everything woke turns to copper coat.
What'd y'all say about Jay Leno, though, Andy?
No, he's got YouTube videos
Of him working on them?
and
I figured he did. The guy knows a lot.
Eric
he's also
Miller,
got one
I'm
of his
still
guys
younger than you.
practicing, Dodge Demon.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't seen that.
Look forward.
Your name can be here for $20. That's good. Hey, Tony just dropped in. How's the progress? It's good. These guys, we're just waiting for them to put this other head together and then we'll get back on the motor.
Oh, yeah, sure, waiting on us.
Yeah. Go, you guys.
Stuff's going in.
Let's go ahead.
Studs going in? All right. Let's see. Text fraud. Hey, Uncle Tony, what's better, swapping the intake manifold to aluminum single plane or heads and die grind the original dual plane intake for better flow? And one thing has nothing to do with the other. Single plane and dual plane manifolds have different flow characteristics. So just porting one or whatever doesn't equate to the same thing.
This thing's going together quick.
There's a lot of little things that are gonna take
Yeah,
time.
thanks for screwing us.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry. I have a habit of that.
Well, we did a lot of prep work, so I would hope.
Mike Batista, copper coat is 100% better than leaky head gaskets. Mike, listen, I'm serious, man, and I mean, I think you may actually have a problem. You do you have you seen a therapist? Because I'm not trying to make fun of you, man, but I mean, you're really hung up on this copper coat thing. I think maybe you need to speak to somebody before it becomes a real problem.
How about we go next level copper coat and just plasma torch and weld the head to the block? That will prevent any leak possible on the outside.
You believe in copper coat. Yes, Mike, I believe in copper coat. We all believe in copper coat. It's like your piston flipping thing. No, it's two completely different things. Seriously, bro. You need to sit down and talk to somebody.
I dream of copper coat.
Brave Trees Productions, Junkyard Jet versus the Old Green Brick. I have no idea what he's talking.
Oh, I was
that-
actually
Ehrenberg's car. That's a road race car. It's apples and oranges, two different things.
I was actually in their stream. I guess night before last. It was fun, y'all. It was good seeing y'all.
Which stream?
Bad Tree Productions.
Oh, okay.
They were talking about the jet.
Copper coat helps arthritis. Eric Conway wants to know, does Sabrina ever use copper coat hairspray?
Do you
What the fuck?
No.
What the?
It's so fun hearing that come out of your mouth.
Never heard that.
You want some? You
No.
want your head to be completely solid?
I don't even use hairspray.
Mike Batista says Mopar guys are funny looking. That's because all of our parents are first cousins.
Yeah. Oh man.
I don't know if you know that or not about
Ooh.
the Mopar thing. You can't be a Mopar person unless your parents are both first cousins.
Yeah, that's a requirement. Like
Yeah.
it's trace.
Right.
There's a verification process.
Is copper coat any good for huffing? Not like airplane glue, man. They don't make airplane glue like they used to.
Oh yeah, goop is good for that apparently.
My teenagers huffing glue and dropping acid.
What is this? 1972.
77,
Good
78.
year. Yeah.
72.
See, with everybody likes to attribute the Tide Pod thing to millennials. That was definitely not us.
No.
That was Gen Z. That's our
Tester's
kids.
red. Yep.
Millennials are in their 30s now. Almost.
Some of us.
Airplane fuel still has its lead, so it's game free for huffing. Freon. Danny Voigt is huffing Freon. That'll kill you, man.
That is a perfectly safe and legal thrill.
Freon?
Yeah, it's like throwing batteries in the ocean. Totally.
Oh,
safe and legal.
Jesus.
Oh.
Don't huff Freon,
Don't
okay?
huff Freon.
Yeah, I don't
For
care
the
how
love of God.
desperate you are. I just don't huff Freon.
Don't do that.
All right, Tony, you're up.
I'm up. All right.
Oh, you just threw him at Sabrina.
Oh, did
High
I?
five.
No, I meant to toss it over here, but
That's
You're
okay.
good.
okay. All right, I'm going to go play around over there. Can I just steal one of your Mentos?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I didn't bring them just for me. So.
You rock.
Want to inspect?
All right, guys, I'm back. Like I said, not the fountain of technical knowledge, but if you got anything that I can relay or questions about the jet or my Plymouth Poly head or anything, I'll do my best. Pork Chop, what's your other web channel? We don't have one. We're just working under Tony.
You see that, right? It's not my imagination.
Juice Lone Jimmy says, roll a cigarette and get back to work. He stole one of mine. Magic Carnival Clown, charge the meals. Throw the batteries in the ocean. That's why you do it. You got to keep the pH balance and you got to keep the electric eels charged. It's your part for nature. Don't do that. That's not legal. Don't do that at all. Austin Mason is asking Tony, since you smoke Bugler, do you have a prejudice against Prince Albert?
Yes.
There's your answer. Charlotte says, oh, Baskin Robbins whipped cream cans. I've done that on accident. Like, because the whipped cream you buy at the store has nitrous oxide in it, right? Keeps the milk fresh and it's a propellant. It's nitrous.
Okay.
And you know, when you do the thing, like, you eat some of the whipped cream, I've done that on accident.
Are you
And, like,
serious?
yeah.
You know how many cans of whipped cream I've huffed in my life? We used to go to the supermarket. When I was
Does
a
that
kid-
explain something?
When I
Or
was a kid, when I was in my 40s, we go to the supermarket and just wipe out all of the whipped cream, all the nitrous in the whipped cream.
I've done it on accident. Yeah, I just wanted the whipped cream. I guess my values are in a different area. I wanted the whipped cream.
Wanted to eat the pie first and have the whipped cream.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't even eat the pie. You just eat the whipped cream.
No.
Mike
Mm-mm.
Batista says, yeah, these guys have been smoking copper-coated cigs. You know it. It keeps it sealed.
Nice.
Number 2 is on.
Number 2 is on. The second head.
That's starting to look like a motor.
Yeah. Let's see here. T. Smith was asking when you're going to do a video for your Jeep, Tony.
Yeah, that's it.
He's kind of busy.
Which,
He was asking about the Jeep.
you mean the EEP?
The Eep Hero?
Yeah, I blew the front pump out of the trans. So I got to pull the trans out and go through it.
Eric Conway says, I still think Sabrina should manage the chats.
No.
No, she doesn't want to do that. I'm not
I
gonna make her do
don't
that.
think that's
Say what?
That'd be too much.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
It
Oh
needs
well.
the last
It's
chapter. If it
it's
didn't
tough
have the
for
last
somebody
chapter,
who
it'd be
hasn't done
sitting-
it before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is my second time. It's still kind of tough. Doing my best though. Danny Boyd whipped cream is damn good by itself. You were right. It is great.
You know, that was one of the ways we used to
I think
trim
peanut
floor
butter is good by itself.
Peanut butter?
with the
Nah,
lash
I don't like peanut butter.
They're
if you-
crazy.
if you
I
pull
know.
up The lash caps.
Peanut
Maybe
butter,
that
Reese's
cylinder was
cups,
on the
all
lean
that's
side.
good.
Charlotte says Uncle Tony doesn't drink, do drugs, smoke pot, but whipped cream cans are a different story. They're everywhere. They're all over the shop.
Back in the day.
Couple weeks.
I went looking for, a bolt earlier. I had to just sift through all the whipped cream cans. I don't know.
Alcohol makes you stupid and sluggish.
Lazy.
Lazy.
Oh yeah.
You do my best work under the influence.
Yeah.
I do my best.
According to you.
That needs to be a shirt. I do my best work under the influence. Peanut oil is flammable. Don't they run like diesels and stuff off of that?
We're running
Yeah.
a diesel.
Yeah.
Everything is flammable with enough heat and pressure.
That's
Yeah.
what Senior Diesel first ran that diesel motor on, I think.
You know.
Wait, Senor Diesel?
Senior?
Yeah,
Wait,
Yeah.
Senor Diesel?
Mr. Diesel.
Wasn't. Oh, I thought diesels are
Well,
German.
isn't rapeseed oil? They call it. That's what they call kerosene. Yeah. Yeah. Basically.
Juice
The guy
Loan
named
Jimmy.
Diesel.
Juice Loan Jimmy just
Rudolph
asked a
Diesel.
very valid
Rudolph.
question.
What is it?
What happens if ash
I know
falls
too.
in the motor?
Ash falls in the motor is good for it.
Yeah.
It's good for it.
Carbon-based.
It's minerals.
Carbon based.
Okay, why is this not?
I do my best work with whipped cream. That's a different connotation, I think. There. Beer just makes you one-handed handicapped. Yeah. Kathy's back.
Hey, all right.
Kathy.
Okay. So the next step, right? Let's get some push rods in here.
Eep. There's no J in the Italian alphabet. No, there's no J on the Jeep. It's just
So there's
Eep.
8 long and 8 short. So
Tax
the
fraud.
longs are the
Mozzarella.
shorts are the-
Is that Italian? 200 shot of whipped cream. We should have never talked about whipped cream.
Oh, not yet.
No, I'm the squeezy dude.
Oh.
So Todd's asking what kind of oil will go in the Hemi.
So
That I don't know. I haven't seen any oil
Well,
yet.
not necessarily, 'cause
It's around here somewhere,
you
but
wanna-
they're busy doing something.
Yeah, no, that's
Actually, I think I see it down there. It might be AMSOIL.
So here the ones that face up are the intakes, and the ones that face down are the exhausts. These are all those are long ones. So
What's
they're-
up, delivery guy?
So put them in the lower.
How many times has Uncle Tony misdiagnosed plug reading being too rich, but it was actually cigarette ash on the gaps? I don't know.
Austin, move to the side a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
The lighter the oil, the lower the ET. I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
So put just a dab of assembly lube.
Why am I not working on the jet? I'm pork chop, by the way. Because we're manning the stream. We'll be trying to work on the jet tomorrow if we have time, but this thing needs to get done. So, but the jet is making progress. How do you say JB welding in Italian if there's no J? Well, that's just B welding, I guess. I'm gonna B weld that together.
Now I left, so you know, these are not tightly down here on everything's loose. I figured I'd get it.
I'm just going through
Okay,
some
so
of the
that makes sense.
comments.
We
See if
don't
there's
do this
anything I
down in
missed.
Dallas.
Oh dear God, we're gonna.
Oh, that's just bad juju right there.
That's what happens. You get your crotch power.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Actually, we don't need this.
Peanut butter copper
These bottom
coat.
ones, we want to do the same thing with the bottom ones we did with the tops. Before we
Go on this one. All right, so we need 11/16.
How's it going, Keith? So the trans and the jet, we have an 833 4-speed. We're gonna be using that. We're gonna have to figure out a little bit how to make it fit because it came out of a B body, so the shifter is pretty much in the dashboard if we were to put it in how it is. But we may have a bracket or be able to make something that'll work. So we need a bench seat bracket from like a 71 B body, and that'll put the shifter where it needs to be. I can get that from Brewers for about $60. But we haven't test fit it yet, so we don't know exactly where it's going to be. So we don't even know if that will work. So it's just a matter of trying to get it to fit. But it's just sitting over there in the corner. Pork chop. I knew a guy named Cornbread. Man, it's a good pair. I'll loan you the $60. Nah, don't worry about it. We got it. We can pick that up when we're ready to do it. But I appreciate it. It's so cold out here in Canada. I need a copper coat. I have a feeling that would not be very comfortable by any means. This is SNL worthy. It's kind of like a skit. They said this that we should be on Saturday Night Live.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot less fire than most people would have expected, but we haven't started it yet.
Well, then, okay.
I was literally just talking about fire, and Kathy needs fire.
What are the odds?
Do you need a lighter or here? Take a lighter to Kathy. No, or not the torch. Take a lighter.
Where's the lighter?
There was a purple one that Tony had. Hey Tony, where's your lighter?
Hang on.
Sorry.
I will bring her a source of ignition.
Okay. What extra parts are you trying to sell or trade for the junkyard jet? So anything off the car we haven't sold or traded. Tony wants to hold on to a lot of that stuff because it can go into other projects. But we do have a tote of restoration parts, like for 1960s A-bodies. So we got like a tail light, we got emblems, we got a ton of door handles, and like just random stuff. Switch work. A lot of factory PCV valves, which are kind of cool. The metal hose and all that, hose connection. And I would try to sell some of that stuff if anybody's interested in it. So far, I sold one taillight lens and a pristine new old stock Dodge emblem, like for the hood. So all this stuff that we got is really nice and new old stock. Like we got some other stuff. Too much to really think of. But I've got a lot of it. Too funny for Saturday Night Live. Yeah, you're right. Saturday Night Live used to be like great. Like I watch that all the time. Now it's not nearly as funny. At least to me. John on dash asks how I got involved in cars. Well, my uncle, I've always been around him. I'm not an engine builder at all by any standard, But my uncle Gary Jennings, he he used to build drag cars and stuff back in the 60s and 70s with my great grandfather, and he was friends with Darrell Waltrip. He built cars for him, NASCAR. That's what he did. He had cars on Hot Rod Magazine and all this and that.
Just touching.
And
Well,
and being around that, I'd always been interested in cars.
You know what I'm saying? Don't.
So that's
Don't
how I
walk
got
them
started
down,
on them.
We're coming along. What's next stuff?
That's the rocker shift.
Used to work with a Michael Hunt.
Just right in front of my face.
Tom Hanks on Black Jeopardy was funny. Black Jeopardy is hilarious. Matchbox Hot Wheels. Yeah, I had a ton of those too when I was a kid. I still got a ton of them. I got red lines and stuff. That's one thing I didn't get rid of from my childhood.
Well, remember, see, that's why you got to do these first, because it's the whole.
What color will the Junkyard Jet Magnum be? Well, Otto, we let Garrett decide that, and I guess I can say it. We're gonna paint that thing sublime green. So, yeah, that bright green. That's what he wants to paint it. We'll let him paint it.
Now, is there a preference side to side here?
No, I don't have that. I guess we can-
It'll probably blow up anyway, so we'll paint the next one whatever other color we want. Copper lungs.
There you go. Probably shy a third of it there.
No, Sean, we're not painting the outside of the car green. That's going to pretty much stay primer, but we are going to paint the engine. Yeah, no, we wanted to paint it a bright color to spot leaks. Our delivery guy. Yeah, that's why we also painted.
Take the torch. Take that torch.
Okay. Here, let me get my coat off. You know I had to grab it.
That's why I wanted to get it before you got it. Anyway, we're painting the engine, that sublime green, and it'll be really easy to spot leaks. And we also, that's why we went through all the trouble of painting the front end parts and the K-frame white, so that we'll be very easy to spot leaks if they happen.
Let me run one down here.
Lazy A-Hole Ranch. They're currently working on the 426 Hemi for the GTX. They're assembling it, and then tomorrow will be the break-in.
All right. Was that ratchet you used?
Are you running in those boots?
I can.
Jeez.
Remember, I used to chat.
Jeez.
You
He's
can
running
run-
in Michael Kors riding boots that come up to the
Remember, I
knee.
used to run. I can run my heels for church when I'm running late.
Crazy.
You're not won't worthy yet.
Now, what was that the propane torch or big whipped cream can we just heard? It was both. It's a propane powered whipped cream torch. So Todd Mitten asked tips on how you were going about attaching the heads. They're kind of busy.
You ran threads.
Bill, if you're ready. Easy to spot leaks. What confidence? I don't want to be so overconfident that we overlook the potential of that happening. So best to plan than be sorry. Hey, Pork Chop, have you met Lamb Chop? I have not.
This is not.
Seen him in the old videos though. Seems like a really nice guy.
He's a drunk
He's a drunk.
with a fucking loud mouth.
Oh. Well, there it is. Won't matter when you spray it with NOS and blow it up what color it was. That's true, but we also want it to look good. You know, we want to be proud of it. So we're going to paint it.
Yeah, this is,
And if it blows up, that's fine. It takes about, an hour or so to paint an engine. It's not really all that out of the way. Doug asked me how often I have to adjust the solid lifters on the poly. I check them every oil change. So, but not really all that out of spec very often. So, just every oil change, take 20 minutes. I have a little cheater button, and I just go under there and check the valves, the feeler gauge. Gotta dress it up in case it's your last hurrah. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. But if we're gonna go out in a blaze of glory, at least want it to look good.
this, I really,
Oh, what pieces are they putting on right now? Lazy A-hole Ranch. They are putting the rocker shafts onto the cylinder heads right now. At least I think so. Yeah, they are. They're putting the rocker shafts on.
this one's like that one.
Danny Boyd says, I'm not liking how that engine is moving around.
Neither are we.
Yeah.
Gotta let it ride sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know.
Really is not gonna go anywhere.
Chris Greenway says, Austin, you young guys are kicking ass. Thanks, man. We love hearing that. Thank you. When the junkyard jet blows, it will be mistaken for a satellite or meteor debris. We're hoping to just send the piston straight to the moon. We're going to rename the NHRA the NASA.
Now, did you say torque the rocker shaft down
Yes.
first?
Yeah, I should quit cigarettes and switch to cigars. I've smoked cigars. I don't typically smoke cigarettes very often, but on days like this, when in the shop,
Rocker shaft bracket bolts 30 pounds.
Okay, here's my rule of thumb with this, right?
Doug Narden asked if how often I adjust the lifters. I already said earlier. I do it every oil change. They're usually not that far off, but take a cheater button and a feeler gauge and just every oil change.
Okay. Go more on anything not.
So it's like once every 3 months or so.
Yeah, I would go 40, 45, right? I mean, I don't even torque these generally. I just lock them down. You never have a problem with them. But if you're going to torque them, add 10 pounds to everything that isn't on the deck. And you can even add like 5 pounds to the deck. But that's, you know what I'm saying?
Pork chop will have the first Mopar into orbit. Let's hope.
Now, on the Cometic gaskets, did they talk about retorquing well?
Maybe I'll get lucky and hit a Chinese weapon satellite. Greg, we can only hope. That's what we're just doing our part for the security of the country. Fire your pistons into space.
All manufacturers recommended torque specifications.
Oh, Urban Adams said that he wants to buy a 323 4-barrel air cleaner sticker if I have one. I actually had that custom made. I can't tell you exactly who I got it from. I got in contact with somebody through eBay, honestly, and they made really high quality stickers. And I had that one made because I would forget what cubic inch it is now.
Yeah, you just slide over.
Yeah, I keep on sliding. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I forget about the angle of the
You want
camera.
to be the face off to the side.
Yeah. Sorry, I just habitually lean over.
That's all right. How are we doing? All right.
Yeah, they're good. Almost
They
500
are good.
people.
Look at them.
Yeah.
Look at all those nice people.
Oh, yeah. Lazy A-hole said if I were there, I'd be watching everything Tony is doing. Well, somebody's got to pay attention to the chat.
If you put one of these motors together, you leave these loose, these rocker bolts, you leave them loose until everything is in place because there are dowels that these sit on, and they're not. Chrysler was really sloppy with certain things, right? And the dowels aren't always where they're supposed to be. In the dowel holes aren't where they're supposed to be in the rocker shafts. So you always leave these things loose until you got the rocker shaft set down and you have the middle row of cylinder head bolts in place and snugged in place. Because if you don't do that, you end up like with the rocker shafts that we had on his other engine, on his old engine, where the holes were all wallowed out. So that's what he's doing now. He's tightening down the rocker shaft bolts.
Thrash Metal said, "Your big head was fine. Tony's just micromanaging." I'm new to this, you know. I don't exactly.
I got to do something.
You gotta
earn
do
my
something.
Freaking pay.
I don't want to be in anybody's way or anything, too. So, Garrett and John, Ted. Garrett is currently a pile of ash, and John is he's having dinner with his, or not dinner. He was having breakfast with his family, and he should be out here soon.
Okay.
Oh, Dallas is here.
Did you bring
What's up, Dallas?
A closed crow's foot for?
I'm having open close.
Oh, that won't work. Okay. So then, we're gonna-
Dallas has joined.
Dallas, what's happening, brother man? So we're gonna pretend we're at the drag strip right now.
Fingers.
Well, I'm looking for the yes. I set up a car for.
If anybody, yeah, Greg, if anybody needs to
Double
watch Tony do the build, it's the owner. That way, no yelling if things go wrong.
You just want a
That
couple
is
of
the
money.
insurance here. Of course, you know,
So-
we know Tony's going to do it right.
Fucking had a fire. Yeah, he was in a burning uniform.
Peter Kovacs, will the motor get dropped into her home today?
Look, he's already
I don't know.
left it in the
I know it's
fucking
not going to
car.
be running today. It'll be
Because they
broken
thought
in
he was dead.
tomorrow.
Right? So they
But
rushed to get him out
It's
the
not
car.
out of the
They were
world
trying
of
to,
possibility to
you
get
know,
her in.
Get everything, blocked off.
Right.
But no, he
Yeah,
was
I
still
know.
alive, so when they pulled him out of the
smoke a
fucking
lot.
car,
I'm
all
sorry.
the skin from the back of his neck.
I don't
to the
smoke
back of his
cigarettes
fucking
habitually,
legs
but you know,
stayed
at
in
the shop.
fucking car, right? So he gets out of the fucking hospital. And
It's my
he's gonna
guilty
put the car
pleasure.
back together again because he's still recuperating. So I go to work for him, and this was the guy that owned Predator carburetors, right? So as I'm assembling the motor in the car, right? He's
Who's gonna Wayne? Who's gonna be the
I
first to
tighten
throw a
these
wrench and
bolts
grab a
down,
bottle
right?
of Jack?
And he
I don't
says,
think anybody's gonna
"No,
be drinking
broke
today.
that cylinder head right in half. That's what started the fire, right?" I says, "What do you mean you broke the cylinder head right in half?" He says, "Well, you know, the head just broke right down the middle, right?" So as I'm tightening them down, right, like I'm pulling on it. He says, "Oh, you got to put another wrench on that. You got to put a cheater on that." I'm like, "What?" He says, "Yeah, you got to make those just as tight as you possibly can." I says, "Bro, that's why you're fucking looking like Freddy Krueger." I'm sitting here putting your fucking car together.
Auto asks what we've learned
But that's what happened.
working on the
Over time,
junkyard
he didn't
jet.
realize that these things were on an angle, so he would just
I'll get to it.
roll the fucking thing down. And what he's doing is stressing the middle of the head.
So,
Now you run that thing on
What
that
I've
side,
learned
it's
on
like,
while working on the junkyard jet is a lot more than when I was putting together my Plymouth, because I didn't take the Plymouth completely apart. So I've never dropped a K-frame out. I've never done any of that kind of stuff. Worked on a front end, so I've learned a lot in that regard, and we'll learn more as we go. The good thing is that I worked in parts for years before my current job, and I'm pretty good at finding the right stuff most of the time. So we haven't had any hang-ups so far as parts not fitting, but we're gonna run into that. That's inevitable. Kevin asked if is that a Halloween paint job on the engine? You know, funny thing is my Poly was built on a Halloween of 1964, so that's a curse, I think. Oh, we got 426 likes. Well, we got 432 now, but we passed 426. How many haters? You know, who knows?
Yeah, we've been essentially troll free.
Yeah.
We just had that one guy who was obsessed with copper coat.
Oh, you know. Dallas says, I'm sure those 2x4s are needed. The 426 is the elephant for a reason. Yeah,
this
it was.
thing was sagging
it was-
before we even put the fucking heads on.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Oh, we're past 440 likes now. Up, and now it's down. It went from 448 to 447. So thanks, whoever unliked it. Sabrina's over there talking to Kathy. Oh, she's got the grill going. That's what she's doing. That'd be good. Let's see here. I'm trying to keep up with the comments. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see here.
Use
I
two
see.
wrenches
Huh?
and Kong it.
Oh, there we go.
You see, but you can't
Sorry, I don't mean to be in
open
your way.
these Unless these are.
I habitually lean to one side, so.
No, don't worry about it. You're fine. I may have done this a time.
You may.
Let's see. Oh, do I have any plans to restore the Fury or leaving it as it is? Yes, it will be restored. It's not a very common car, so the 65 was 1 year only. You know, they went from 64 to the body style that mine is.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hang on.
That's what you were doing over there.
Just work from the center out. That's
Read the book, bitch.
But no, I do plan on restoring the Plymouth, so it'll get a nice interior. Not updated. I keep that car in the 60s, so. But it will get paint. It will get new floors and an interior because I want it to be a nice car. Everything mechanical has been done. Like now, it's cosmetic stuff, and it's a pretty rare car. How did I get the name Pork Chop? Well, Bill, Garrett just started calling me that. And I don't know why. So,
Andy, the
Let's see
creeping up
here.
is out the window because of the style of head gasket. There's no-
ooh, Hank, he said I knocked over a complete 318 on one of those cheap Cummins engine stands and instinctively tried to catch it.
they're probably-
My back still hurts years later. Yikes. Hey, John's calling. Wonder if I should just text him. I'll just text him.
For future reference, right? When you do the iron heads on an iron block, you go from the center out, right? When you do the aluminum heads, right? You snug them from the center, and then you torque them from the outside in.
That means John may be on his way.
Outside in.
I did not know that.
Let's see here.
what's going on, gentlemen.
Oh, you want the chair?
No, I'm just
Just
stopping
hanging out.
in.
John actually just tried to call me. I'll go take his call real quick. I'll call him back.
Okay, I'll do this. Well, Andy torques the heads.
Okay.
Ah, yes. Okay, got the glasses on. What's happening, everybody? Mike Ivan, how much power does the Poly have when it's new? They rated them at 230 horsepower. Let's see. Tony's in the zone.
Yeah, we got space up
Um,
here. We'll clear space for you.
Drake Packmark, Schneider is my go-to for cams and valve train. They have nothing but good reputation, Schneider.
And then I'll get
Frank Caputo, are you retorquing the heads or no? It doesn't say to retorque them. I checked on that. What's going on, Mike Smith?
Hey, Tony.
Mike, on the Tony, do you ever do any boxing? He got them long box arms. No, I do a lot of street fighting, but never any boxing. No.
John is currently on the way.
Okay.
And he was wanting to know if there's anything he could stop and get for y'all.
No, I mean, Kathy got food for everybody.
You need any kind of, parts for the engine or like cleaning supplies or anything?
No, we got more than enough. We have too many things.
Okay. No, we're good.
Terrence Seymour, you just woke up. What's happening, man? Peter Kovacs, will the motor get dropped into her home today? No, it's going to get painted. And then overnight, the paint is going to dry. And then tomorrow morning, it goes in the car and we do the cam break in and all that other stuff. But we're going to get it as set up now as we can possibly get it set up.
Was somebody asking about the poly?
Yeah. Bring more whipped cream.
I don't know what it is, man.
Matt, as Tony, is Andy going with Street Hemi orange to paint it? Yes. Charlotte, for a minute there, Tony was back on his top fuel crew.
John's on
Many
board.
crews, many crews.
Look at you
I'm just helping.
bringing the food. That's,
oh, wow.
That's the biggest job of all right there.
How'd you cook that so fast, Kat?
That cooked quick. Remember,
Yeah.
it took
That's because they're
forever.
raw.
They used to have a fork where you can grab everything. And the
Well, it looks like it's raw on the inside. This is the first piece of bread I'm eating in how many months now? Or how many weeks? Oh, go.
Yeah, they do look kind of raw. Are they good though, Tony?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect, Kat.
You want a burger? You want me to make you a burger?
I don't care. Maybe let me go grab some more buns.
What do you want? Cheese? You want?
Let me go grab y'all some more buns. Let me go to the other two.
Okay.
Herbert Adamson. Do we have to see a flimsy engine stand fall apart? Please, or something else. Yeah. I'll just grab a really good new engine stand out of my fucking ass. And we'll take that one and put it on there.
You know, we could just
And then you don't have to worry about the flimsy engine stand.
we'll just bless the stand with Garrett's ashes. And it'll be fine.
The worst thing that happened to the Drew signal.
Yeah, I don't see it sliding off or nothing.
No, it's not going in.
Mike Winston, copper cook keeps the meat from sliding off the bun. Yeah, absolutely. Charlotte Cohen, no bread. Have you been in the Atkins? No, I've been trying to stick to the carnivore diet, which is kind of like the Atkins.
There you go.
Thank you, Kathy.
And I have hand tiger up there.
Rocks on there, but then frozen, they're gonna pick them up.
Perfect.
It's hot ocean.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
This thing is gorgeous. I can hear you walking across the shop.
Does anyone need hand tiger?
Oh,
Your engine stand is awesome. I need to do the same thing. Well,
It
before
really
we put
is.
the heads on, it was sagging.
It
So it was
really
like,
is.
Mm-hmm.
It's clean.
What are you gonna do?
Get heat off of her.
so we wedged that wood under there and it's fine. The motor's sitting dead level. It's
very
it's
clean.
Then look
stable.
at yourself.
I'm not licking the engine.
Okay, then you said.
Gabriel
Stop
DeMarco, was
lying.
that Hemi a dual card
I'm
cross
not
ram? No, it's an
licking my
inline.
engine.
The only Hemis that were the cross ram are the 64 and 65 race Hemis, the the 864 and the A990, and then the 68 Hemi Darts and Cudas. Those are the only cross ram Hemi cars.
Oh, is that Dijon mustard?
Spicy brown.
Ah, that's perfect. That seems like a disease. Spicy brown.
Mark off my uncle claims that you're only eating meat. Yeah, I know, man. But
You want a burger?
Sure.
What do you
I
want?
gotta eat something right now.
Just ketchup and cheese.
You want what? You want Swiss? You want cheddar? What do you want?
Swiss.
Okay.
You picked up the fork.
I just took one piece of cheese.
Everyone needs an Uncle Tony, right? I am everybody's Uncle Tony.
Uncle?
Juiceful and Jimmy, it's time to open a restaurant. I had one. And I really enjoyed it. Kathy hated it. Kathy still has PTSD from the restaurant. Bob Gansford, did you have to rebuild to do anything with the rockers and shafts? Andy brought them home and took them completely apart and cleaned everything and then carefully reassembled them.
Checked all the oil passages. That was one of my main concerns.
Did you copper coat them?
Oh.
Oh.
Uncle Big Bad, your wood block works better than my bottle jack that I dropped a 366 big block Chevy. Oh man, I'm sorry. One more.
One more?
Oh, you're a guy. Don't touch my food.
Oh, I was trying to be nice.
No, I know that. I know that. I'm funny that way.
I'm okay.
Like your girlfriend could have picked that up with her mouth, chewed it, and spit it at me, and I'd be like, okay, fine, that's
Damn,
delicious.
Tony.
But you standing so close to my food kind of
Oh,
freaks me out.
Want
sorry.
water, Tony?
Please.
Water, yes. Yeah.
Oh. Mm.
He's explaining how he doesn't want men near his meat.
I don't want men near my meat either.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cruiser-matic, thanks. Oh, thank you, Cruiser-matic. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Probably only like 20 or 50. Yeah, she's beautiful.
Eat it now, taste it later. Right, yeah, right.
These up Americans in Africa. You bite the dust.
If he was still with us. If he was still with us. I mean, he did a beautiful job with what we
Ultra Cat is going to sit in a few minutes.
with, you know, working with what we had. It was pretty good, I think.
You barely have breakfast. Yeah, last thing I had a bowl at the Mongolian restaurant yesterday at like lunchtime.
And just catch him out and time and tap here.
Is that just to see if I would like?
It's a little bit easier. That's what I did on mine.
I've taken.
Tony Iannuzzi, will you show how to initially adjust cars before fire? Yes, tomorrow.
The balancer that's on the Plymouth is one that Tony gave me, and he makes it more permanent. He like etched into the balancer. And I love that because I used to just mark it with a Sharpie. So you know.
That's true. I mean, just a Sharpie, you know.
Yeah. This thing is
I've also, which I know Tony doesn't like, but I have used in my timing light has the dial back feature,
I never use those.
which I know you don't like. But it was a whole crap. I trusted it. But,
yeah,
Check it
all of them.
against a regular timing light, and you're going to see it's.
You know, it's
well, I've
kind of,
never tested it. So.
it's actually kind of hard, at least in my adventures, to find one that doesn't have the dial back. Just a regular old time.
I've seen those old Snap-on ones with just a weird angle. Ones.
Yeah.
They still seem-
Here's the thing about the dial back, okay?
They might be digital.
Here's the thing about the dial backs. If you're setting to factory specifications, right?
Yeah.
The margin of error in a dial back, or a potential margin of error in a dial back, is inconsequential. You understand?
Yeah.
But when you're timing something like this, where it's critical, where a difference of 2 degrees is it's going to run right and or it's going to detonate itself. No, you'll never. You'll when you see those little inaccuracies in a dial back, you'd never fucking touch one again.
I use a digital one personally.
One big KZ1000. Thank you, sir. I love KZ1000.
Sabrina for my birthday last year got me a really, really nice digital one. So
I changed the step-up springs on my AVS 650, and now it has an on-off throttle stumble that could be related to the springs. Yes, it could be. You need to go to a heavier spring. Put a heavier spring in it. Go to the next size up and see if that fixes it.
I wouldn't say no. You got a 960 version.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like the other ones they got on.
Yeah. Oh, the one that.
Gold Jenkins, horsepower estimate on this Hemi.
Where is it? Oh,
It's relatively stock with the exception of the cam.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably right in the ballpark of about 500 horsepower.
Than how it was. But given the rest of the condition of the car, you know, this thing's had it all. This is a beautiful example.
The body.
Say what?
The body.
Yeah. I wouldn't even hang it.
672E Galaxy. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Charlotte, Tony, do you have the hot and now burger stands down in Tennessee? No.
It's outside. You want to take a look? If you got a minute? You might be interested. I know you're into sometimes the concourse thing. Mine is definitely not that, but it is a unique example.
Joel Jenkins, that's decent for a street car. I remember they rated these things at 425 at the crank, which is conservative. They rated that like they just picked a number. It's like 425. Basically, they took the reading lower than the actual peak of the motor, sort of like Chevy did with their big blocks. Realistically, a well-tuned, and this is important, is an important distinction, a well-tuned, properly functioning 426 street Hemi, okay, should be worth about 450 to 465 horsepower at the flywheel. In this case, we've gone with a bigger cam that should put it someplace in that 500 horsepower range. But I mean, honestly, it doesn't take much to make 500 horsepower with a Hemi. Thank you, Gabriel DeMarco. Charlotte Cohen, Ronnie Sox shifted his Hemi at $5,000. $5,000, maybe in reverse. Maybe in reverse. Drag Pack Mark, you have a retired cop KZ1000. Oh, like a chips bike. Oh, that's awesome. That's why the only reason I used to watch shit, I hated that show. I hated that freaking show. But I watched it because of the bikes. The very, very first street bike I ever rode, I was like 15 years old, was a KZ1000. It was way over my head. How I didn't die, I don't know. Joel Jenkins, interesting. I saw a magazine build of a stock Hemi some years back, and they tuned it and got that figure of 465. Well, yeah, this is what I'm saying. That's about right. Dirty Kitchen and Food Shorts. Is this going to be a two-part live stream, or are you staying on until this thing runs? It has to be a two-part because we're going to paint it. So now the push rods are going to go in. The push rods are going to go in. The intake manifold is going to go on. All of the hardware is going to go on. It's going to get painted, and then it's going to get painted. So it has to sit. So tomorrow morning it'll go into the car. Thank you for stopping by, Gabriel. One big KZ, cool. Mine is an 80 KZ1000 limited. Yeah, that's with the stepped seat and all. Yeah, with a lot of motor work, ported. Big valve has webcams, high compression, etc. Sounds so good. Yeah, no, that's sweet. That's sweet. Do you use spray bomb or use a gun paint? No, he's going to spray bomb. He picked up spray bomb stuff. Drag Pack Mark, first street bike I ever rode was a neighbor 77 Yamaha XS 1100. Those are great bikes too. I just love all motorcycles. There's very, very few that I don't love. Not recommended as a beginner bike. What happened was I was like 15. I was 15. There was this kid who had gotten a settlement from an accident. He was like 2 years older, 17. So he had gotten a settlement. So he went and he bought the KZ1000, which was the bike to have at the time. And the most I had ever ridden was like a moped. Okay. So I was like, I knew how to operate the stock. I knew what the clutch was. I knew what the brake was and all that other stuff. And I knew how to drive a stick. But I had never ridden a motorcycle. So he got the bike and everybody's like oohing and on and everything. And I was like, can I take it for a ride? Not, you know what I mean? And he was like, well, you know how to ride? I was like, yeah, I know how to ride. So I got on the thing and I stalled it a couple of times and I was embarrassed, right? I stalled it a couple of times. So there were people watching. So I was like, I can't let that happen again. So I revved it up and I let the clutch fly. Okay. And this thing took off like a rock. I wasn't ready. So, and I only weighed probably 130 pounds at the time. So when this thing took off, my legs went out from underneath me and I was laying flat on the seat, holding onto the handlebars, and I was holding onto the throttle with the tips of my fingers, and I couldn't like release it. So finally it runs out of first gear and I was able to pull myself back up into position on the seat. And I was like, okay. And I shifted second gear and I got on it again. And Everybody thought I was like, that guy knows how to ride. Holy shit, did you see him launch that bike? I had no idea what I was doing. I was just holding on for dear life by the tips of my fingers.
Yeah, we don't want flies flying on the food. Cool.
Make sure we eat all the food before John gets here.
Then that's up to y'all.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
There's no specification for this screws.
Tony Tube, how about the Kawasaki Eliminator 900? I don't know the Eliminator series of bikes. Ski, what's happening, Ski? Just got here. You're playing something? No. Everything's just going along smooth. Everybody's chowing down at the moment.
We're all fat.
Yeah, I can't believe I ate bread.
You just messed your whole diet up.
Well, no, see, I can't eat anything for the rest of the day.
You could just do like the Victoria's Secret model thing and just go throw up in the bathroom or something.
Yeah, well, I could do that.
Easier way.
I really don't need to eat this.
Doug Narden says Austin's lady is a cutie. Go, Austin,
Oh, yeah,
go.
She is, ain't she? You hear that, Sabrina?
She is. She's beautiful.
Oh.
Sabrina's beautiful.
She's off somewhere. Sabrina.
Jackpack Mark Gracie. At least I've ridden trail bikes and such, so it wasn't a complete novice. Yeah, no, I had ridden like a couple of freaking mopeds. I knew how to drive cars, right? But I had ridden a couple of mopeds, and I was probably on drugs too. You know, it was the 70s. I was a teenager. It's what you do.
In the chat, they were saying that you're a cutie.
Austin must be living right. You look at this. See,
Ain't
you're
she,
raising.
Isn't she adorable?
You're raising his cred here. You know what I'm saying? You're raising his cred.
What? You know, she helped me build the Plymouth. She was a very key part of that. She couldn't donate technical expertise, but she contributed monetarily.
Tony, why were you so,
Thank you.
so impressed by the
Every
H2 750?
Well, every other.
Because after riding an early H1, the 750 just doesn't have the same violence. You know, the 750 is a great bike. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're strong bikes, but it didn't have the same. I had a 69 H1, 6970. It's the one that was white with the peacock white with the, so they only made that for the 2 years. But anyway, 6970 H1 is the same bike, 69 and 70. And that thing was just a brutally vicious, unpredictable beast. And when I rode my first H2, I was like, well, this isn't really the same thing, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong, the H2 is like a pretty severe thing, you know. But it's not the same as, like, if you're going for the Kawasaki triple experience, you know, like that just like, oh my God, right? Experience, you only really get that on an early H1. The later ones just don't have that same suicidal thing.
The H1, isn't that the turbocharged?
No, 3-cylinder 2-stroke.
Tony on this.
Yeah, I love the H2 also. And let me tell you something. Out of all of those Kawasaki triples, you know what the best one of them is, right? Because I had every Kawasaki triple there was. I was a Kawasaki triple freak. Okay, the best one out of the bunch, not the fastest, but the best was the 400, the KH 400, which was people don't even know they made big block and small block triples. So the small block, the 250, the 350, and the 400. Then they had the big block, the 500 and the 750. Well, that small block, the 700, the 400, right? If you can only have one Kawasaki triple, okay, and you want to use it all the time, right? The 400, KH 400.
Isn't it like they torque to 85 pounds or something like that?
Oh,
Like 3 stages.
don't make eye contact with me. It's weird. Don't make it weird.
Hey, hold on, Tony.
The burger's making eye contact.
He
Anything?
made eye contact with me. I can't eat anymore.
Just bolt this down. Nothing special.
Yeah, just put that down.
It's not the-
Are those Hebrew Nationals?
They're, Nathan's.
Yeah, I'm good.
They're pretty good, Tony.
Just eat. Okay.
You're saying.
Mike, when one of our crew members had a 500, I could hear him coming a mile away. Yeah, my H1, I had Denko pipes on it. Yeah, the carbs were jetted. That thing was just vicious. Ski, could the H1 have scared you enough you couldn't ride the H2 effectively, or you just got used to fast bikes? No, yeah, I got used to fast bikes, but I'm just telling you, the feel is completely different. And that was about all of the H1s, because the later H1s, like once you got to like the 72s, you know, when post H2, right? So after they introduced the H2, they tamed the H1 way down. So it's not comparable. It's only those first generation 70, 69, 70, and maybe 71 H1 are the ones, okay? And then the later H1s are soft, they're like mush. Actually, the 400 is faster than the H1, the later H1. And then the H2 just doesn't, you know, I'll tell you what, unless you know, unless you've actually ridden Kawasaki triples, I can't explain it to you. There's a feel to them that's just like, that's the signature feel, all right? And unless you've actually ridden one, I can't explain it to you because it's like nothing else.
We had a birthday party for one of my students yesterday. Yeah. And the mom brought in, you know, the big cupcake, like split half.
If you ride a tuned, chambered, early H1, okay, because that really aggressive port timing and a higher compression. If you ride a tuned, piped, early H1, okay, there's nothing in the world of machinery that can, other than a fuel car, right? If you drive like a fuel altered, comes on kind of like the same thing, right? There's nothing else that compares to it.
Yep. Jeez, I remember when I was putting
The 1000 Interceptor V4 was vicious. No, I've ridden those. They're smooth. They run great. Just like the oh god, the VMAX. VMAX has got more power than an H1, right? H2, right? It's got a lot more power, but it's different. It's predictable. You know, you roll into the throttle, and what you input is as what comes out. Okay, but when you ride a Kawasaki triple, and especially an early H1, what you put into the throttle is not what comes out. And where you expect a pull, okay, so if you've ridden fast bikes, okay, you expect a pull, right? If you ride an H1, okay, or H2 rather, you'll get that lunge, okay, but it's kind of predictable. But the early bike comes in waves. So it's like wang wang wang. It's like it ratchets. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. You ride that fucking thing and you know it's the boss, and you're just hanging along for the fucking ride. And they're not that fast. They're only like 12-second bikes. I've ridden single-digit bikes, and nothing compares to an H1. How you guys doing?
Good. Living the dream.
They're living the dream.
75 foot.
Desert Ranch Girl, did the cam work? Yes, the cam worked. I checked every single lobe. H2 had two power bands. You're right. 3,500 and 6,000 RPM. You're absolutely right, but not the same as the early one. Yeah, and that will also do with port timing, man. K-Reich, I knew a guy who was bigger than any of you. He could lean over the handlebars and pull a wheelie at 60 on his age. Yep, I know.
Hey, Tony, there's brats now.
No, I'm good. I'm not gonna eat anymore. Yeah, you guys eat. Hey, stop and chow down some more.
Okay. 40%. Get the burger salad, then we're gonna make room for that.
Okay.
There's more buns back there.
Murder Novo. Hey, Tony, whatever happened to the Belvedere? It's just sitting in the backyard, not ready for it yet.
I have
Not even
never-
close to ready for it yet.
I have never heard of the Belvedere.
I'll explain it to you.
Time for brats.
Who knows?
Doug Norden, last Saturday I went on a big motorcycle ride for a friend's dad's 83rd birthday. My Valkyrie was eating the Harleys the whole day. Yeah, Valkyrie's a great bike. Tessa Hybrid, you should set a cup of coolant away from the food. Might help with the bugs. Do we have bugs in here?
Got bugs? Yeah, we're
Fruit
good.
flies.
Mr. Pure Country, my 69 Kawasaki 500 was white, peacock white. Yep. With blue stripes. Yep. Awesome bike. I know that bike like the back of my hand. That's the one. Ride it once, feel it forever. That's the thing about those bikes. The saying that goes with them. Ride it once, feel it forever. Hot Wheels 666. You guys eating good? Yeah, Uncle Kathy's got the grill and the girls, Sabrina and Uncle Kathy got everything tight.
Uncle Sabrina.
Charlotte Cole and Tony, if you want it, I may give you my Chrysler Conqueror at the spring. Oh, the boat? No, man. Oh, yeah, no, no, please. I have too many things.
You got it? Oh, wait, here.
757 Optum. My first bike, the first bike I was on was a Cowie 500. Best sensations on crewing on a Yui in Nam. I had to get 2 wheels. Yeah, see, a lot of you guys have had the triple experience. It's not just me. Charlotte, yeah, I know. I appreciate that, but I have too many things. I can't. I have too many things. I just picked up another bike yesterday. I picked up a bike yesterday. I'm building a Harley Davidson dirt bike. I'm building a Sportster dirt bike. I have way too many things now.
Me and John and our friend Harley were talking about doing that for a long time.
Go look in the back of the yellow truck.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. What's that? No. It's the bike I picked up yesterday.
He's about to get a boat, though.
Are you getting a boat?
No. Need Mel, did Barton's install the rods and pistons? Yes, he balanced and installed everything. Bob Cantor, CR500s are still fast by today's standards. They put them in new 450 frames. Yeah, I don't. I tell you what. See, now I don't want to talk about motorcycles anymore. I don't want to talk about motorcycles anymore. I can't because I can't.
Nobody has a Dana 60, 66 or 67?
Fred Larson, I had a 750 triple 2-stroke water cooled. That was pretty crazy. Well, you had a water buffalo. You had a Suzuki water buffalo, and I had one of those. And no, they're not crazy. They're very, very tame bikes. Smoothest bike. See, okay, like the water buffalo. If you ever wanted to know what it was like to ride an electric motorcycle, like I don't have to ride an electric motorcycle because I rode a water buffalo, and there's no way that an electric motorcycle could be smoother or quieter than a water buffalo is. Tony had all the bikes. I had a lot of bikes. I've had way over 1,000 cars and probably 400 bikes, 300 to 400 bikes. Is Austin going to autocross Winky? No, Garrett is. Garrett is the master of Winky. The GT750 is a water buffalo, yes. Now, what people don't know is that Suzuki also made 3 other triples. They made a GT250, a GT350, and a GT500.
I'm talking about the Shelbys.
No, the Suzuki triples,
Oh.
2-stroke triples. But the water buffalo, the other ones were all air cooled. The water buffalo was the only one that had water cooled.
We had a friend with a water buffalo. They're neat.
672E Galaxy says, "Wait, I thought Garrett was vapor. Garrett is being reincarnated.
He's currently in the closet with a bunch of herbs and spices. We're just gonna check on him.
Like, talking about, yeah, I had a GT 750, great smooth touring bike, not a performance bike like that. Yeah, I know. I was so disappointed because I was into the Kawasaki triples, and I didn't have a triple at the time. And a water buffalo came up for sale upstate New York, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm just going to get that because, like, right, a 752 stroke is going to be a 752 stroke. So I had a friend of mine drive me up there, and I bought the bike sight unseen. I bought the bike, literally bought the bike sight unseen. I was here, take the money, right? And I got on a bike, and I got like to the end of his driveway. I got to the end of this guy's driveway, and I squeezed the throttle, and it didn't do anything. And I was like, no, what happened? And I rode this thing the whole way home. It was like 100 miles to go home, and I rode it the whole way home, just hammering it, trying to like get it to do something, and it wouldn't do anything. And then I tried tuning it, jetting it, doing all this shit, and no matter what you do, and then I realized, no, this is just a luxury bike. It has no relation at all to the Kawasaki triples. T. Smith, you had a Yamaha XS 500 triple. It's a 4-stroke. Lucas Hoffman went to school with a girl we called the Water Buffalo. Interesting.
That's probably a derogatory term.
Not the water buffalo.
Lambrook 69 650 Bonnie chopper. I had a 69 Beezer, an A65 chopper. Garrett is coming out of the closet. All these guys are coming out of the closet. They're all gayer than hell.
You know it.
Yeah, so just, yeah.
Sabrina, I'm gay now. You can go home.
That means happy and jovial.
Oh,
Joel Jenkins, what do you think of the Moser 60 rear end? It's a Dana 60, man. Charles, did you write reviews on bikes? No, never did any bike reviews. Did you ever ride a Hodaka? I've never ridden a Hodaka. And the one bike that I've never ridden that I always wanted to ride is a 400 Cross.
I've never heard of that.
Have you ever seen On Any Sunday?
Oh, John just got here.
Oh my God.
Hello, John. Oh wait, on any Sunday? You're saying?
Yeah.
I have not.
Well, it's the bike that Malcolm rides in a few different events.
Oh, okay.
You have to
Let's
see it.
see it. John has arrived.
Well, it's lunch, John.
Right. John, have you met Andy? I have not.
Oh,
What's going on, man?
GTX.
this is my friend Mark.
Nice to meet you.
Have you met Tony?
A
Peace.
few times,
Yeah.
yeah.
Eat.
Have you met Sabrina?
Lots of food. Consume
I
it.
see that.
There's brats, there's burgers, there's hot dogs. It's all good.
All right.
Bob Hope, have you had any experience with bull taco bikes? I have not.
Ooh, I almost bought a couple of those. Every time one comes up for sale, I'm tempted.
You still have electrical tape on your finger. Is it still bad?
Yes.
John the Quiet Man. Yes, that's what we won't have him. We won't have him reading here because he'll just stare.
Just stare at it. No, John will talk if you get him to talk.
Tony, do you love Moto Guzzi? Not really. Not really. Ever owned or ridden a Mako? No, you see, here's the thing, right? I'm from New York City. It was not big dirt bike territory, not big motocross territory. It just didn't happen there, right? Different kind of riding. You guys on the West Coast with you had a very healthy motocross scene, and you've got the whole desert thing going on. So you guys on the West Coast had a much bigger, broader bike scene than we did on the East Coast. So there's a lot of the famous dirt bike brands that some of them I've never even seen. Norton's, yeah, I had an 850 Commando, miserable bike. I hated it. All right. Do I have to go back to work?
Yep, heads are torqued.
I had to torque. Okay, I'm going back to work.
Well, then I will hold off on that
Okay.
first.
Oh no, hey, Kathy will sit in for a minute.
No, I was
They
gonna
love
go-
you.
We can have
They
John.
love you.
Hey, John's here.
I was going to go home and see if the dog can.
I can.
Okay,
I can
yeah.
hold on.
Okay.
Unless
And
John
I
wants to
can
take
come
over.
All right.
Say that again, babe?
I said I can come back and just need to check on them.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I'm going.
Do you guys need anything else?
Black Widow it's the Widowmaker, not the Black Widow. Jesus Christ. Black Widow is a 57 Chevy.
good.
It's a Black Widow, is what you think, or 55. I don't know. It's a Tri-5 Chevy
Thank you for cooking.
Power Pack deal. It was called the Black Widow. No, it was the Widowmaker. So we used to call the two strokes a Widowmaker. Yeah, Steve McQueen was in that. Go watch on any Sunday 40 or 50 times and then come back and we'll talk about it.
John?
So they're like,
John?
Oh, okay.
Would you have a seat while I eat this bratwurst?
Yep, I've seen that.
That one's in the blower hole.
Yes.
I will help.
they're
It's a
very
Mexican
good.
thing.
Go on.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Be fun.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Puletas, is that what it's?
John's gonna be here in a second.
It's like they do it with fruit.
I just gotta eat this bratwurst. I'm sure y'all don't want to watch me eat that. I mean, if you do,
Chocolate with
It's up.
donate to PayPal.
It's not a problem. We can well we got the damper and everything on here. We can rotate the motor. Put all little ones in that
I prefer bratwurst.
and then we'll rotate the motor.
It's only,
Yeah, well,
okay. Come here one second.
excuse me.
Peter Kovac says, "Put the quiet man on the chat." They're asking for you, John. Want to hear you say more than 3 words. Everybody's saying, "Hey, Kathy." Well, she's already heading out. Vince Rancher asks, "How's the Fury?" It's great. It's sitting out in the parking lot right now. I'm having to drive it every day because my other car is in the body shop and has been since August. So it's running great. It's been a very good car. Have a
It
seat.
also has new shocks.
Yeah, it also has all new shocks. John and I put some new shocks in it. Rides a lot better.
Shocks are for the white man.
It's air shocks in the back.
We want Ultra Kathy. Okay.
Well, just read some comments. And...
Bull Taco is an old lesbian. All right.
What?
You
Say
talk-
hello to everyone.
He's an Aprilia guy.
Yeah, he is an Aprilia guy.
Johnsonville
Introduce
Brats rule,
yourself.
yes.
Say what?
Johnsonville Brats rule. That is correct.
John, tell everybody how your day has been.
Well, I would have come out last night if it weren't for the fact that I had to go to a funeral today. Yesterday.
Mhm.
It was yesterday.
John Austin told me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. But we're here now.
Yeah. It's it was expected. So
But anyway.
put the old shocks in your drag car, at least the fronts. No.
No, the fronts were blown.
No, all of them were toast.
They're all
Everything
gone.
that I bet John can explain the Higgs boson. I did a lot of reading about that years ago. But
Make sure you say their name too.
oh, that was thrash metal.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
Am I from Maine, from Tennessee? Charlotte? Yes.
We're all except for Tony from Tennessee.
I'm not from Tennessee.
Andy is not from Tennessee.
I'm not from Tennessee. Mark's not.
Mark's not from Tennessee either.
Okay, so that was
it's just us.
that was incorrect.
Garrett is from Alaska, but he's currently a pile of hash, so he's not here with us.
Well, he's in the dustpan.
No, he's in the closet right now.
Oh.
We got him with some herbs and incantations, some soft music, and maybe eventually he'll come back out of the closet alive.
So it's funny because when I was driving out to go down south for the thing yesterday,
Mhm.
I actually ran into I passed a couple of signs where they had put those little cardboard signs they had them made like they're professional,
Mhm.
but they were asking specifically for herbs and spices
Well,
with a phone number.
they were asking for them.
Yeah, they're like, if you have like herbs, spices, and it was something else. It was some kind of witchcraft stuff. I don't know, but I
No.
thought it was funny.
What was the comment saying? If you
Let's
miss
see
one, you can scroll
here.
up.
Yeah, let's scroll up here.
We're new to this, guys.
Yeah.
We've never done the live on our own. So
Ah.
we're not doing it on our own, but we never manned it. So we're doing our best.
Okay, scrolling up. A lot of love. Somebody hated their Norton.
See what?
All right. Da, 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 da.
Free intake can on this side.
I think you scrolled up kind of high.
I went a little bit too far, yeah.
Once you're
Let's
all
go
in,
back down.
we'll rotate it.
Yeah, I'm going. Kathy can start her own cooking
Lazy
channel.
a-hole rant says, "Hello, fellow introvert."
I don't necessarily know if it's
Just
so
the
much
last
introversion
post.
as it is that I talk with people all day long, all the time.
Yeah.
So when I get home or off of work, I don't really have much to say anymore. How is the head porting? I haven't made any progress since the last thing.
No, yeah, you did. We got.
Oh, I
three
mean,
of
we
them
got-
done. Yeah.
Well, we have one more cylinder to do in the one head, and then the entire other one.
Mhm.
So
Alrighty. I think we can start.
Well, I told him like right now our concern is getting wheels on the car.
yeah. Charlotte says to ask Tony if he knew she was from West Virginia. Hey Tony, did you know that Charlotte was from West Virginia? Charlotte Quillen.
Oh, okay. Is that important?
I don't know.
Don't know.
Yeah.
She was just asking if you knew.
Yeah.
No. No, but that's
Colonel Sanders has the herbs and spices.
it does. 11.
Where do you think we got the herbs and spices that we're using to resurrect Garrett?
Yeah, it all
We're
comes in a
cheap. We just
bag.
went to KFC and threw some chicken strips in there because they have them on it.
Don't do that yet.
It was the most expedient way to do it.
As long as the ball is sticking through.
All right, yeah.
So we're gonna go 2 complete.
All
revolutions
right.
of the crank.
He'll be
Back
undead in a few
around,
days.
up to the
Yeah.
center.
Yeah, Peter, we're working on that.
Hopefully, yes. We may have to. I don't know. Do you think he'll fit in my blender?
I was thinking that, but I was also thinking maybe we like hook him up to a car battery.
Oh, we can blend the ashes and then put them into like cookie cutter molds and just do like a gingerbread
Oh,
Garrett.
just like Garrett cookies.
Yeah.
That would be a festive and safe and legal thrill.
Nicholas, its strange shocks make a huge difference on some cars, American classics, but on air-cooled Volkswagens, new shocks don't make any difference.
So I can't.
I wouldn't know. I've never owned a Volkswagen.
I've everything that I know about them, I've heard secondhand, so it may or may not be accurate. So,
Is it all
We don't want to give y'all bad advice.
but yeah, that's
We're
probably that might have something to do with just the suspension design overall. Which those use a swing axle rear like a Corvair, so they're kind of weird. Let's see. It was easy to hate Norton's. Okay.
I think Austin is a ventriloquist.
I
John-
gave her my secret blend of herbs and spices, Colt 45 and 2 zigzags, baby. That's all we need.
You know, we had the
All right,
Heritage
Roots.
Cafe in Nashville singing that whole song.
Oh yeah, it was 1 o'clock in the morning on like a Friday.
Yeah. We played it on the jukebox and everybody was singing.
Yeah, we had an entire cafe at like 2 o'clock in the morning on a Friday, just
right?
bumping Afro Man. It was excellent. All right, I think Austin is a ventriloquist. John and he never speak simultaneously, and Austin is often out of shot. You might be right, Galaxy.
That was me talking, by the way.
Herbs, yeah.
Keep going.
So I can move back without the scalding I get over my Jeep. I'm unfamiliar with this. Garrett, aka Lurch.
Yeah, that's from Adam's Family.
Okay,
I was like, I kind of see it.
let's see.
I'm not on it.
Have you guys ever boar hunted over in Monterey?
Boar hunted in Monterey?
I have.
Where the hell is Monterey?
There are probably a few of them.
Oh, probably a few. I've never boar hunted. I've hunted deer.
I'm gonna have one of these.
Can I have the chair?
Do you want the chair?
I'd like the chair.
You can have the chair.
You can get the stool.
All right.
Yeah,
I know, we're
get-
kind
why
of
don't you
completely
get-
blocking
get-
everything that they're
yeah,
doing.
That's
So I
what
gotta
I
get out of
try to
the
leave.
frame here.
You know. Well, why don't you get the
Don't
stool?
smoke nutmeg. It hardly works. Yeah, I'd imagine so.
People were talking about that in high school. Trying to smoke nutmeg.
Austin and John are actually the same person.
We are.
Where is Garrett's while your mouth is moving?
He's a pile of ash. He can't
Yeah.
talk. No. A reasonable man. Smoking in the boys' room. Okay, so Monterey is near. Okay, Pall Mall. Okay, I know that the cigarettes are called Pell Mell. That's how you pronounce that. But is it the same for the town? Anyway, Monterey is near Pall Mall and Crossville. So it's here in Tennessee.
You guys need a tobacco sponsor. Yeah.
We don't need no sponsor.
I think that we
okay.
sponsor them. Is how that work out.
You're blocking the engine.
Yeah.
Why don't you get the stool and put it right there?
That's probably not a bad idea.
Well, here, go get it. Get your Carmen San Diego coat.
Around.
Okay. Can I put it in the car since I'm more?
There's hangers in there. Yeah, you put it in the car. You can do whatever.
let me put my
I'm just sure you don't want John sitting on it.
Well, let me put this up too,
Okay.
because I don't want to get dirty.
John's getting the stool.
60 degrees.
Actually, not.
Doug Narden, John is the brains of the operation. I knew he would excel in head porting just the way he paid attention to Tony. I knew John would be good at it no matter what, because dude's a perfectionist. Because John is a perfectionist in everything he does, so I knew that he would be the best for that. Oh. I'm going to carry this over y'all's heads.
All right, just gonna kind of scoot back.
And John is the smart one.
I know, I just completely blocked everything because the camera's up.
There you go.
There we
That's
go.
good.
All
Does
right,
that,
we
does
good?
that look good to y'all? Well, don't put your head completely in the way.
It's just in the way.
There we go. That's enough,
Yeah.
I think.
All right.
It's just right. If you look in the camera,
Yeah, just go so they're not flopping around.
they only seem to call them pell-mells down here. Yeah, Drab, I used to watch a lot of just random stuff on YouTube, and one of those things that would come up every now and then was like vintage 1960s cigarette commercials, because you could still do those, and they pronounce it pell-mell.
It's okay, it's on the bed.
It is pell-mell.
That bothers me.
It does, but it's pell-mell. They pronounce it pell-mell. That's what it is. Raider JNA question: can you use a fuel cell with a mechanical fuel pump? Having trouble trying to find a new fuel tank for a 1976 Dodge pickup. I don't see why not. It's just the same as a.
So,
I mean, it pulls pressure from the line. That's all that matters, right? I don't know if there's anything weird about that.
I mean, I haven't played with mechanical
Fuel
fuel
cells
pump systems.
existed
The mechanical fuel pump, it just runs on an eccentric and it generates vacuum because
Yeah, it's
it's a
just
little
it's
bladder
a
pump.
diaphragm.
Yeah, I've used much larger versions of those to pump gasoline out of a refinery.
Maybe that's Tony.
But I don't see why that would be a problem because you're going to be gravity feeding the
You're going to
line.
be getting something.
You're just going to
out
have
of
to
it.
crank it for a long freaking time.
Hey, Tony.
Yes.
Man in the chat was asking if you can use a mechanical fuel pump with a fuel cell.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I don't see
Yeah.
why not. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just going to take forever to prime it the first time.
And let's watch that.
With a vented cap. I mean, yes, on my Plymouth is a vented cap. So,
It's going to be pulling.
and it has a mechanical pump.
Is that one of yours?
You can have whatever you want.
I have yours.
There's nothing in
Well,
that
if you're
one.
running a carb, then you're going to be retardless anyway. So the vented cap shouldn't make a difference except for relieving pressure in the tank itself.
Eric Conway says, have Sabrina sit next to Austin. Then you can hijack this live chat and call it the Austin and Sabrina show.
No.
It would be mainly me talking. She just looked pretty. Let's see here. All right. You see anything, John?
Yeah, there was a guy said he had just scrolled down and said that he had, I guess, good luck with doing the fuel cell and mechanical pump.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
been done. It's not like it's very difficult. It just may take longer to prime it, maybe,
Yeah.
but
Well, no, I
maybe
mean, even
not.
on my
It's going to
car-
be the same, pretty much the same length.
Even on my car, running a returnless system,
Yeah.
you run into the problem of vapor locking, like in like a drive-through or something, like anywhere where you're sitting, like on a hot day, because that's what'll happen. Is I'll be in my car in a drive-through, and then the RPM will slowly start because the carburetor's getting hot. You put it in
Yeah.
neutral and then rev it up to about 1200 and hold it for about 30 seconds, and it goes away because it's channeling new fuel in. So
Yeah.
having a return prevents that from happening, but that's what I've learned from my car. So
Yeah.
having a return will help with that.
Tony did a video on how to stop vapor lock for $8.
I did see that, but I don't know if I implicated it.
No issues. Priming from Mopar Man. Yeah. So yeah, it sounds like if that you're not gonna be able to find a actual fuel tank for that truck, you'd be good.
Yeah, like John, your head is kind of big.
Yeah, I know this. Statement of fact.
Eric Conway is asking, Austin, are you versed in the Hemi lifter camshaft failure issue? I'm not. I am not. My car does have solid lifters, though, but they were supplied by Bruce Toth in Pennsylvania, who
Oh,
specializes in
so-
polyheads. So I don't know what he used, but they were good because I've had no problems.
Yeah, Thrash Metal said the solution for the vapor lock was changing to a filter with a provision for a return line.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
I just didn't do it because I'm lazy. I don't want to run another line all the way to the back of the car, and the tank does not have an option for a return because it's a factory reproduced tank. The car never had a return, so I'd have to drill a hole and put something in it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that. I'll just deal with the vapor lock. It's just a driver car anyway.
Ever heard the Nashville Cats song? I remember the football team. I've probably heard the song.
That was a football team?
Yeah, it was arena football back in like the late 90s.
Yeah, look at here.
Really?
Yeah, I used to have
This
a
one. This one is
I used to have a
sight.
big poster,
It's sight this one.
but that's long since
Okay.
disappeared like 5 or 6 moves ago.
We should probably ask him for an update. Do y'all want to give an update on what y'all are doing?
We have a weird relationship on a couple of exhaust rockers here.
Huh.
This one is a little shy, meaning that as the rocker opens, it pulls to the inside of the motor, closer to the inside of the motor, and it's riding very far onto the lash cap. This one here appears to be bent. It's got a little bit of a kink. You can't check them like that.
I say, would it compromise it to bend it back?
No, you don't. You don't bend it back.
Okay. That's what I was saying. Would it compromise it? Because I mean, you're taking strength out of it.
I mean, you can see it just sighting it. Look at this one, which is perfect, right? And it's sighted up against this one, and then neither of them are open. And you can see the difference in the. You see it. Look, it's got a little bit of a twist. See the twist?
David Vizard Performance is here. Tony, David Vizard Performance is in the chat.
David, what's happening, brother man?
He's asking, how does he keep from fouling the plugs every 3 to 4 runs, or is the plug replacement a given?
Say that again now.
He's asking, how do you keep from fouling the plugs every 3 to 4 runs, or is the plug replacement a given?
On what?
Probably Plan Z, I imagine. Or
Oh
just
no!
anything
Now
you do.
they're clean. They're clean and perfect.
I think he was just asking how you keep from fouling them every 3 to 4 runs.
Oh no!
Like,
The
do you
ones
hit them with matte gas, or
I clean them like that. Yeah, but there's no need to. I mean, God bless. They come out clean. They're perfect. The plugs are perfect.
yeah. Okay.
All right, so guys, we have a bent exhaust rocker. So he's going to disassemble. He brought another set of rockers.
Oh, that's handy.
And I'm just gonna double check this side.
You okay, baby?
Hmm?
Did you get you some food, John? Are you hungry? You already ate.
Yeah,
Yeah, breakfast.
I had breakfast with
That's
the
right.
family, so I had like an omelet that made me almost sick because it was too much omelet because we went to
These
IHOP.
all sit. These
Let's
all
go
sit
over-
good.
Apparently, they use 6 eggs in their omelets at IHOP.
Yikes.
Yeah.
This one's slightly questionable compared to the others. See, it's not like okay, this one's dead on the center of the lash cap. This is dead on the center. This is dead on the center. This one's off. It's off about 10 thousandths to one side. I'm going to say that one's okay, but this one looks like it's a lot. Yeah. See, this one, the edge of the fucking pad is completely off the lash cap.
Let's see here.
I got too much crap in my pockets.
Oh, do you want to pop this set of rockers off of here?
DMC Production says, Austin, get a 67 GTX model kit and do a 1 to 24 scale build along. If I could have a scale model of this exact car, yeah, like with the paint and all of it, because it's a beautiful
Oh, I
car.
mean, you have to paint it yourself, so all you do is just use whatever the
Yeah, just as a template.
factory stuff was, and then just leave it outside.
Lord
for a
knows
while.
we've seen it enough to memorize how it looks.
Pretty much.
It's a beautiful car.
No, we don't want to pull the rocker off.
Yeah, we want to take the shit. We got to take the shift off.
We want to pull the shafts.
Mopar Man 1978 asked if I've seen the videos on the channel. I have not, unfortunately. You know, I get on YouTube and just watch like garbage and put it on when it gets to sleep. So I imagine anything that you put on is better than what I watch. Is that right, John? Because you see my YouTube history.
Yeah, I remember you logged into the YouTube app on like my TV or something years ago, and then I fired it back up, and then I was able to look at your likes, and it was bad, dude.
It's just garbage. I just
Yeah.
watch a bunch of trash. I don't need your hat. I ain't Humphrey Bogart.
Blowing my hair up.
This does not work on me, does it, John?
It sure doesn't.
It does not. Take this from me.
Give me one
Oh,
second.
she's fixing her hair.
Okay, these
So, okay, no, see, we got other problems.
They're
here,
asking
too.
where Uncle Crystal is. We don't know. Hey, Tony.
These-
Oh,
these
sorry.
push rods are too
He's
fucking
busy.
long.
He's doing something. I imagine she's doing something else right now.
You see the cup, the inside part of the cup?
I'm gonna unload some garbage out of my pockets.
Okay.
This is tight as it comes up. These are.
I'm gonna have to mute my Twitter notifications. Otherwise it's gonna buzz every 5
Necroyetti
seconds.
said, Austin, take that off before the euphoria intensifies too much. I don't have the neck beard, though. So I don't think that'll happen. I don't ever need to wear that hat, though. It doesn't fit me at all.
Sure, look, there's no distance between.
I look like Grandpa with. I stopped putting hats on me. Now I look like a hunting enforcer. Now I look like a douchebag.
Yeah.
This is bad. Take this off of me. I look like Garrett, but God rest his soul.
Yeah, this thing needs to be washed too, because I got a grungy last one I was out here.
Oh well, that's what's gonna happen, man.
Which one when it goes to full lift? Which one?
You good?
What are we looking at here? This
No, I was just getting all the jangly crap out of my pockets.
Did you cut your hand?
one. Let me know when it's all.
Yeah,
Oh,
last
I
week.
skinned this finger on the bench grinder over there.
Oh, come over here. We'll talk about the jet for a second.
Grab my beverage.
Because they're lining stuff up right now.
Okay, now there's a gap. Gotta make
Hey,
sure
we may
it's-
not be fountains of technical knowledge, but if you have any questions for me and John about the jet or the
Austin looks like Limp Bizkit.
I
Okay,
the
Eric.
whole band. I look like the whole band.
Comb a little 90 weight oil in.
But if you have any questions about the jet or the Plymouth or our experience here or whatever we've done, we can answer those.
Yeah.
It's close though. It's close.
We don't
Like, if
want
these
to
push rods
give you all
go
bad
against
answers if you have any
1,000
questions about the Hemi, but we'll
Here's
relay
what-
on the
here's what
Tony.
happens.
So
It doesn't have to have interference.
thrash metal and
Where-
riffs
where it's like gonna crash into it.
says my friend 70 Challenger blowing top tires and 96 VHS and other friend's 69 Charger at the track and a 96 VHS. If you digitize those tapes,
Yeah, you should digitize those.
if you haven't uploaded those, then
John can do that. Do you have the equipment to do that?
I could get it.
Yeah.
I don't have a computer that actually has a video input like that. Yeah,
So-
they're on his Cars of Metal playlist. Okay.
So they were let's see, Todd Nuzzi asked us, will we street race the junkyard jet? This is implication. I work in law as my day job, and I refuse to answer that question.
Well, we have family in Mexico, like actually in Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
yeah, we could probably actually make a border crossing and do some stuff, but
Yeah,
I don't want to go to one of those jails.
Austin,
You
where
know what
was?
they, you know what they mean by when they say Mexico?
Oh, yeah, I
we
know.
know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my
Nashville
girlfriend's actually got,
Speedway. right?
she's actually got family in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. There are only 3 reasons to put a baseball cap on backwards: riding a motorcycle, welding, and douchebagging. The all-American
I do
pastime
all three.
of douchebagging. That's
Well, I used to have long hair. It was about 2/3 the way down my back.
you look
And-
like Fabio in high school.
well, until like 2015, 2014, something like that. Smoke a cig for me.
On it.
I would put my hat on backwards when I was at work, so that way my hair didn't get full of crap.
You got a screwdriver? Handy?
So, do you think we'll have wheels on the jet by the end of the month?
Yeah.
I think so.
Basically what we've done with that is we've pretty much we've designed assemblies that we can put together as if it was like being assembled in a factory.
I don't think we're that
'Cause-
qualified.
No, we're not, but I mean, you got the K-frame, you got the whole suspension, put it all together, roll it up underneath the car, and then bolt it on. I mean, it's pretty much how they would have done if they were doing a major repair or replacing these serious components. So,
It's held in with 4 bolts.
Yeah.
Big old bolts.
so I don't see why we wouldn't be able to get that together like in a day and a half.
Oh, we're not taking it.
Well, what
I
are
mean,
we
most
gonna,
of the
what are
hard-
we- what are we gonna do
Most of the
without-
hard stuff and the crap work is pretty much done.
What are we gonna do without Garrett? I mean, he's not like alive anymore.
It's okay. There's still a little bit more undercoating we can take off in the trans tunnel and that other quarter.
So we'll have enough pieces
So
of
we
him.
should have enough extra leftover material that we can hopefully fabricable a Garrett together.
Yeah, we can just build Garrett 2.0 beta. We'll build him better. Let's see. Are we going to run nitrogen in the tires? No.
I mean, air is 78% nitrogen, so technically yes, but also we're not paying for it. Speaking of, one of the things that I need to come up with is either a really long extension cord, or we need to get a packable power inverter or something. So y'all can take when you actually go run the stupid thing, can have my little pancake air compressor.
You're going to be there.
Well, yes, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about later on. If we're
Yeah.
I've got a little 2-gallon pancake compressor that don't need for anything anymore, and it just lives in my truck. So we just have to get it ready. So if we go out somewhere, you need to air down, you can air back up, whatever, something happens, you're covered. Frank and Garrett 2.0. Yeah.
So hang on there. Yeah. Eric Conway said, can't you guys reincarnate Garrett? We did it with John, so we can do it again. John wasn't dead this long though. Let's see. Frank and Garrett 2.0. I missed what happened to him. Was there a video? Old Jetfire is asking if was there a video that explains it? Yes, the last video. Sadly, Garrett spontaneously combusted. In the last video, he's a pile of ash with a hat now, and we're working on bringing him back.
Engine update from JMR.
Hey Tony. Hey, they're wanting an engine update.
Well, they're swapping rockers out, right?
Yeah, they're trying to
We
fix
have
the
a
rocker.
bent exhaust.
A little bit of a Houston problem.
I'll show you when we go to the part. One of the exhaust rockers is bent, so instead of hitting the valve stem straight on, it's hitting it completely off to the one side. So it would almost be passable with the lash caps, but like if there was no lash caps on this, it wouldn't work at all. But we're going to change it out.
Do you know what would cause that kind of thing?
These Hemi exhaust rockers are on the fragile side.
Okay.
They're extremely long, and you can see by the construction, and you can only make them so heavy.
Yeah.
So these are the light duty, small pad street Hemi rockers. They have race Hemi rockers that have a wider pad, they're a little bit beefier. But what happens is if there's any sort of resistance, let's just say, at any point the motor hydraulic or really any sort of violence, and what it does is it lays the edge of it lays the end of the rocker over. So God only knows what experience this engine, these things have had in their life.
Would too stiff a valve spring do that?
No, just different valve spring wouldn't. But I tell you what, running this type of rocker just on a nitro motor, it has to open the exhaust into an active combustion cycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
has to open the exhaust into an active combustion cycle, and that causes a tremendous amount of stress right there, and it'll bend it or break it.
Huh.
And can you see the twist in it?
Yeah, I can see it. It goes off here a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
you can really see it there
Yeah.
compared. I don't know if the camera would pick that up.
You'd have to put it pretty close.
Yeah. Put them next
Well,
to each other.
Yeah, just camera.
So, I don't know if you guys can see it. This is the old one. So, I don't know if you can see, if I'm holding this at the right angle, there's a little bit of a bend going this way. So, they're swapping them out. Okay. So, there's the update. They're just replacing the rocker right now. Luckily, Andy has the correct ones already.
You can use nitrogen in the tires to reinvigorate your beer at the track.
Yeah, if your soda goes flat, just hook it up. That's an ingenious idea.
I mean, it might taste
It's like
a
a
little
soda stream.
fishy.
It's like a soda stream.
You need to add some cigarette ash to the Garrett reincarnation.
We've been doing that. He's kind of our ash pile right now too. So
Yeah. Charlotte asked, do they still use the stock rocker on the intake side of top fuelers?
I don't know.
We did back in the 90s. We still had, we were running the dark billet heads at the time, and we were still using stock street Hemi intake rockers. The exhaust rockers are what takes a beating, not the intake.
Yeah, because they're opening during combustion cycle.
Yeah.
So yeah, they would take a beating.
But I mean, to be fair and honest, we were probably the last people on Earth to run stock intake rockers on a nitro motor. That's because we were broke.
Do you know how much horsepower, John, that this engine is projected to have?
Projected?
Yeah,
I have no idea what's in it.
26,000 horsepower.
Oh, so
That's
it's like
what we've decided on.
26,000.
It's going to turn.
So it's going to be just like playing Forza
RPMs.
again.
It's gonna be turning RPMs fast enough to raise Frankie Valli from the dead.
Okay.
Is Frankie Valli dead? Yeah, he's dead.
I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure Frankie Valli's dead. Oh, yeah, that's right. Bill Bradley killed him. They won't get that. But anyway, let's look at the comments.
Hey, be a gent and police your butts.
Yeah, I have been. We can't really bring the camera over there, Tobias. There's nowhere for it to sit. It's really set up as
Also,
best as we possibly can right now.
The USB plug that the camera plugs
Yeah,
into the computer
we
on.
can't mess
yeah,
with the wires. They kind of.
it's not a great.
We're doing our best.
It's not a great connection. So when it works, just don't screw with it, because otherwise you'll lose your life.
So we'll be giving updates. But we enjoy you hanging out.
Billy Bob Holcomb, you can buy WD-40 by the gallon. Soak the ashes.
Soak the ashes in WD-40.
Frankie Valli is 87.
Oh god,
okay.
he's still alive, isn't he?
Okay.
Someone's here. Someone's here, Tony.
Here.
Is
I don't know who that is.
well, it ain't Kathy.
Hello.
Howdy.
In the area, I heard I'd stop by. I didn't know if you'd be here or not.
Yeah,
All right.
we're actually in the middle of a live broadcast.
There he is, hiding behind the motor.
That's what I do. I hide behind motors. Stuff.
Hello, random person.
Y'all filming or?
Yeah, we're live right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm gonna have one of these hot dogs.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bratwurst.
You like some dinner?
No, we just did. My wife wouldn't come in. She was afraid to get shot.
Only at night.
The clubhouse says you're way off, Austin. 47 million and 2-barrel 191. 47 million horsepower with a 2-barrel. 191 with a 4-barrel. That seems like a good split. You see, thrash metal. I can't remember if Frankie Valli was alive. I love Frankie Valli. Everybody I know hates Frankie
Yeah.
Valli. I love Frankie Valli. So,
No, I just could go my whole life without listening to any Frankie Valli because that's all my mom listened to when I was growing up.
but when you're riding in my 65 Plymouth, that's 60s music until I get bored of it.
Yeah, Charlotte. They ran stock rockers to stop supercharger explosions. I buy it.
See what?
No, the last
Water?
one we had
In the
was better
office,
than
in the
this one.
fridge, there is water.
But here's what I'll do now.
Yeah.
Loosen this.
Are those My Little Pony horsepower? Yeah, when it's My Little Pony horsepower, you cut it in half. Because pony power is half a horsepower.
I think that's optimistic.
Is it?
Yeah.
The
I don't
one
know.
is distinctly
Anybody can-
twisted.
Anybody can narrow that down for us. Let us
So
know.
Frankie
you know.
Valli is still touring.
He is? I bet
Well,
he- I
apparently
bet-
he's going to be at Ovens Auditorium in North Carolina
I mean,
on the 4th
do you think
of
Frankie
November.
Valli can still hit those notes? You know, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe. It's all falsetto.
Everybody say, who the hell is this Brandon dude? Just Google it. Why are you moving my chair?
Where they can see.
I wasn't in the way.
Okay.
They'll let me know if I'm in the way. I hope they would let me know.
47 million My Little Ponies.
So that's 23.5 million horsepower.
Zebra thrust.
Zebra thrust. The alternative. If you buy a car from Europe, it's zebra thrust.
Was it if you get it from Australia? It's kilo mules.
Say what?
Kilo mules.
Kilo mules?
Yeah, they rate them engines in Australia in kilowatts.
Hold on, we don't get the breast drip. It doesn't really matter. That's a breast amp.
Peter Kovacs, thank you, Sabrina. Thank you for moving me. I didn't know him in the way. You know, I habitually
figured.
lean.
He has a big head.
I do have a big head. I habitually lean. I apologize. I don't notice I'm doing it.
David Vizard, metric horsepower.
Vizard.
Vizard?
Vizard.
Okay.
Vizard.
I'm not a linguist. I don't get names right pretty much ever.
Metric horsepower. Is there such thing? I mean, horsepower isn't even like a unit recognized by the Board of Standards and Units, right?
Yeah, horsepower is a mathematical equation.
Can you show a close-up of the bent rocker on the head? We already did a little bit ago.
Y'all got that out here still?
That bent rocker, I don't know where it went. I don't want to go judging through their stuff. I think that one's it. I think that one's the bent rocker.
Just ask them.
Well, it sure doesn't look straight.
Well, bring it over here.
Yeah.
I saw it. I might be able to point it out.
Yeah, it doesn't look straight.
Yeah, this one's the bent one. So this is the bent rocker. Don't know if you can see it, but it's kind of kinking over a little bit towards me.
Hey, Sabrina, hand me my phone, please.
So they luckily Andy already had a set of rockers on the side that are good. So they're just changing it out.
Light that sucker up.
So easy as that.
Kind of see what's going on here.
I don't know if you can see.
I'll get this out of frame so it's like.
So it's bent a little bit.
That we just took off of there.
Yeah.
Better safe than sorry. Just change her out if you got another one. You know. Here you go.
No.
Excellent.
You took these to the cleaner.
Yes.
What?
Did the rockers all go back to the same place? Okay, then that's why. This
No, I need to
stand
kill
is
the
off,
music,
the
so otherwise it
down
might
is off.
accidentally start
So
playing in the
that
background. We
rocker
don't need
was
that.
always Side loaded over time. Which is geared.
Thrash Metal says, I'm a guitarist. We only measure in watts and decibels. You know, John was a sound guy. He's actually a very good sound guy.
Oh, yeah.
Aren't you, John?
Okay. Oh, well, that's it.
It's
Well, that's it. Okay.
it's probably been 8 or 9 years since I did that.
Yeah.
But yeah, from the time that I was like 12, I started doing live audio production, like family church stuff, and did it for about a decade.
Yeah.
But the guy that taught me how to do all that,
It's
he went
better.
crazy. Started
I mean,
accusing me
you're
of
getting
hanging
better
out at a trap house.
Yeah. I won't
Um,
get into all that. But
but yeah,
rockers are like-
yeah, I used to
did you
do
just want to pop in?
I used to do live stuff, and
Say what?
I have a coworker.
I miss
I'm
it.
getting them to watch.
Well, say hi to him.
Hi, Cornwell.
It'll work.
She's shy.
the only
Let's
sound
see.
that matters is distortion.
Let's see. Let's
Distortion and
catch up on
cards.
this.
Yeah, all right.
So let's see. BTUs is
Much,
the
much
basic
better.
unit or power
That's
measurement.
what I'm telling you. That it either the dowel is off or the stand is off, and just over time, that's why that rocker started to lay over.
This one
See.
shifted. Just to let you know.
How many
Yeah.
watts and decibels will this Hemi be? 4.
Yeah, it's not-
4 of them.
You
At
could
least.
you could do that math.
You could probably do that math. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what exhaust is on it. It does have an exhaust. We don't know what's on it, but I'm sure it's going to sound bitchin'. Let's see here. So we got 446 people watching right now. Thank y'all for hanging in with us. If you have any questions, let us know. We can relay them to them, or if you have questions for us, or whatever you want. We're just hanging out, building an engine. Sorry we can't take it over there, but that's the limits of technology.
What's the torque on the Hemi head bolts?
75.
From
75
Eureka?
foot-pounds.
First hit 50.
Yeah. Starting at 50, work your way up to 75.
For the stock head bolt.
Yeah, for the stocks. Is that, did y'all use the stock head bolts? Yeah. Let's see. Per Grafstrom asks, ask Tony if he knows how many degrees the smaller head bolts / studs are angled at. Hey, Tony. Oh.
Yeah.
Someone had a question for you.
Ah,
He was asking if you might know how many degrees the smaller head bolts / studs are angled at.
how many degrees this? Oh, the inner row. You're talking about the inner row. It's 1.5 or 2 degrees. It's just enough. It's just enough.
I wouldn't have even known that they had an angle.
Most people don't.
Yeah.
So that's still like good. That's perfect.
When's Buff coming back from the space station? Well, we're going to have to resurrect Garrett first. You ever met Belf Del Campo?
I have not.
He's a nice guy. He was here at the open house when I brought the Plymouth here. He's a nice guy. What does Tony use to torque Hemi head nuts? Probably a torque wrench. It's a click torque wrench.
What's that?
They're asking what Tony would use to torque the head bolts,
The head nuts.
head nuts.
I use my
Yeah.
teeth.
He
Yeah.
uses his
I use my
teeth.
fucking teeth.
As I say, a torque wrench, but his
Oh,
teeth.
what do I use to the inside ones?
Yeah.
There's actually a special tool for that we don't have here now. Most people don't use it, and they're pulled down with a box wrench.
So it's his teeth. He uses his teeth.
Buff needs to bring back some Tang to reconstitute Garrett.
Yeah, we're just gonna have the most delicious Garrett like smoothie.
It just
Tang,
sounds like he has to go in the
cigarette
blender.
ashes, Garrett's ashes, herbs and spices, some chicken tenders from KFC. Are we going to weld the spiders in the junkyard jet?
Is the GTX a 4-speed from Big
yes,
Motorhead?
yes, it is. It is a 4-speed. Are we going to weld the spiders in the junkyard jet? First, we need a chunk. Tony has a 430 that he's willing to let us borrow, and I had tossed around the idea of getting a spool for it because they're pretty cheap and they're gonna fit what we need. But Tony wants us to try his 430 to see if it needs more gear or less gear. And when it comes down to when we build our own rear end, I'm thinking we'll just plump for a sure grip rather than weld it. But it's really up to just
Yeah.
however we feel about it.
The short grip is like $600 fucking dollars.
Say what?
The short grip is like $600.
From Dr. Diff, they're $395.
That's $400.
We don't know. We don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a lot of money. Just weld up the spider.
Well, I'm talking about after, like way later. You know. Well, I mean, first we blow it up, and then we just figure out what to do then.
Yeah.
Hey Austin, where's Garrett? He's in a dustbin in the closet over there, burnt to pieces.
Why isn't the jet getting worked on?
Because it's Saturday. Now, this weekend we may or may not be working on it, but we've got enough to where we're still likely to get wheels on it by the end of the month, which will be next weekend. So we just need to get that 430 from Tony to put it in the rear end, so put the axles in, and get the K-frame put in, and put wheels on it. So we're not too far off from that. But our main concern is getting it in the shop because it's going to start getting cold.
She's watching. She said she saw me on there.
Who is?
My coworker.
Oh,
Come say hi again,
Okay.
and don't be awkward about it.
Thank you for saying you love my hat, Cornwell.
But anyway,
Yeah, well, I like those.
you're so weird.
You can tell if it's
You're weird too.
You're weirder than me.
Fuck you.
Jesus, I love you too. Garrett talk. Thumbs down. Oh well, he'll be back after we resurrect him.
you're getting compliments.
You are getting
Charlotte just said you're pretty.
Thank you.
And people are saying it is a cool hat.
that was
That
a,
was,
it was a
uh,
Christmas
Vince
present. Christmas
Wincher.
present from my parents to her.
Yeah.
She loves that hat.
It needs something done to the part.
No, it doesn't. It's a floppy brim fedora.
Oh.
It doesn't
Well,
need anything done. It's supposed to.
curl up.
It can if you want to.
Oh. I want to curl down.
You don't want it to curl down.
Oh.
Rob Zombie hat.
Rob Zombie hat.
Does he always wear one of those?
I don't know.
Mark asks, he's got a 331 Gen 1 firepower waiting for a resto. Has Tony worked on one recently, and is it decent to build for power?
Recently, no. They're okay. They're very small bore motors. What year is the thing? The 51 and 52 heads are junk. Like, don't even bother with them. The 53 head is okay. The 54 head is the one you want. 54, 55. Which is the same as the 354 head, the 555 casting. But they're tough. They're tough. Build it blown. You know what I mean? It's a perfect engine for turbocharger, supercharger, or anything like that. But you're going to be really disappointed. Normally aspirated.
Unless you spin the thing 12,000 RPM.
Oh, American Defender said LA over Poly. I take offense to that.
I mean, you
love
can
my
be
Poly.
offended. I mean,
I
it's
can be
factually accurate.
Being
It's
offended
like a
doesn't make
sport.
me right, you know. So
Let's
you're
offend Austin.
you're
Yeah.
right, you know. LA over Poly if you're trying to build something that is economical to build and fast. But I love my Poly head.
No, it runs really good
Yeah,
now.
I love that car.
That it's been completely rebuilt from the ground up.
Yeah. He says, I know you're just razzing me. Trust me, I built a Poly. I can take a joke. King Eric, the greatest of all, asks if Uncle Tony has ever owned a DeSoto.
No.
No? You've never owned a DeSoto?
I've never owned a DeSoto.
You've owned like everything Mopar under the sun.
I have a cat named DeSoto.
Oh, well,
Does
that's
that count?
well, yes, he does
I've
own
been
a
to
DeSoto.
DeSoto.
It meows
I've been
frequently.
to DeSoto too.
There's nothing there.
I was at DeSoto the night that Herb Parks got killed. I actually watched Herb Parks get run over and killed.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
From the driver's seat?
Manson
No,
says
from
that
the-
we could be.
Just from 20 feet away on the other side of the chain link fence.
Mason said we could be putting in the K-frame instead of reading comments. That'd be, well, then no one would be here talking.
That is true.
So we could be.
Yeah, that would be.
It's not going to
productive.
take long. Like it's together. Like it's almost all one piece. It would be way too productive for our standards, though.
Yeah,
I'm just
it really
kidding. We
just
bust
needs-
ass when we're here.
Yeah.
We bust our asses because we get one day a week. You know.
To be fair, there are some times where we could make more progress than we do, but we do run into problems, and that's just how it is.
Yeah. You know. Sometimes we end up BSing and talking and. But, you know, we're having fun while we do it, and we're sticking to what we want to get done when we want to get it done.
So let's just do this.
The undercoating on the car is actually almost completely gone. Like, there's only one fender well in the trans tunnel.
Yeah, we didn't do under the floorboards because
We got to cut all that anyway.
Yeah.
We got to cut on that.
I'm
Eureka 7 Wave asks if we assembled the disc brakes before we put them in the car, or would it be better to do it piece by piece on the car? Absolutely. Like, you know, the kit is designed to where you can do it when the spindle's on the car. But let me tell
but
you,
you got to
it's so
take them
much
off
easier.
anyway.
It's so much easier to do it with it off the car.
Yeah, you've
Because-
got to take the spindles off so that way you can actually modify the spindle
'cause
itself to clear the bolt so you can put the freaking thing on there.
Well, then there's also the fact that everything in the Willwood kit bolts from behind the spindle.
Mhm.
So if you have to torque these things, you know, you have to put Loctite on, you have to torque them and assemble it all. And I know it could be done while the spindle's still on the car, but considering you got to take a little bit of material out, and you got to, you know, get back there with a torque wrench, it's a lot easier to do it with it off the car.
Let's just run through the whole motor, okay, and make sure that we
So,
have clearance.
remember to
For
do
the rocker
leave room for
on
the
that
shifter
control.
linkage when we're doing the floorboard. Yeah,
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut that trans tunnel anyway because it's automatic.
yeah. There's going to be some cutting and patching that happens. So,
But nothing that
Um,
we're scared of. We can figure that out.
what is the prediction on the quarter mile time?
We don't want to give that out because we
No.
don't want to. We don't know.
No, like you can do math and get close, but that also depends on performance.
We don't know how much
and
the car is going to weigh when it's done.
Yeah.
We don't know, you know.
There's
what-
too many variables to try and throw a number out.
We don't even know what the gear ratio and the transmission is yet because we haven't messed with it. So
Yeah, we really need to pull that over and actually.
we don't
Do the
really
math.
know, and we don't want to give out a number because it may disappoint or shock people. I don't know.
I know what I'd like to see out of it.
I know. Yeah, I know what I'd like to see. But what we're actually going to get, who knows? We just have to stick around and find out because it will be going.
Yeah.
You know, maximum lift when it's on the nose of the cam, right? Just stop me and
Let's
check
see
that.
here.
Okay, hold on. We got one.
What parts are still needed for the jet? I hope I'm not missing comments. Let's go back through a couple since we've been talking and see if there's anything we missed.
Has Tony ever used a crow's feet for the
Not at the
Hemi?
top. We're at the
Yeah.
Where do you see that?
Charlotte, down, a little bit further down.
No, the problem's gonna be on the nose of the cam.
Has he ever used a crow's foot for Hemi nuts?
You're right, the back side.
I don't know.
'Cause as it
But he's
comes up,
talking
it
with them right
closes
now.
that
Yeah.
relationship between
It's a
the
crow's
top and the
foot
rocker.
wrench is like a wrench that you put on the end of like an extension almost kind of, or it bends out to a 90 degree and fits around the nut.
So why did they?
Because it's like a crow's foot. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm saying. So when you see the next low,
Okay, so
come to
we're not too
maximum
far
load,
behind.
right?
No,
Stop me.
microwave is about 1,000 watts. Mine's 1,500.
Yeah, thrash metal and fun riffs. It assembled on the K-frame, then the whole thing bolts in. That's exactly what we did.
Yeah.
So we were going to drop the
'Cause-
front end anyway because all the rubber was toast on that car, so we needed new bushings.
It's easier to clean it up and put it all together when it's not in the car.
Plus, we wanted to paint it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh wait, what was that one that I started reading? Any parts that we need. Joseph asked if we need any parts for the jet. You know, nothing that we haven't planned for. Most of the stuff that we're getting now is what we're gonna be getting is engine parts, and all that stuff we're getting from
Well,
Sony.
Yeah, just kind of
So-
buy that stuff new anyway.
So all the stuff that we're getting so far right now is gonna have to be some new stuff. But
This thing gets up to,
if you got a Lakewood scatter shield that isn't in production anymore, it's part number 15320 for an 833 4-speed. We do need that. I will pay for it. So
Yeah.
if you have it,
Yeah, what the only
Or
one
anything,
you found
find
one
one.
for sale on eBay.
I found one for sale, you know, and it's like $400. And, you know, but if anybody has a lead on one or
This
might
makes
have
sense,
one,
right?
let me know.
I mean, I can't get this one to even with the ball.
Well, somebody scroll up a little bit.
Yeah.
Too fast.
I just
All
can't
right.
get it around.
You were smoking spliffs. No, we're not.
My glasses.
Oh, where'd they go?
Glasses.
Tony's glasses.
I see the safety
No, those are
glasses.
safety glasses.
He needs his reading glasses.
Reading glasses.
Let's see.
John Trudell asks, "What number would you like to see out of it?" And if we talk about number that we would want to see out of it, it's not necessarily what we expect.
Yeah.
And I really don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'd like to see
We can measure
at
this
least
side.
11.9.
That should be.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
No, that is.
that would be.
If I
cool.
could, if we could build a car that outruns my bike, that'd be dope.
Yeah.
We can't get this in between here,
Okay. Bad Tree Productions. I was in their chat the other night. They were,
Oh,
they
yeah.
were good people. Send them beer money. Hope y'all bought some beer with that. And yeah. So what turned you guys on to the Mopar life? Well, I wasn't a Mopar guy until I got my Plymouth. So
No,
you know,
there's
I'm
no
still. I've had that car for like what 3 years now.
Just about.
Yeah. but you
I
can
love
really-
Mopar
Yeah, you
stuff.
traded your Harley for it.
I love Mopar stuff
No,
because
it
I
is
own a Plymouth,
absolutely
but I wasn't
fucking
like that
wild.
until I got it. John is not a Mopar guy. He's just a car guy. He
I
has
hold
no-
nothing sacred.
He has no attachment to any manufacturer. He just likes what works.
The only thing that has any kind of special meaning to me is just my old Fiero because it was my first car. And
Yeah.
I still have it. I'm going to get it back on the road, hopefully at some point. Eventually, it's been sitting for almost a decade. But
Let's see here.
but I don't care what goes in it either because I've got stuff to put like Corvette brakes and a whole bunch of lighting equipment.
You
And
have
I'm
the
going to
other
rebuild
stuff.
the whole freaking thing basically because nothing on it is good.
You know, if you want a chair, there's some chairs over there in the corner.
Let's sit and don't.
Well, go get you a chair. Go get that red chair right there. You ain't got to be standing all day.
Yeah.
I feel bad. You're just standing there.
Okay. Apparently some.
Okay, let's catch
Let's
up.
see here.
Where were we at? You'll be lucky to see high 12s. Maybe. Who knows? We don't know. We can't really guess. But we want it to be as fast as we can possibly make it. Our goal is really just to get it done good on the track and just make a pass with it. I don't care what time it runs. I know it's going to be fast.
No, I just wanted to survive.
Yeah, I don't even care if it survives.
No, that one's got-
I'll send a piston on the moon. I don't care.
Yeah, the exhaust.
Put a slant 6 in the Fiero. That's
That would be cool.
not gonna happen.
You did it with the Miata. Yeah. So, but
It'd be easier in the Miata than it would in the Fiero.
oh, we got 440 people watching. 439. Never mind. Now I'm not happy
I see
anymore.
it in here, bro.
I was happy. 440. Let's see.
All right, so now let's check another random exhaust.
Let's see here.
You know when we got an exhaust.
John Brennan asked if the rocker assembly on the 426 feeds oil to the rest of the valve train, or does it oil through the push rods? Hey, Tony.
Yes, sir.
Does a Hemi oil through the push rods?
No.
No.
426, no.
Yeah.
Gen 3's oil through the push rods.
So it oils.
That's fine. You're all the clearance in the world.
It does
Let's
not
check-
oil
let's check
feed
an
through the
intake on
push
that
rods.
side. Ready?
Let's see here. So
A slant
Walter,
6 in a BMW would be cool, Andy.
Walter Warner
It's hard to see,
asks,
right?
I am an owner of 67 440 GTX. How did factory do engine break-ins off the assembly line?
Let's go to that list.
I don't know how they did it off the assembly line. I know that back then when you bought a car new in the 60s, they told you be easy on it for like 1,000 miles because they weren't broken in.
Yeah.
And nowadays the clearances are so exact that you don't have to do that anymore.
Well, no, they break it into the factory so that way they don't put a lemon engine in a car and have to repo it.
Yeah.
Or lemon law it, really.
I imagine they probably did the cam break-in, once it rolled off, because you wouldn't want a trusted consumer to do that. And then they just told people, hey, be easy on it for the first 1,000 miles. Because that's my grandfather's talked about that before. John Trudell is asking for an engine update. Hey, Tony. They're asking for an update on the engine.
Okay. We're just discussing. We'll give you the update in 1 second.
Okay, sorry.
I
don't want
I
to
did
interrupt
see
them.
Yeah.
somebody said 3.8 Buick. You can run a Series 1, 2, or 3 supercharged out of a Park Avenue. It's not the same thing as 3.8 Buick, though. That's like Grand National engine. Has a different bell pattern or a bell housing pattern. So like the old Grand National 3.8s had the BOP pattern, and the later ones like the Series 1, 2, and 3 in the 90s, those had 90s and 2000s, those had the GM metric pattern. So you can actually bolt those into a Fiero. You just got to make mounts, and you got to do a lower dog bone attachment, figure out the alternator and all that stuff.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no! I was going to say Eugene said somebody's getting grumpy talking about you. It's like no, Tony's in work mode.
Is
not
the 2x4
not trying to
still
bother
holding?
Tony.
Yeah.
So where's a rocker?
There's one right there behind the mustard.
Okay, do we have a push rod?
That one.
Push rod?
That one is the bent one.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Grab the magnet.
See you, Bad Tree.
All right.
I need to subscribe
So-
to Bad Tree. I've seen their stuff before. It's good.
The situation that we have here is this. On the exhaust side, we're fine. On the intake side, so here's the push rod. Okay. Go up to here. Here's a push rod.
Get some light on that.
Okay. And what we've got here is we got a situation where the push rod is too long on the intake sides. And what's happening is it's making contact right there. So when the push rod opens the rocker like this, the inside cup, this part right here, is actually touching the rocker. So what happens is as the motor is running, the push rod is spinning. The faster you go, the faster the push rod, the more higher RPM, the faster the push rod spins. But if it makes any contact at all with the inside part of the rocker, like it is right now, on that, what'll happen is it'll overheat, and it'll break the cup. It'll blue the push rod. It wrecks all kinds of havoc. And it's okay at like lower RPM, but once you get up over like 4,000 or 5,000 RPM, that's when it starts to become critical. So the fix for this is there's two fixes, two possible fixes. The first is to get a shorter set of intake push rods, which we can't do that now, right? The other fix would be to remove the lash caps. So we put the stock engines don't have lash caps. We're putting lash caps on here because it's better to have lash caps than to not have lash caps. But the problem is the lash cap lifts the rocker at the pad, which would effectively shorten the length of the push rod. It changes the geometry of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave the lash caps on the exhaust side and remove the lash caps on the intake side. They're really not necessary in this particular application. So, but that'll give us the geometry that we need and keep the cup from hitting the inside part of the rocker. I hope that made sense. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know. So sometimes I explain things. I'm like,
Well,
did I
it's very
say
technical.
everything that was in there?
Yeah. It's very technical.
Okay.
But I understood. Charlotte says, I've heard Tony say 1,000 times, you don't want to be around me when I'm working. No, you don't want to get in his way when you're working, when he's working. You just kind of, let him do the thing. So I try not to interrupt him too much.
You have a lash cap? So this here is a lash cap. You guys can see that, okay? And this fits over.
You have a valve stem or something? No.
All right. So this lash cap here, this fits over the valve stem, the top of the valve stem, and it seats into the lock. And the reason you use a lash cap is because once you get over 570 thousandths lift on a Hemi, I mean, it's a 5/16 stem. So the stem is very small diameter. So once you get over a certain amount of lift, when the rocker, see, as the rocker opens, the pad sweeps back across the top of the stem. So without a lash cap, the pad is actually hitting the side of the valve stem. So that's why you would add lash caps. But I don't believe they're necessary here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the lash caps out, and we're going to rotate the motor through a cycle and make sure that the pad, right, on the rocker is hitting center and not riding off of the stem. If it's not riding off of any of the stems, then we're good to go.
Kathy's wanting to know if y'all need more coffee.
Oh, Jesus.
Andy, y'all are good?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right. So,
Yeah.
guys, did that make sense? Am I explaining this? I don't know if I'm explaining this well. Am I explaining
All right.
this correctly?
Am I still in your Mountain Dews?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get it for you, John.
It seems like they understood.
Okay.
It made sense. You're a good teacher.
Pliers.
Well, yeah, that's
Not, well, it doesn't matter anyway because you're not going to use them.
How's it going, man?
I'm glad.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
You're fine. I know you're busy. That's fine.
I'm a little, just a little occupied.
Here you go, John.
Oh, thank you.
We-
You're welcome.
You want a hamburger or a hot dog or something?
We need to wipe your seat before we got down here.
Oh, okay.
We have a visitor. What's your name?
Stan.
Stan. I'm Austin. That's John.
Do y'all have the same tank?
I think so.
Stankwitz.
Say what?
I was born in Philadelphia, Stankwitz.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. And I just think, I guess because I got mechanical background, and when he explains it, it just takes me back to when I was younger,
Yeah.
to do the same thing.
We'll get out there and start doing it again.
I'm trying.
This isn't this stuff that we do at the garage is from an era that John and I never got to experience. Of course, I don't know if you're as interested in the 60s kind of stuff as I am. I like the old tech. It's like when people told me on the Plymouth I should upgrade to HEI, and I did upgrade the ignition. I went from single point to dual point.
What I find fascinating about all this stuff is like the engineering that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, making all that stuff work, it's like
Yeah.
a clock, you know.
Well, it's like that engine back there, the original designer. I mean, it's from the late 50s.
I mean, hell, we're taking that 5.9 Magnum, it was made in 95. We're gonna put dual point on it.
Yeah. Okay, no coffee then. All right.
Thanks for asking, though, Kathy.
Yeah, Cal, I don't want any more coffee now. Thank you, though.
All right.
Hey, James. Yeah, James is the guy that sent the stickers to us.
James Mendick?
Yeah, he sent us I think he's supposed to send one with Garrett's name spelled correctly, but
Yeah, he mentioned something about sticking
well,
a
wait,
Cadillac.
do we still need that sticker because Garrett's a pile of ash now? In memory of Garrett the Eskimo Rhoda.
Well, if you have the old one, there should be enough letters if he does like the entire run, so that way we can put RIP.
RIP Garrett.
We may need a P.
All gave some gave all. Junkyard Jet.
Tony needs a light up on air sign outside the door to the shop.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't a bad idea.
I was on Front Street, like every.
I have an open sign at the house and it's never plugged in because
This is private
We go from
property
there
sign.
to Front Street. And Napoleon, we were raced there until the sun come up.
Been there a few times.
I raced there one night in a fucking snowstorm.
PJG. Everybody's asking about Garrett.
Started drizzling.
I decided to be open year
He's a
round.
pile of ash now, unfortunately. Dearly departed. May he, Sabrina even said, may he rest in
And
peace.
it was snow flurry, right?
Should we actually
Went
tell
from
him?
there to
He's not
Philadelphia,
dead. He just had to leave that day.
Yeah.
You can tell him on the live because 500 people watching. Garrett just had to leave that day.
Yeah, he had something else he had to do.
He had to go do something else. So he had to leave that day when we shot that video. He's still here.
Yeah, Austin went to go drop him off.
Yeah. And then he gave us his hat and was like, here, do something funny with this. I was like, okay. So he'll be back. He hasn't gone anywhere. The 318 Will Run says, hey, I have a 89 Dodge Van B250 and I'll race your Poly. You might win. Mine's got a 293 rear gear and it's a C body. So
Yeah. It really needs a gear.
Yeah, as long as
it needs a
as long as
323.
the-
That's what I want to put in it.
off the end of the stem would be fine.
Oh, Gary Brenner says, Tony, lose the dorks.
Loose the dorks.
Loose the dorks.
We are loosed.
We are loose.
We
I
have
mean,
we have been loosed.
It's okay.
One guy said he had 3 polys.
3 polys. No, why do you need that much headache? I have 2.
I mean, if you have 3, you can have 2 running cars.
I have 2 and I get constant migraines. Not that they're like broken or anything. They're unreasonably expensive to build properly.
Talking about the BS, we've talked.
Where?
We've talked dieting, exercise, music, arts, lighting, farts on fire, and exposed like particle
You've missed a lot,
accelerators.
John. You got
You know,
keep the dorks and then no dorks. It's okay. We're gonna be here. Well,
It's Kathy on her way here.
I believe so.
I believe so.
So we live 10 minutes away. So
273 is an airplane gear.
Yeah. Well, airplanes are pretty fast. So
Off the ground.
Oh, and Chooch said,
Oh, that one
Junkyard
guy did
Jet
say
Crew
that-
are awesome. Thank you. We appreciate your support.
I want to scroll back up because somebody was
We're
talking
doing
about.
this so that Tony can work on the engine. And we know the view kind of sucks, but we're limited by the cable on the camera. So it's better to do this than to bring you nothing.
Eureka 7-Wave recently restarted a sitting Newport with a 383, dumping gas down the carb. Runs fine at fast idle, but after a while of throttle, it sputters and dies. A little while of throttle, it sputters and dies.
You know what?
Have you experienced that?
What?
Then there was.
I mean,
Look at that pretty girl on camera.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So 383 sputters and dies.
sputters and dies.
When he said pour gas down, it runs, but it sputters and dies when you give it a little bit of throttle. So it sounds a little bit like, would that be an accelerator pump issue? Or?
I had that problem, and my transfer slots were set way too high.
Now the funny thing about
And there was like throttle linkage problems, and it was just trying to pull gas from the mains.
Carburetors to me
So
are
it
voodoo
would
magic.
it would be setting, the transfer slots would be completely exposed, and the carburetor would be open slightly, but the ignition was set so retarded that it was masking it. And what I ended up doing was just completely setting my transfer slots with the cable disconnected and adjusting my ignition timing. But when your transfer slots are too far open, it'll start to pull fuel from the mains, and it'll be too rich.
Same person. Don't think it's timing. That's at 10 degrees. Carb was rebuilt with something that worked perfectly. Idle is too rich. Maybe there's too much gas in the oil.
See, I don't know.
I have no idea.
I can tell you what my experience was, but your mileage may vary.
Yeah. Oh, where'd it go? Thank God Garrett is still with the living, allegedly.
Allegedly, he's only dead on the
There's a
inside,
lot to the whole reincarnation thing.
kind of like John. Oh, the reincarnation thing.
Yeah, you laugh, but I'm telling you.
Yeah, well,
Look into it a bit.
well, we are trying to resurrect Garrett.
That one is not on the fucking.
He's currently now dead again, even though we just told you guys. We're just telling y'all he's not dead, and he hasn't left.
Why can't the camera be focused at the engine? The cable is not long enough.
The cable will come
Eugene.
disconnected, and there's really nowhere to put it. I mean, we don't want to be around them when they're trying to work on it and all this, but maybe when the engine's in the car, it'll be a little bit different. But if we move the camera, it would very likely disconnect.
Yeah, if it disconnects, then the live crashes. Huh. Have you guys seen an industrial slant 6? I have seen
I've
them in
heard
wood
of them.
chippers.
I've heard of them, and I think that they are desirable in the Slant 6 world,
Super.
but I have never seen one.
Let's watch this one right
Dick goes in ya. What's with the big hat? Does she have a bald spot?
No, that's her style. It's a
No,
fedora.
she likes
Come
hats.
here, show your, not me. Put on your hat.
What?
It's just her style.
Mhm.
I think she looks good.
Perfect.
Don't she look good, John?
It's fine.
You're just not gonna
It's
say
too light,
it.
at least.
Well, not just that, but I'm looking at the relationship here. and
Yeah.
Are we going to lock timing on the jet?
Probably not.
Check one other,
I mean, we can. If
What's that?
we have a Prestolite dual point, we can adjust it if we need to. I wanted to get a Mallory YL because you could set it with a little key like what's on
well,
mine.
if it's
But,
not on the stem,
but probably
eventually
not. We
start
don't
to
know.
mushroom
We haven't gotten that
the
far.
stem in.
Okay.
John, you're taking up like a third of the screen.
I'm trying to read. It's kind of on the other side of the screen.
You
This is
can
gonna be
move- you
more
can
about the
move
build of the
cam-
Hemi.
You can move the laptop. You just can't move the
Oh
camera.
yeah.
Oh, went past. Oh, that was it. I'm sorry, that was the wrong one.
Austin, are you saying this is the internet? Don't try this at home.
It is, yeah, yeah. If any advice you hear on the internet, double check it with a
Uh-huh.
book, preferably a book.
Yeah.
So, what are y'all doing right now?
We took the lash caps off and we're just checking, we're running the motor, we're rotating the motor and just making sure the geometry is correct between the pad and the valve stem. And it looks dead on.
Sweet. Problem fixed. What do we got, John?
They're talking faster than I can read.
Well, remember
Sabrina needs to sit with the dorks and banter a bit. Well, the only place that she'd be able to sit would be right in front of the engine. But she don't like being on camera.
Camera tried.
She's here for support. Austin, you can use the adjustable mechanical advanced marine distributors in Mopar small blocks. Yeah, you could. I mean, I've seen them. I've seen a couple of marine distributors. The only thing is you got to drill a hole in the distributor cap to vent.
Hey, first time camera on the engine build. The cable's not really long enough to cover everything.
Well, that's the thing with these engines, man.
Need to get a better camera for these, actually. Just something that we can.
It's something that can be like on a stand or something.
Yeah.
You know, because the camera and its wire being how it is really does limit this kind of thing. But we're doing the best we can. Thanks for bearing with us, guys. Who is the cowgirl? That's my fiance, Sabrina. And it's not a cowboy hat. It's a
Some
fedora.
call industrial engine stationaries. Yeah.
Sabrina is my
I've worked-
fiance.
that's most of the engine work that I did back in the day was on like industrial machinery, dewatering pumps and generators and that kind of stuff.
Frank G asked, "What's with that Gary dude?" I don't know Gary, but
This would be top that's in the hole.
Is he thinking Garrett?
yeah, it's Garrett.
Oh,
Do we keep on telling people he's dead, or we just repeat it one more time?
oh, he's in the dustbin.
He's in the dustbin, guys. He burst into flames while removing undercoating, and we're trying to resurrect him with the KFC chicken strips and what else is in there?
11 herbs and spices and about two packs
a packet of Tang donated by Buff Del Campo.
and about 2 packs worth of menthol cigarette ash.
Yep.
And you have to throw a potato in there too.
No, just
Hey guys, what's going on with the Hemi behind you? They just fixed a bent rocker. They replaced it with one that Andy had on hand, and a good one. And they're just checking the geometry, turning the engine over, making sure everything lined up right. And they just got it. They just got it lined up perfectly. So, just moving on to the next thing. Charlotte, do you guys love hit and miss motors? That's like one of the things to watch on YouTube when you're like trying to want to go to sleep because it's relaxing.
Yeah, I've never actually seen any of those things run.
I've never seen one in person. Yeah.
I've seen one in person. It just didn't run. It was for like I don't know. It was a stationary and it was on display at a museum.
Man. We do it all for the people.
That's awfully communist.
Oh, we actually do.
Good job.
Let's see here.
Huh?
No more Gary talk. Talking about Garrett. Oh, everybody keeps asking
No,
about
I
him.
think Gary's the person who keeps calling
You know,
us
I got a
dorks.
text from John Wilburn the other night saying that what happened to Garrett? Several people are asking me as if I would know. I'm like damn.
Yeah, that's why we were putting the shocks in your Plymouth.
Yeah. I didn't know that many people would be asking about Garrett. I mean, I knew, but damn, y'all blowing up John Wilburn.
Alcohol car. Yeah.
Let's scroll back, see what we were missed because we were talking for a minute. Well, Eric Conway says congratulations on engagements with Sabrina. When's the wedding? We haven't planned it yet. I think we're thinking like next fall.
Fall or winter?
Yeah, just not too hot and not rainy. And really, fall works the best.
I haven't got that question very much,
Yeah,
and I always say I don't know.
because we don't know. We don't know
Roy
yet.
Harris.
Let's see.
Sabrina is very pretty. You're a lucky guy, Austin.
I am very lucky.
That is
No
correct,
idea.
Mike. Nobody else should put up with him.
Nobody else could put up with me.
He can be a pain in the butt.
I love you anyway. Even though I'm a pain in the butt, I love you anyway.
Looks like the heads are on. They're checking the clearances. Yeah, they had to
Yeah.
swap out a rocker.
We had to
and
swap out a
I
rocker.
quit drag racing in '98.
whatever else they were working on when I got here.
Eric Conway says we're doing a good job fielding the comments. Thank you. This is the second time that we've done this, so hopefully we're doing a good job. Keep you all entertained because we know that the camera angle is kind of gorilla-esque, but
Purple Ninja. I have a bunch of old. Scroll up.
Cam card is going to be
Oh.
specific.
I have a bunch of old Mopar parts from 70s and 80s, like rotors, door jam switches, even a new lean burn controller. Won't ever use them. Where can you sell them?
Okay.
I don't know if the
Intake
lean
18,
burn
exhaust
controller is
20.
really desirable.
See?
You need help finding them?
Thank you, though.
I don't know if a lean burn
Good,
controller
yeah.
is really desirable to somebody, you know, unless they're
When it
trying to
gets
do
to,
like a perfectly stock.
Yeah, whenever it gets to like
Yeah.
oddly specific parts like that, pretty much the best bet's going to be to go where the people actually are.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I
like,
could be talking
forums.
I could be talking out of my ass. I don't know about a lean burn.
Facebook groups and forums.
They're getting ready over there. Let me jump in there.
Tony's back. Do we need to give you an introduction?
Yeah. Here's
Tony.
Woo!
what's going on, guys? Love the sound of hit and miss. Yeah, hit and miss engines are hypnotic, man. Dylan McCool does a lot of Mopar stuff. I just robbed a font from Dylan McCool. He did a video on I don't even know what the freaking video was on, but he on his thumbnail he used this font, man, and it was like,
that.
I need that font. I have to have that font in my life. So Kathy went and found it, and so now that's what we're going to use on all of our thumbnails. So yeah, I'm ripping off Dylan McCool.
You heard it first, folks.
Yeah, who actually is a really nice kid. I've met him a few times. Very nice guy.
Choosing the right typeface is important.
Have you seen Dylan McCool's videos?
I have not.
He lives like
Tony looks like he lost all the weight. Yeah, I lost a couple of pounds. I'm working on it. I'm slightly less, but now he looks 6 months pregnant instead of 8.
I found him, man.
he found the pounds.
Yeah.
What happened?
You said you lost him. I said I found him.
Not back here. Tony had it. I mean, yeah, maybe Tony took it just to.
What did I do?
Or,
Breaker bar on
The which key?
the breaker bar.
Oh, it's on the end of the bench over there.
Yeah, way over there.
I'm sorry.
Place for it.
All right, intake 18 exhaust 20.
Right.
This way.
Just go top dead center.
on the
Yeah. But do one at a time. Don't do that whole jumping around thing. Charlotte Cohen, can you get an accurate torque reading on Hemi heads nuts with a crow's foot? You cannot put a crow's foot on the inner studs. It's a 7/16 stud that uses a 3/8 nut with a shoulder on it. Okay, it's reduced size because you can barely get a box wrench in there. In fact, If you do these on a regular basis, you'll have a 9/16 box wrench that's ground on the outside just to get between the nut and the valley of the block. So if you can't use a crow's foot on there because you can't put a crow's foot on there, it won't physically fit on. They make a special socket or a special adapter that's similar to a crow's foot, except it's closed. Got a 9/16 closed end. But yeah, no, you can't put a crow's foot on there. Mike Batista, you told me you flick your pistons and I can feel the power gains. Okay. Dick Gonzinia, I'm doing a keto diet and it works. No rice, potatoes, pasta, bread, etc. But I just ate a pound of bacon. I do the same thing, man. I do the same thing. Charlotte, can you do it by feel if you had to? Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, it's in like if you look at drag racing, okay, it's unheard of to actually torque those inner. Everybody's got it just takes too long. You hustle in between rounds, and setting up that whole crow's foot thing and trying to get a torque rating on that, it just takes too long. So it's just a standard procedure to run those nuts up with your thumb real quick, throw a box wrench on it, and you do the two centers and you do the two outers and you go back, you do them again, and that's it. Doc Fisher, Tony, seeing you hunkered over that Hemi is bringing back memories of seeing you with Ron Olson's car a couple of times. I miss Ron. Ron was a great guy. I heard Dale died. I heard that Dale McDougal died recently, like about a year ago. Is that true, Doc?
Clean up some of these butts.
Patrick Ramberg, hello from Sweden. Sweden. What's going on, man? Uncle Big Bad, Bonnie Tools make a Hemi lifter valley socket that works like magic. Okay. Yeah, Ron Olson from Tom's River. Dale passed. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to call him Lurch. I was there when he got his license. I was there. Oh man, I was there when I was. And any time that he crashed the fucking car at Atco, I will never forget that. I have a picture. Somebody took one of the track photographers was standing right behind me. Okay, and shot a picture. This was at Atco with the altered, and he had just gotten his license. And he shot a picture. I'll show this picture on the next live, right? So what happened was, tree turns green, okay? He hits it. The car breaks an axle and makes a hard left into the guardrail and does a roll. And the photographer caught the picture just as the car is leaving the starting line. And if it had been one more frame, the car would have been sideways. But I have that picture at the. And what did he die from, man? He was such a nice freaking guy. Cooch, just want to say thank you for this. It's not every day you get to see a Hemi build. Also, Junkyard Jet Crew were doing awesome. They were doing a great job. And thank you, Cooch. I appreciate that.
Wait, we did something right?
Yeah, you're doing everything right. Yeah, Dale broke the axle at Atco, but that's not what killed him. I was there. He was fine. He was laughing when we pulled him out of the car. He was always afraid he was going to crash it. And we were like, yeah, you're going to crash it. And then you'll be fine, right? And he got out of the car laughing and shit. Well, there you go. I got it out of the way. You don't know what he passed from? Man, that is such a shame. That's such a shame. He was younger than me by a couple of years. So I guess he had to be maybe in his middle 50s when he died. I should do an Uncle Tony event at Atco. Bro, I ain't going anywhere near New Jersey. My days are no. Just no. Just no. Purple Ninja, you guys should do a Chrysler turbine from scratch. Yeah, I'll get right on that. I'll start whittling one out of a fucking old cell phone. Atco would be sold before that happens. Yeah, Atco is doomed. New Jersey is doomed. It's over. Scott Coletta, yeah, I remember he got snuffed in Englishtown. Marcus Carter should turn his lives into podcasts also. I want to do podcasts. But something like this doesn't work as a podcast, obviously, because it's all give and take. The thing is, when we do these lives, I use it as a way to give and take with the viewers. So to do a podcast, it means that you're just talking. And you know what I mean, like, and you're not giving and taking from the viewers. So that's why we do things the way we do them. Need metal. This seems to be going better than the 318. Jeez, you think?
I have no idea who this was. I'm taking this one.
Tony, you need to come visit Sweden. I'm sure Sweden is the most beautiful place in the world, but bro, there's like little to zero chance of me. I can't freaking leave Tennessee. I have a hard time getting out of Murfreesboro. Ken, you watched the movie and you guys are still working on the heads. Yeah, we had a couple issues. We had a bent exhaust rocker, changed out the rocker. The stand was a little off, so we had to reset the stands to get the geometry all straight there. And then as we're rolling through the motor, I saw that the inside of the push rod cups on the exhaust side, on the intake side, were hitting the rockers, and you can't have that on a Hemi motor. It overheats the cup; it'll break the cup. So we ended up taking the lash caps out of the intake side, and now it's fine. It's a small lift cam. I don't even know why there's lash caps, but we pulled the lash caps off the intake side, checked the geometry and the push rod length, and everything is good now. So that's why we're still working on the heads, just to bring anybody up to speed who might have been gone while we were. It takes 3 mechanics to build a Hemi. Oh, at least. Charlotte Cole, remember the girl from Sweden in Wayne's World? No, but there was the girl in Die You Zombie Bastards. I just swam here from fucking Pittsburgh. Sweden is like Tennessee, just a little colder. B-rated horror movies rock. That's like a C-rated movie.
I've got a DVD at the house called "Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things."
Oh
It's
yeah,
excellent. Yeah, this movie shot on like a $500 budget in the '80s. It's terrible. It's great.
but you've never seen Die You Zombie Bastards?
I don't think I have.
I got the
I
DVD.
feel like that would be memorable.
Oh yeah, it's the best movie ever made.
Yeah, sure.
Make a Europe fan tour. Let's see. T. Smith, Tony, I had asked you earlier, but you probably didn't see it. Have you ever heard of a Slant 6 265 Hemi? No, that's the Australian motor. It's much more closely related to the Jeep 4.0, actually. Related to, but it's not a slant. It's definitely not a Slant 6. Bill Fioretti, build an old school 427 single overhead cam next time. Sure, bring it, man. I'll wait here. Actually, just bring it down here and let's get on that right away. Same shape as Tennessee. Is it? Is Sweden? I thought Sweden was like a island looking kind of thing. Tennessee is just a rectangle. David Vizard, what's happening, my brother? Ever see a pole-mounted Hemi-powered airbase for area side? Yes, I've seen several of them. Do I like FE Fords? I mean, I don't dislike them. I do have a dislike for the camera, though. Donella Brayton is the Hemi is billed mostly stock for street or high performance car. No, it's just a fun. It's just a little bit more than it's a stock. It's a stock stroke stock bore. It's got a little bit of a cam. Nothing crazy. It's basically it'll look and sound like a restored motor. Andy, what do I think of the 351 Cleveland? They're great motors. Uh, 10-1 compression, yes. 10.25, whatever. It's just slightly over. What RPM do I expect and torque? I mean, the motor's going to be done by like 6,500. You know, the cam that's in there, it's not a crazy cam. 6,500 or so is probably where it'll and an intake. It's using a stock intake manifold, stock carburetors, stock exhaust. So it's not, you know. Sweden has a great engineering heritage. You're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. They've always done some unorthodox things. You know what I mean? They march to the beat of their own drummer, but their stuff is solid. I'm a big fan of older Volvos. You know, anything that they've built since like really the 90s, 1990. I can't even really pinpoint the year, but they're shit. You look at your 60s and 70s into the early 80s Volvos, and those things are absolutely bulletproof, perfect cars, perfect. Blown fuel margarita mixer exists. I know. I was the Worships had that. I've had margaritas from the margarita mixer. Above average Joe, do you know where I could find a set of stock 426 Hemi manifolds, exhaust manifolds? They reproduce them, man.
Yeah, reproduce them. I would just do that route.
What's that?
That would go with reproductions.
Yeah. Says the owner of the car.
You can get them with or without the choke and
What's the matter?
Do you need help?
You mad at me?
No.
You sure?
Yeah. Do you need help?
No.
Okay. You good?
Yeah.
All right.
Are you leaving?
No.
Oh. Do you want to read this for a while?
go in there, kid.
Marco Ciccarelli, would you want to do a 392 Hemi build? Bring me one.
I'll read with my phone.
What's that?
I'll read with my phone.
Okay, but they want to see you. They want to see your beautiful face. They want to see Ultra's face.
Okay, that's great, except I can't see that well, so I would have to get my face right up in front of the thing to read it.
Above average Joe, is he putting the heat risers back on his engine? No. No, actually, I gave him an electric choke set up for it, an electric choke stoke.
They want to see the motor.
Oh, well, you know.
Well,
What's the boring point?
we have a boring point.
You could as long as you don't move the microphone because it's covering that wire where it gets unplugged.
Yeah.
Yeah, give them bring the
It's not going to go that far.
yeah, well.
You have 4.5 more cylinders to go.
Let's see. Oh,
Now 4.
Can I hold it?
I don't know. They want to see it, so I'm getting it closer to them. Mike D's Auto Works would be awesome to see a 392 build. I'm going to start mine in the spring. 57 Chrysler 300. Nice. I like those cars. They're beautiful. Uncle Bake Hill. Oh, okay.
Do you want to go over there and I'll read? And hold the camera?
Well, they're just setting valves right now. There's really not much for me to do.
Okay.
So that's why I figured I would spend some time. Yeah, all early 392s, all early Hemis are beautiful. I like the DeSotos better than, it's my favorite of them. What lash is he using? It's a tighter lash than stock, which is 28 and 32.
18 and 18 and 20.
18 and 20. 18 and 20. Tony missed the short block episode with how rings are in it. Barton did the short block. They're stainless rings.
I hate that the camera's backwards. Okay.
Ever worked with a 241 Hemi? Worked on them? Yes. Worked with them? No.
It'd be attraction for a month.
All right, you can put the camera back up there.
Yeah?
Yeah, they wanted to get a look at it
Where was it?
on top of the thing. There you go. I'll just slide out of the way.
Just like this, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Cody James, do you have to rebalance an engine when replacing pistons, stock, crank, and rods? Depends on the pistons. If the pistons are lighter, then no, you don't have to rebalance. If the pistons are production, no, you don't have to rebalance. If for some reason the pistons are heavier, then yes, you need to rebalance. Kurt Zimmerman, what RPM was the torque peak of a 426 Hemi? I don't know something. I don't even know. I don't. It's just I don't know. Google that. Big Bear, you're back, and we're still alive. I've been waiting for you, man. Tom Ashton, what do you think about barrel-faced top rings? You're asking the wrong person. I don't think anything of them. I've never really looked into it. Pirate Greg, what brand pistons are? What brand pistons are these?
They were Milo? I know. I'll think of it in a second.
Molnar pistons and rods. Actually, the whole bottom end. The whole bottom end, piston rods and crank are Molnar. Zach Stanek, Tony, I think your channel is great. Thanks for your inspiration. Thank you for watching. CW Miller says Kathy is a beautiful lady. Yes, she is. Also, Kathy, come step in front of me. Show them your beauty. See? Okay.
All right. Do you want me to read or read?
Forgings. Yes. All right, you're gonna sit here and read? Go ahead.
Let me grab my phone.
That's because they said you were beautiful.
Yeah,
so now
yeah.
you're gonna okay.
Yeah, guys. All right. Come on with the compliments. Keep it going.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. I can't read like that. Here in Italy, to keep running a big V8 is impossible with the gas at €2 per liter. I'm sorry, Zara. All right. What's up, Danny Boyd? Are these normal casted pistons? Are they normal casted pistons?
I don't know. Normal casted. They are. I'll tell you in a second.
Okay. I like Uncle Tony videos. Awesome. Shoot, when is Dogs Eating Cheese going to launch? The channel is up. I don't have any videos up yet, but the channel is there. I'm going as fast as I can. What's up, Big Bear? Let's see.
Got it.
Hey, Tony, where are you? Oh, he's outside. I can't ask him any questions yet. What's up, Bill Fioretti? Greetings from Connecticut. What's up, Charlotte? So Dogs Eating Cheese should be up, I want to say, with videos on it in a week. I've got editing to do. How are the chickens? Manson, my dog. I don't have my chickens anymore. I had to give them to a nice home. They live on 4 acres because I actually got allergic. So yeah, I don't have them anymore. But they're in good hands. They weren't eaten. Did Garrett quit the build? No. He just had someplace to go. Where are the dorks? They're outside. All the cool people are in here right now.
Yeah, that's right.
What's up, Gary Brender? Let's see. Thank you, Billy Bob. Chicken dander. Yeah, there was so much dust when I went in the coop, Charlotte. I cleaned it out, and then I had the biggest asthma attack I ever had in my life. So yeah, they had to go. Oh, here he's with an answer.
So the pistons are diamond cut Hemis, part number or 52500. So they were standard size, but it doesn't say if they're cast or not. So I don't know what diamond custom Hemi pistons are. So you'd have to check their website.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Let's see. Are there any burgers left? Yeah, Low Tech. There's one. Let's see. Hello, Wayne. That means they ate the chickens, 4 acres. No, I see conspiracies. No, she added them to her flock, and she sent me pictures and everything. And no, I talked to her for a long time before I let her take them. Trust me, they weren't eaten. Are they forged? I bet they're forged. Andy?
It didn't say, and I honestly don't recall, so I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Okay.
Whatever Diamond makes on their website for Hemi custom pistons.
Okay. What's my favorite car to drive? I don't know. I drive the Swinger every day. It's fun. I wish it was a stick though. Like I wish I had a 4-speed to drive as my daily, but I don't. And I'm too lazy to do it. So, a picture of me in high school. Actually, there's a picture of me and Tony in Community when we first put up the YouTube page. If you go to Community and you scroll all the way down to the beginning of when we started the channel, there's a picture of me and Tony like from the 80s. So it's there. Am I gonna make some food online again this Christmas? I don't know. I'm sure. Let's see. Do we have Hemi questions? When are we sending merch back to Australia? All right, Marcus. We're not really sure. The post office told us first that it was going to be like $80. That was the cheapest to ship. And then when we went to ship it and pay that price, they're like, sorry, no mail's going to Australia right now. And they say that it's changing every day. So we don't know. Maybe one day they might allow it, and then the next day they're stopping it again. So, yeah, we don't know. Crystal is on that, so she's going to check again on Monday and find out if we can ship to Australia. Let's see. I'm building a Dart 5-speed. Nice. Can't believe you're building that engine on that stand. Looks like a wet noodle. Gonna work, harden, and crack. Better keep an eye on it. Okay. I was really, what?
Keep 2 eyes.
Okay, you keep 2 eyes on it, Andy. Yeah, pick from 1982. Yep. Yeah, I knew Tony when I was 15. Yes. What car will the Hemi
Did I miss
get?
anything impressive?
They're all talking about you, Tony.
Pistons are forged or cast.
The mozzarella.
There must. Okay, Billy Bob wants to know what car will the Hemi get? Have you considered a blower?
No.
No, it's getting the two stock 6 1/4 AFBs.
Okay. They also make Tremec kits for old Mopar 5 and 6 speeds. Really consider it for the future. Okay.
Just do it. Right. Why are you sitting off to the side like that? People want to
Because
see
I
beautiful
can't
face.
see it.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
okay,
I
I'll
really-
fix that.
Well,
I'll fix
like-
that.
When I was doing it as the
There you
fill
go.
in, I
But
got
I
yelled
am
at.
leaning in like this, so they see the corner of my
Yeah,
face.
nobody
Would you
wants-
stop
yeah,
it?
everybody wants to see Kathy now.
There you go. Now you don't have any excuse.
Tony,
There you go.
I hate him. I really hate him. All right. Okay.
been doing this for 3 fucking years.
I know. I'm just
How-
not used
How
to
are you
it.
still camera shy like that?
Because I am. Because I am. I can't help it. It's just how I am. I like to be behind the camera. Leave me alone.